Hey guys, welcome back. Hope we're all doing well today. What am I placing? Mages. Brilliant. How are we all? What's going on? Talk to me. Tell me about your day and stuff. My camera looks a bit dark, doesn't it? What is going on there? What is going on there? There we go. Something did a balk, and that's fine. Sometimes the exposure auto enables itself. And then makes it too dark because of reasons and stuff. Shall we do some leveling? Jas told me that someone on Wowhead did some math, and apparently with the 50% bonus, it's best to stop at 41. Because after the 15th/16th, if the new XP scale kicks in, 41 plus will be faster with the 18% and no 50% because of the way it's being squished and the way that Chromie time's being adjusted and all that kind of stuff. So Korritar is at 47 at the moment, so I've stopped leveling her and I've switched on to the next highest. Yeah. Apparently that's the go, but I trust Jas. I know that he wouldn't try to mess me over with something this important to me, so there you go. Well done, Zamon first. Well done, Mike, with second. My defense for bad typing at 6 in there, and that is totally understandable, Mike. Look, I don't even type that well when it's the middle of the day, so you're good. You're good. Hello, She, welcome back. Well done on third. Hello, Josh. Hello, Desir. We're done on last. Hello, Coin. Good time zone to you too, Mara. Hello, Panda. Hello, Floundering. Hello, Sheba. Of course it was Zam with the Holondra sound. Of course it was. Hello, Sheba. Howdy, Coin. Oh, hi. 93% of all EXP bonus available. What does that mean? My brain might just be squished, but I don't understand what that means. Hello, Hash. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. What's going on? Has something broken again? No? Okay, we're good. We're good. Added it all up with Dark Moon Fair, etc.
We must leave this place.
Okay, alright. But I don't use those anyway. Because a lot of them are way too much effort or gold. There are some that you buy off the auction house that, you know, people know that they're valuable and so they gouge. Did I not free? I didn't. How did I not free that? I just have my 68% at the moment, and I'm quite content with that. So they say that it's after 40, you're best off to stop at 41%, even if you've got all those. Because the Dark Moon Fair is ending on Sunday, so you'll lose that bonus. And then the Winds of Wisdom, the 50% ends on Tuesday, Wednesday. It ends with Shutdown, so we'll lose that one as well. But the other ones, whatever other ones you've got, will stick around. No, with Warmer, Dark Moon Wear, Anniversary Event, and Winds of Wisdom. Yeah, which is what I meant by all of those. So it's best to stop at 41%. I'm not sure that the short form sentences are accurately communicating what you're trying to say there, Panda. So what Jas has told me is if someone is using all of the bonuses available to them right now, but they have multiple characters to level, after pre-patch stage 2 kicks in, leveling from level 41 and up will be more efficient then than it is now, regardless of the bonuses. Like if you're using all bonuses available to you this week and next week is more efficient in terms of leveling above 41, is what I have been told. Like, that's the break point. Level 41 is the break point. That one, and squish 3 more of the ogres with skulls. Alright, how about we do this? Which it has. Must have read it earlier. That's alright. I was just seeing if I could skim the title from the top section. I'm not going to go scrolling through hundreds of things because I'm likely to see spoilers, but I didn't see any. You know how they have that little box up on the right hand side at the top of the page with like recent blog posts? None of them mentioned XP, so I'm guessing he saw it. But they've posted like 1,000,001 things today, so understandable. Hello Bad, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. What do you gonna do with all your new alts? Any plans? Yep, Lovers in the Air in February. The reason I want so many characters is so that I can maximize my chances of getting the Heartbreak amount from Lovers in the Air. And I am assuming, like this is all based off an assumption, that because when Shadowlands kicked off, they raised the level requirement from whatever it was before to 50, which was max level of the previous expansion. I'm assuming that they're going to do the same in Dragonflight, so the minimum level requirement to get the Heartbreaker will be 60. So I'm getting them all to 60 now, so I don't have to worry about it while Dragonflight is live. And now I'm working on bonus tunes because they gave us the extra 10 character slots, so I'm considering them bonus characters. and I'm working on those. Having fun though. And then after that, of course, there's all the more collecting and chances at mounts and tier gear and all that kind of stuff from all the old content. The more characters you have, the more chances you have per week of getting what you're trying to collect, so yeah. But most importantly, I am having fun. I do enjoy leveling, so the fun part is kind of important. Hello Zam, how you doing? It's been a long time since we last saw you, a whole less than 48 hours. How did you handle that, Zam? How did you manage? Goodness gracious. Yeah, I'm doing alright. How are you? How are you? Hello, Ogle. I'm going quite well, thank you. Hope you can say the same. Of course, Bad. Like, interaction and like actually responding to people is one of the big things in this community, I guess you could say. It's one of the things I try my absolute best to do. It does result in me being a little bit behind on chat sometimes, but people seem to like it, so I do my best. So rough, but I managed. I am glad to hear that you managed.
Hi, the Sunwell.
Very... Fluky, thank you so much for your Prime Gaming sub. Much appreciated. Hope you are doing wonderfully well today. Oh, goodness. Oh, a stretch redemption. I can do that. Oh. Stretching out shoulders is always fun. I don't know, where do you guys carry, like, where do you carry most of your attention? Some people carry it, like, in their back, some people carry it in their legs, in their shoulders, in their neck. Everyone has that kind of bit that starts getting sore when they start getting stressed. Mine is definitely, like, shoulders and neck. For sure. Oh, Yari, oh no. Oh no. I hope you're well regardless, Yuri. Welcome back. Do I have Bonk yet? Where is Bonk? Is that, no, that's not Bonk. That's also not Bonk. Where? Do I might not have Bonk because it might be a talent. I think it's a talent. Oh, I have talent to spend. Where is Bonk? That's not it. Rebuke! There's Bonk. Right, okay, so... another 2 levels. I should probably get out of the fire. And I just tried to interrupt that again because I'm very skilled at it. Oh, okay, sure, that's fine. Oh, I put extra stuff, that's why. That makes sense. I am an numpty. Your jaw for sure. How's your doing? Still feeling weird? Oh yeah. Super weird. When I flossed, I realized that, you know how teeth are like wide and they go into the gum and they stay wide and then they taper down? Implants don't. It only goes into the gum where the screw was. So when I floss, the floss goes under the tooth and it's not good. It's very uncomfortable and it doesn't hurt. There is no actual discomfort. It's just weird. It's really, really weird, and it is going to take me a very, very long time to get used to that because it is odd. It is very odd. You can also stun them if you want. Yeah, but what is the cooldown on that silly thing? Is it, which one is this one? 1 minute! A 1 minute interrupt. How dare they? How dare they? Get your butt over here. I don't want to pull extra stuff. It's not eruption that does. Eruption's the knockback. What is the? Does he do a extrusion? That must be it.
Hi, the Sunwell.
What is that coin? Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Oi, get back here. Excuse me. Where do you think you are going? Much appreciated, coin. I hope you're having a fantastic day. So generous of you. You can get squished. But you... There we go. Oh yeah, we maybe just have to special kind of floss and slide right under the fake tooth that's attached on both sides to my existing teeth. Good. Is it like a stick one that you kind of go in and like that? But like not a pixter, because pixters would shred the hell out of your gums, right? Like the little like pipe cleaner type ones, the itty bitty tiny pipe cleaner ones. You can't use those because they shred your gums. That's really trippy. So it depends on talents. Hi, Jack. I hope you're well today. A great day. Wound up myself. Fantastic. I hope you're smashing all of your in-game goals. I'm very nervous about mine. I don't know that we're gonna get that. I am uncomfortable about my chances. I was thinking like, oh my god, I'm actually gonna make this. It's gonna be amazing. And then I don't know. I don't know. I think doing the top-down strategy is working, is helping. Because I have like the one at 47 now, but I'm gonna stop that and come back to her after the potential XP squish thing. It might make it faster, but yeah. So then I'm switching on to the next highest one, and I'm gonna get her to 41, and then jump onto the next one. But I just don't. I don't know. This is why they're bonus tunes. This is why they're bonus tunes. As long as your regular floss one says tapered, has a bit of coating on it, thread through the gaps. You're putting a thread on a sewing needle. That's trippy. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Alright, he's got quests and stuff, right? Okay, good. This one. Come on, quit your chit chat. Let me turn in my stuff, please. And thank you. Please and thank you.
Speak, friends. Go forth.
Ta-da! 27. What am I stuck on? There we go. Streamer's favorite. Oh dear. That's hilarious. As if you didn't know. God, all the mounts feel so slow. I did get the next stage of stuff, didn't I? No? What? What? Well, I'm 27. I might as well just wait until I get to 30. Lord. Oh boy. I can't believe I didn't get that. That's embarrassing. It'll make slow flying feel just a little bit faster. Look, probs not. But look, it's fine. See, I think the thing about slow flying isn't that it travels quickly. Because it doesn't. It travels really slowly. In fact, running across the ground is about the same speed. The magic, the benefit of slow flying is you get to jump over mountains and you don't have to go around. Like, that's the main reason to have flying. It's not because it's quick to try. It's not quick. It's that you can jump over obstacles. Like mountains and buildings and stuff. You can go as the crow flies rather than around all the shit. You do barely faster than fast ground. Yeah. Yeah. Like if you're flying just above the ground and then you touch down, you're about the same speed. Like you are close enough to the same speed that it doesn't make that much of a difference. But yeah, it's the fact that you can jump over things. leap tall buildings in some time. That's it, that's it. I love that if you interrupt their boulder bolt thing, it stuns them because the boulder they were summoning above their heads drops onto their heads. It's great. Just that little tiny bit of flavor text and the description text on the actual, like, I can't show you right now because the description text on the debuff that they take is like something like conjuring a rock over your head is a bad idea. Gap. Because gravity. Like, it's just, I like it. I like it muchly. It makes me happy. It's hilarious and silly. One more level and I can has bonk. If you haven't gathered, bonk is shorthand for interrupt. Just by the way. Two. Three. Oh, it's not a G-Mancer. Oh well. Oh well. I'm curious to know if Blizz will ever remove slow ground and fly. I doubt it, but it makes me curious and weird that 280% flying was removed. It is a little bit interesting, hey. Although, like, they also, at the same time, removed a bunch of things like, you know, cold weather flying and all that kind of stuff. So, I think it's just because that, like, it made sense when you needed to purchase a new type of thing each expansion. But now that you don't have to play through all those expansions, it does make it a little bit silly. It's not just, like, steps for the sake of having extra steps. It goes, you know, you can ride a mount. You're skilled enough now that you can ride the mount faster. You are flying a mount, albeit a little wobbly, and now you're skilled at flying mount, so you can go faster. Like, it makes sense to have those steps. Like, they at least make sense from, like, a role-playing perspective, because, I mean, you know, it is an RPG, after all. But yeah, the extra level of speed, like, you are slightly more skilled, you are very more skilled, was a little bit, like, I guess a bit too, and where do you fit it in? You know, like, where do you fit it in the new scheme of leveling? Having it at, like, what is it, 10, 20, 30, 40 is kind of nice. Having it at, like, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 is, I don't know. Not necessarily a bad thing, but a little bit too much just for the sake of it, I guess. Interesting. Oh yes, physics are worse than me. I know, right? How dare it? How dare it? Fair point. Look, you also have a fair point though. It is a bit strange that they take out a whole step of flying speed. Like, that is odd. I guess maybe they were trying to pare it back enough that it felt a lot simpler, and somebody somewhere thought that an extra step of flying speed was too complicated for their new system. Did they remove 280 after level squish as it ended up as gain flying, gain level... Hang on. Didn't they remove 280 after level squish as it ended up as gain flying, gain a level, gain another flying, gain a third fast flying? I'm not sure what the gain a level part refers to, but they did simplify the flying stuff when they did the level squish with Shadowlands, yes. They went from, like, so we used to also have things like cold weather flying in Northrend and mop flying and all, like, there were a bunch of different, like, before we had Pathfinder, we learned leveling by purchasing it in that, so we'd level up to max and then we'd purchase flight in that expansion. And so we had a lot of different things you could purchase in relation to mount speed and flying and all that kind of stuff. So when they simplified it, they removed a lot of that stuff. Pathfinder is still in there for a couple of things, I think. Oh, although some of the Pathfinders no longer unlock flying, you get that automatically. The Pathfinder just grants you the mount, because it used to give you flying in that expansion and a mount that was expansion themed. And so now they just give the mount that is expansion themed rather than giving you flying as well. And so when they removed all of those, like giving you extra types of flying stuff, they also removed a whole lot speed. So you have like, you've got apprentice riding, which is you can ride ground mounts. Then you've got journeyman riding, you can ride fast ground mounts, so they go faster, funnily enough. Then you have expert riding, which allows you to ride flying mounts. Then you had a one that was at 280% speed, because expert riding's at 150%. Then there was a 280, and then master riding is I think 310. Like it's not, there's 30% extra is really not that big a jump either, so maybe that's why they took it out. But yeah, so it's fast, highest possible speed on your flying mount, so it's fast flying. You got slow ground, slow flying, fast flying. And then they took out all the other steps to simplify it, because, you know, new players, that's a hell of a lot of information, especially when you don't have to play most of it. You don't have to play one expansion to get to, well, 2 expansions technically to get to max level, so it makes sense. But yeah, character level. I don't know. I thought they removed all that with the squish, so we never knew where 280 flying was going to come in, because like it would have made sense that it'd be like 30, 35, 40 rather than 30, 31, 40 or something. But it's every 10 levels now. 10 is slow ground, 20 is fast ground, 30 is slow fly, and 40 is fast flying. Yeah, I think they removed 280% because it's kind of an unneeded after the fastest flying was introduced. Yeah, 9,000 plus gold to buy both fast and fastest, plus having 2 flying keeps it in line with 2 ground. Yeah, very fair. Understandable. It does make sense. It does make sense. Interesting decision-making processes, but it does make sense. 30% increase is not worth 5k, so if some alts with 280 flying speed refuse to train them with faster just for a 30%, understandable. That it's a lot for 30% faster. I am kind of interested that they didn't just, anyone that was flagged as 280 wasn't just made 310, like they weren't, like, because that means that 280 flying is still coded into the game. Otherwise, how can you have it if it's not in the code, you know? Interesting that they just didn't convert anyone with 280 automatically to 3, although I guess it's something you didn't purchase. If anything, they'd convert it down, and that would not do so well with the, even if they made you go to the flying trainer and just be like, hi, I have experience flying this thing, can you teach me how to make it the 30% extra? And they can be like, yeah, sure, give me 10 gold. Just as like a token ha-ha-ha thing. That would make more sense to me. Hello, McNulty, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoy my ridiculous spreadsheet. Tracking all those tunes. Working on the bonus 10 characters now. Seeing if we can't make it 60 out of 50. I have my doubts, but we're gonna try anyway. Hey Jay, welcome back. No free upgrades for us. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense as to why, because you know the percentage of the player base will say, we had to pay for that, why didn't they? But yeah, same time, like, a little bit strange. Hello Fel, welcome back. Hope you are doing well also. You could have given 310 for free or discounted, but then that would bring out the loud drones and people saying, I paid 5 gold for this, why do they get it for free just from waiting around? Yeah, and this is the thing, right? There are also people out there who have said that stuff about the allied races. What do I get for doing it the hard way by getting all the reps up and stuff? It's like, well, you get access to them 2 years earlier, honey bunch. Like, what do you get for having spent 5k on it? you get access to flying for a much longer period of time. Maybe that's why they didn't do it straight away. Maybe they're waiting like for a window of time to pass so they can say you had it. If you bought it right before we removed it, you had access to it for 2 years more than these people did. Like maybe that's the. But yeah, still, it's people are entitled as hell. It's a problem. 28. That means I get bonk. Is it gonna tell me not to take bonk? Ah, you bastards! Alright, fine. I won't take interrupt then if you will be that way. Catch up mechanics in my MMO? How dare they? I know, right? Like, goddamn. Goddamn. Hello Erica, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Hour late. What do you mean? Why are you an hour late? It's only been like 45 minutes. You're fine. You're fine. Ooh, and a stretch. Might do my neck this. Oh, yep, made the right choice there. Said I might do my neck this time, and then my neck crunched to drown me out. I think I made the correct decision there, personally. Oh, and I did choose my mount too. Did that off. Yes, I just saw the Discord ping. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Ah, you're fine. Totally fine. You can turn notifications on Twitch if that works better for you as well. They seem to be working better than they used to because my engagements on that have gone up a fair bit. Like people actually tapping it to watch and stuff has been going up, which makes me think that maybe they're actually being more effective. Because back in the day, like there was a time that Jas got a ping for me going live 5 hours after I had gone live, and that's ridiculous. But maybe they're getting better. I think Discord bot was working. Yes, supposedly it's on. I probably just didn't see it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Might be doing something like me where I've got my, like, some notifications are turned on, but my phone's notifications in general are mostly turned off. So there's a chance that they're just not getting through because that notification's turned off. It's alright, we'll give this another crack. Oh, I have an update. I didn't realize. Let's try that loyalty token chest again. Place your units. And fingers crossed we'll make it through this time. Okay, well, I can't place the mage again for a bit, but I can jump back and turn in that kill an epic unit. Amazing. Now I've just got those 3 quests to work on. I am so excited for the day where I have my 15 level 30s and I have no, like, just no quests one day because I finished them all. That'd be pretty amazing. Quite exciting. Five, 6 hours later sometimes. Yeah, it's not like, it's like, why you do? Why you do?
By the
Vega!
Sunwell.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. So generous of you. Much appreciated. And congratulations, Jay, for getting caught in that sub bomb. Thank you, Vega. That is so generous of you.
Move in from all sides! Cybrack, hold for now!
Hello, Sass. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, I'm done. Okay, go this way. That's a big chunk of XP. Tasty. Where? Oh, there. Okay. Almost at 30. I can get flying. Makes sense. Although I might have to transfer some gold from there. It's okay. I'm used to that. Do it for every other one of my characters. I have a fair few. Come down here and free this one. Three more. It's just me. This one. Last kill. Oh, I've got one more to save after this kill. Bugger. I thought it was gonna be really nice and easy, like a clean ending, but it wasn't. That's alright. There's another one over here. Let's see if we can't get in there. When is Subfest starting? November 25th. I am gonna make a, what's it, I think, to pop on the screen somewhere. A graphic of some kind for that and for the Twitch drops, explaining what's dropping when. Not too much info, but like just so that people know when what's happening. I am imagining that the dates they've given us are American dates, not Australian dates. So yep. Oopsie. Not for, for Subfest, I know it's Australian dates because it's an Australian event, but for the Twitch drops I think it's gonna be American dates because that just makes more sense, right? Ooh, that reminds me, I should check the drops thing and see if they're on the schedule yet. Nice and easy, and this is gonna be, I know, right? I know, like, come on. Get theatre, Paris. Oh my god, could you imagine? I would eat so many croissants and post them all over my socials.
Did you see this coming, you blind fool? What?
Most of our times in Pacific time, yeah. Which makes sense because that's where the HQ is, right? That's the time zone for where headquarters is. It does mean we have to do a little extra work though. That's okay. Drops. Let's see if they... My concern is if they don't put it on the schedule, it's because I'm not eligible. And then I'm like, but why, you know? Oh, they're there! Oh, good. Okay, they're there. Well, the first two are. World of Warcraft, Dragon Kite Pet Campaign. Wednesday, November 16, because Australian, GMT 10. Wednesday, wait, am I in 10? I am in 10, aren't I? Brisbane, GMT plus 10. Yes, perfect. So my time, 9 AM on the Wednesday, the 16th, through to 5:59 PM, which is 6, which is like 2 hours into stream on a Saturday, so it doesn't matter. Saturday, November 19. And then the World of Warcraft Feldrake Mount campaign, Tuesday, November 29th, 9 AM. Which is when the servers go live, till Friday, December 2nd, 6 PM. 5:59 PM. I should be super specific about these because I know people will have feelings, have thoughts and feelings. I'd be excited if you got it because I've never seen a bit first, but I go above level 6 on the channels I watch. Well, I did, hang on, there was a...
Tide comes for us because Durotan is strong. And the Frost Wolf would not join them.
Where's the link? Our bar got to level 5 last time. It was like halfway through level 5 when it finished. I do believe Ba-dum. I have to find the link. Do, 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 do. I know there were a couple of people who managed to clear it in winter, like the June one, because there were a small handful of people who went to TwitchCon because of it. I'm just having a look at the thing now. So, at the end of 2021, we had Summer Bitfest. There was another Bitfest before that, but I wasn't partnered then, so I couldn't take part. But my first one was Summer Bitfest. We completed level 3. We got 99,597 EXP. In Winter Bitfest, which was June this year, we completed level 6. Sorry, we're halfway through level 7. We completed level 6 with a score of 415,193, which is ridiculous. We quadrupled it from the previous Bitfest. Now we have ANZ Summer Subfest, which starts at 11 p.m. on the 24th because they're doing it in Melbourne time. So it starts 11:01 p.m. on the 24th of November. Includes subs and bits plus resubs and stuff. So it's yeah, and we were 85k away from the next level in winter. So we just got over into it, and then that was it. We finished, which isn't. I mean, so happy about that. Oh my god. But we'll see how we go. Maybe it'll be better this time because it's subs and bits. Technically, it was subs too, but it wasn't resubs. Resubs didn't count. It was only new subs. And that was what got a lot of people because a lot of people have a lot of subs, and so those people were saving their resubs, and then the resubs didn't count. But this time around, resubs do count. It's every time we've gotten any communication, it's in bold. I can confirm this time around resubs work. So everyone's like super goddamn keen, which is why I was recommending people, if they can, save their resub for November 25th, and then hit that button on November 25th and fill up that for those first couple bars, like, you know. But we'll see how we go. Obviously, that messaging's not gonna be able to cover everything, which is why I'm thinking of getting a graphic that I can put kind of over my my action bars here that kind of, you know, save your resubs, Subfest begins November 20. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. But we'll see. We'll see. That would require time and effort, and as I was saying in mod chat just the other day, I need a fucking assistant. I can't afford one, and I don't want somebody to work without pay because that's slavery. But oh my god, I'm legitimately struggling. I'm actually legitimately struggling. Yeah. But that's okay. This is what I asked for. This is what I wanted. I just gotta work my ass off, that's all. Once I get to full time, it'll be a breath of air once I'm able to do that, because getting 2 days a week back, my lord, it'll make a world of difference. But I gotta get there first, and to get there I gotta do shit like this. It requires time and effort and work, and we will get there. We will get there. Pro can't subs and bits. Con live recession, yeah. Well, it's there are some places that are a lot better off than others at the moment. Yeah. It really heavily depends on individual as well, which is like, look, we'll see how we go. Saving sub, don't press the shiny button, don't press the shiny button, don't press the shiny button, that's it. It's hard, but hold it. Is it something we can help, or do you need an actual assistant?
Already told you all that I know.
I reckon there are some things, like...
My father will avenge you.
There are probably some things that like a handful of individuals could help me with, but I'm not sure that it'd be stuff I would feel comfortable asking people to help with without payment. It's things like, you know, if I put together a graphic with the milestones and incentives and all that kind of stuff for Subfest, it's going to take me a couple of hours to put that together, right? Someone else could do that. I could send them our previous stuff and be like, have a look at this. Here are the things, the assets I've been given by Twitch. Here are a handful of emotes if you want to do something. You know, like our the Winter Bitfest, how it had all the things and then it had like an emote here and a cute thing there and blah blah blah. That kind of thing takes a few hours to put together, right? I mean, coming up with all the rewards and stuff takes time, but I do have the mods helping with that, and I always kind of put it out there. If there's anything you guys want to see for rewards, like, let us know, and I can see where I can work them in. I think I'm good with that now. I think we've crowdsourced enough, and I've got them in a reasonable order of difficulty, so I could put that together tomorrow, but it's a matter of sitting down for a couple of hours and putting it together. I could hand all of that information over to somebody, but that's a commission. That's literally what a commission is. You are commissioning a graphic designer to put together, to design a graphic for you, you know? And that's a graphic designer's job, and I'm broke. I don't have, I just don't have the funds at the moment to be able to afford somebody like that, and I don't feel comfortable asking for that kind of thing free of charge, because that's a dick move. Here, like, it is one of my core beliefs that people deserve to be paid what they're worth, and not just from creators like me. Like, I'd never go asking for a free emote or something like that. It's not just that, or a free commission. You know, you always see people like, hey, I want to do this thing for my friend for their birthday, but I can't afford anything. Do you think you could do this for free? No. This is their job. But not just that, but like in actual workplaces as well. People shouldn't be underpaid. Tipping culture shouldn't exist. People should get an hourly wage that reflects the actual work they do, rather than the consumer needing to top up their paycheck. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's such a core belief that to go back on that would be hella hypocritical of me. So you know, it's kind of like, maybe yes, but also I can't afford that. There are other things like clearing out my emails and things that would actually need a regular person to, like a person with regularity, not like a, you know, like I need a session once a week or something to kind of touch, and for them to do a handful of things. But again, I want to pay them. Plus, employment shit is fucking tricky. Because at that point, are they is it a commission, or it's a contract? Are they an employee? Do I need to pay super? It's a whole thing. So yeah, it's yeah. That was probably more information than anybody needed, but that's fine. Welcome to my world. This is what I do. I overshare. Sure, I know work less when they full time. It's not, well, look. It's not that I'll work less, it's that I'll work fewer jobs. I will still work just as much on stream, if not more. But the point is that I will have more time to do that. I'll be able to invest some of those hours that I'm currently investing in my day job. I'll be able to take those and invest them into stream, but not all of them. Some of them I'll take back as time for me. I will absolutely work more on stream, just less overall, because I do have a day job. Hello Patton, welcome back, hope you're doing well today. Release one of the mods from your basement and have them do it! Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Just to be very clear, that is absolutely not how my moderators, that's not how that works. They are all 100%, this is you'll notice that sometimes one or more of them don't come to stream because of the time zone, or because they've got something else on, or because they're just busy or stressed or whatever. And that's totally okay, because I am very aware that this is a volunteer thing, and that they do not have to be here. They're under no obligation to be here. But yeah, and they do help me out with a few things, but even like Shiba, who is my artist for almost all of my emotes at this point, he invoices me for those because I demand it. He absolutely gets paid for that work. So if anyone else does any work for me, they get paid. It's more like, you know, telling me my idea is shit that doesn't get paid. Agreed, being cautious exists. People here are like the prices would go up. They won't go up by 20%. They might, and then you'll be paying for what the food is worth, because what the food is worth is a total of the ingredients, the energy costs to cook it, you know, the gas they have to pay for the flame, or if it's an electric stove or whatever it is, the skill of the chef, the skill of the person bringing the food to you, the brick and mortar, because you're going to a place, that place needs to rent, like you need to be paid rent for the premises, so that's factored into food, the electricity for heating or cooling, depending if it's, you know, winter or summer, the lighting, the electricity for lights, the branding, they have to buy things like napkins, you are paying for the napkin on your table, it's just factored into your meal price, all of it is. Of course the prices will go up. Of course they will. But you'll still be paying what you are now. It's just that you know that your servers and your chefs are getting paid what they deserve, rather than that depending upon whether or not you can afford it. Like, yeah, no shit. No, and that's not directed at you, of course. It's directed at the people saying, but prices will go up. Yes, they will. That's how the economy works. When things get more expensive, prices for everyone go up. Hello, Landau, welcome back. Only stream I'm a mod for is because I'm personal friend streaming, not real mod, just stuff anyways. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, all of my mods are like what you would consider real mods. I don't have anyone who's just kind of there for the sake of it, or anything like that. That was something that I made a decision on really, really early on. That I didn't want to be that kind of place. I mean, all of my mods were made mods after they had been here for quite some time, and it's because I trust them, it's because they get me. It's not just an understanding of the way the community works, but I mean, obviously once they've been here for a long time, they understand the vibe of the community, and so they're more able to, instead of moderating on their own personal opinion, they're able to moderate on whether or not they think something fits the vibe of the channel. They get me, they understand why, and even if they see me make a moderation decision and they're like, why did that one, why did you do that? They can ask, they know they can ask, and I can tell them, and then they can go, oh, cool, good to know, and then they can add that to their kind of knowledge of how I function, but they get me, and that's really, really important in a moderator, because, like, there are people out there who I've seen who have, like, spouses, for example, as moderators, or long-term partners, SOs, that kind of thing, and sometimes there's something that I would let slide because I understand that it's like a context thing, or maybe they just don't know that I'm uncomfortable with pet names, and so I'll let them know and let it slide. But a significant other could have personal feelings associated with that. Could, not necessarily, but in some circumstances, they may feel uncomfortable with seeing that in chat, and so they'll ban the person, whereas I might give them a verbal warning. Like a gentle, like, hey, not really comfortable with that, please don't do it again, compared to a ban, which is extreme as fuck, in, like, for that kind of for that kind of circumstance in my particular channel. So yeah, it's trying to get people in your mod team who don't tend to have things clouded by personal feelings, who can separate personal feelings from, for me, this is a business decision. Removing somebody permanently from my chat is a business decision. So being able to do that, it's that kind of thing, it's tricky. It's tricky, and so I very early on made the decision that, you know, anyone who was invited to be, like, firstly, I wouldn't just make them a mod, I'd ask and get their okay with it, get their consent, and I have had people who have declined it because they didn't feel comfortable. I've had people who tried it and then came to me a few weeks later and said, I can't handle this, I don't know how you deal with seeing all this shit and just being so chill, and I'm like, welcome to the internet, you know, this is how it is, but I also accept that, yeah, their feelings are valid, and demote doesn't really, you know, but I take the sword back, because they want to give it back, and that's totally fine. But yeah, it's, because I've taken such pains to make sure that my mod team are exactly who I want and need them to be, it means I can trust them with that kind of shit. So like, when we started having the conversation about Subfest, I posted up like a draft of what I thought, hey, this could be interesting. And, you know, I got back the same list with a bunch of red modifications everywhere because they felt like things weren't quite where they should be and they wanted to take this out and they wanted to add this in, and then I agreed with a lot of it, but I disagreed with some of it. So I did another shuffle around, and then people are kind of giving feedback on little individual bits and pieces, and in the end, we get a really well-rounded milestone list of, you know, this is the shit Via's gonna put herself through if she succeeds at Subfest. Like, it's amazing. I love my team, and they're just absolutely incredible, and I could not do what I do without them. No way in hell. No way in hell. If I could pay them, I would. Obviously, if I did pay them, they would be obligated to turn up, and I know that some people don't want that. Some people want to be there for the fun of it, and they want to be able to not be there without having to let me know ahead of time. And that's perfectly fine. But yeah, if I could pay them, I absolutely would. Ooh, 30! Brilliant. Okay. I believe I can fly. Yes! Mount training. Alright. Oh, because it wants me to... Where is the wyvern's tail? I don't know where that is, but let's go this way. This is stuff inside the normal inflation. Well, but it's not normal if you make that big kind of jump, though. That's the thing. If all of a sudden the staff aren't getting tips, that's not normal inflation, that's an adjustment in price due to a legal change, which is fair, which is totally understandable, and that's how it should work. Like, depending on where the restaurant's profit margins sit. And this is the thing. If their profit margins are already really large, they can just cover the increase in wages and be fine, then their prices won't change. But if they do change and it becomes so expensive that a lot of people can't go there anymore, they will see their profits dip, and their profit margin won't stay the same, it'll shrink. It may be like, so let's say their profit margin is 50%. I know I'm pulling numbers out of my ass, but let's say the profit margin is 50%, and by raising the wages, it'd go to 10%, like jump 10%, so you got 40% profit margin. 40% is still pretty good. If they had 50 and they decided to keep the 50% and let the food absorb the cost, absorb the 10%, if all of their prices are now higher, that fewer people come, that could drop it down to 30 instead of the 40. So it could have been better for but they won't know that unless they like get proper people in to assess all that, which costs money as well and all that. So I would love to see how the dining culture in America would shift if that happened, and some restaurants absorbed the cost, some restaurants passed it on to the consumer. I would find that fascinating as hell. Marvel, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome back. How are you going? How was your stream? Hello. I'm mostly there, so someone with the sword is there. I think VIP badge solves a lot of those things. It can, yeah, it absolutely can, for sure. Giving VIP to your friends because it's like, yeah, I know that person IRL and stuff. 100%, I agree. It can still... Because VIP obviously doesn't let them ban people, time them out, etc, etc. But it does let them do things like get around the auto mod filters. So if for example you had a significant other who decided to go off on a person for saying something inappropriate, and they weren't those messages weren't able to be filtered out preemptively by automod, that would cause some it could cause some very difficult conversations depending on the vibe of your stream and what this SO has said and all that kind of, like, I can just imagine some of the things that some of my past relationships could have said that I would, if anyone had said that at all, including those people, I absolutely would have deleted those messages, if not timed them out to let them go fucking take a walk, and chill the fuck out. But having a VIP badge lets them get around those filters. But then again, a significant other should understand, if you are running it like a business, they should be able to understand that and respect your decisions. But, you know, it's an interesting thing though, hey? It's interesting. Aylin, Pauls, and She, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. Hello, Sten, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Doing a whole buttload of leveling, as per usual. Surprising nobody. How are you going today? I hope you're well. I'm gonna jump into leveling your pally. What conversation? Possibly the talks about how important a moderation team is for a streamer, and not just how important having that team is, but ensuring that the right people are on that team. That might have been. It was either that or a conversation about tipping culture in America. We've kind of been going back and forth on those two a little bit. I know they're very different, but look, welcome to Twitch chat, I guess, eh? I am currently leveling a paladin, yes. She just hit 30, so she's gonna go get some bonus flight. Flying ding, yes. Hello, Sharon, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Thought I'd say hi to you too. Hello to you too. Got the rats to get rid of it. Well done, congrats. That's wonderful news. How's it going? Yeah, not too bad. Just hit 30 on a paladin. Heading to Orgrimmar to get, well, I'm probably gonna have to switch to Fia to send gold, but I'm getting flying. As well as fast ground speed mount, because apparently I forgot to get that, but that's fine. That's fine. We love our mods, we do. Very different, also very connected in chat, always. Everything is connected. Yeah, that's it. That's it, slowly working, getting a bunch of ults to 30 this weekend. Well done, Kay, nice work. Nicely work, good job, Fia. Good job. Good job. Words hard. Words very hard. Words infinitely difficult. Have to ask, why 50 tunes? What's the most of one class you have? So first question first, why 50 tunes? 50 was the maximum number of characters you could have on a single World of Warcraft account. Now that number is 60, but I'm not sure that I can actually meet 60. I'm not sure I can do that by my deadline, so I'm still calling it 50, and any extra characters I get to 60 above 50 tunes are just going to be bonus characters. You know, like 102%, that kind of completion rate. Yep. So, and I'm working on bonus tunes at the moment because like I'm 48 out of 50. 49 will be an evoker, and 50 is also going to be an evoker. So I'm working on the remaining bonus tunes now. And the most of one class I have, now that when I had 50, I had 4 of everything, but a bonus mage and a bonus druid. So I had 5 mages and 5 druids and 4 of everything else. Because those are like, my mage is my main, and druids are just, I love that they can just kind of swoop in and grab things and swoop out again. So that's why I had those ones. Oh no, I don't need extra gold until level 40, perfect. Can I not just hearth back? I guess not. But now it's a little bit different. If you type into chat exclamation 50 60's, so FIFTY 60S, it'll give you my spreadsheet, my leveling spreadsheet. I love my spreadsheets. It just, they work for me. But in there I have a couple of cells that have like formulas in them so that they can count automatically how many of each class, how many of each race, how many of each faction, how many of each covenant, all that kind of stuff that I have. So I could try to keep them as even as possible. I grabbed, I think I'm at 6 hunters and 6 paladins at the moment. So there's a couple at 6, a bunch at 5, a small handful at 4, and then evokers at 2. When I'm able to make my evokers, there'll be 2 of them. One on each of my servers that I play on. The reason I've gone so wonky rather than having them as even as possible like I did before is because I was trying to improve my balance across plate, mail, leather, and cloth. I needed extra plate wearers. I also had, I wanted to get my 2 extra paladins because I was missing 2 of the paladin race mounts. Because each paladin race has its own unique pally mount, and they count towards your collections. So I wanted to, like, there were 2 I was missing. I wanted to get them, so I did. And then the extra hunter is because I was a bit short on mail wearers, and I prefer hunter to shaman personally. So yeah, that's why that's unbalanced. But yeah, I'm getting it. It's a lot of math. I know it's a lot of math, but it works.
By the Sunwell.
It works. Oh my goodness, Slane! Thank you so much for the resub. 5 months. Holy cow. Holy cow, that's amazing. I hope you're doing super well today. Aw, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for support. Thank you for your support, and thank you so much for the kind words. I'm doing all right. I hope you can say the same. And thank you so much, Kay, for dropping that link. I tried to mage again this week. I just, for the love of me, can't get my head around doing enough damage to kill stuff before it gets to me, because when stuff gets to me, it's an almost instant death. Especially if you kind of suck at blink. When trying to get out of trouble, you keep blinking straight into more mobs. They wasting my druid, paladin, shaman, hunters, and clothy for collection purposes. That's really interesting. Try a warlock. Warlocks have pets. The pets tank for you. In terms of clothies. Yeah, that's really interesting. Almost instant death sounds wrong. It sounds like you're pulling too many mobs at once. It might be that what you're doing, if you're using Phoenix Flames, it might, because Phoenix Flames splashes to other mobs. So if something's running to you through other mobs and then it splashes at the wrong time, it can pull more and come to you. Same thing with Fire Blast, it spreads your ignite around. So if it's running towards you through something and then you spread, they'll all catch fire and all come at you. Insta-death doesn't, like, even when I'm pulling stuff, if I pull 1 or 2 things at a time, even if they get to me, it still takes them a good 15-20 seconds to kill me. Instant death sounds like either, yeah, you're pulling too much, your gear is shit, like maybe looking into investing in some heirlooms might be a good idea. But yeah, that's interesting. I think you're getting me a warlock falling back on their pets will help for sure. It's not mages are hard, so I suck up being one too used to run into stuff because I can handle it. Right, okay. Yeah, but I mean, look, it's just like how every single class has a slightly different way of playing. Clothies and casters in general are usually designed to stand the fuck back and pull just a couple things at a time, unless you have the crowd control ability to nuke them all down before they can reach you. But yeah, no, it's that's really odd. Really odd. Protostar, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for joining us. Warlocks are fun. I agree. They're good fun. It's a good explanation. I like the sheet. It had us pretty for tunes back in Cato for what was needed for raids. And constantly delete and remake classes for what we needed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Shari. Far out. But yeah, no, we've got a follower emote for Fiamma sheets. It's a spreadsheet heart because we love our spreadsheets here. Mystic, hello. Thank you for the resub. 6 months. Oh my goodness. Enjoy your new sub badge. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great day. You too. Excited for Dragonflight? Of course. Of course. I mean, I am able to patiently await because I have far too much leveling to do before it hits. But I'm just trying to get as much done as I can before it gets here. So we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Hope you're excited though. Thank you, Erica, for demonstrating. Hello, Larook. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a fantastic day today. First time watching, hope you're well. I am. I hope you can say the same. Got a character to max for the first time ever. Well done. Congratulations. There's loads of fun. Any advice to trying raids for the first time? Ooh, good question. LFR is a good place to start. There's a lot of people who will bitch and moan about the toxicity in LFR, but there isn't that much toxicity. It's more that 1 or 2 people will make everyone else have a bad experience. LFR is a really good place to learn your mechanics and things like that, because the things that are there won't kill you if they hit you once, kind of thing. and the things that aren't there you don't have to worry about. So you can kind of do LFR, learn those mechanics, figure out how to dodge them, kill the boss, and then when you step into normal, those mechanics you've learned will ramp up in difficulty, but you've already learned how to deal with those, and you can focus on the couple of new ones that have been introduced, if that makes sense. There are people in LFR who are like mythic raiders, heroic raiders, who are expecting every single person in the group to know as much as they do. But that's just not going to be the case. It's impossible for that to be the case. So definitely have a read of your... so Shift J is the default key binding. You might have changed that, but give it a crack anyway. I can't show you because I'm on I'm a lot of level 32 at the moment, but you'll have like a Dungeons tab and a Raids tab. If you hit your Raids tab and then choose the raid you're going to go into, it has your bosses down the left-hand side and a bunch of tabs down the bottom here, one of which says abilities. You can click on that and you can read through everything the boss will do, what it will do, how it will affect your character, how much damage it does, if it, you know, all that kind of stuff. You can have a read of that and sort of get a general gist for what you have to look out for, and then the first time you see it you can go, oh, that's that thing I read about, and then learn how to deal with it. But raiding is not super scary. Raiding, it feels a little scary because you're in there with a ton of players, especially if you've leveled to max alone, like without doing dungeons and stuff. It can be quite confronting to have 24 other people in a group with you, all humans with their own thoughts and feelings. Hello. Yay! Thank you. I like drinks. How was work?
Yeah,
Awesome. I hit level 30, so I have really slow flying. It's nice. Then the other suggestion I would have is, if that's still a bit much for you and it's still a little bit uncomfortable, or maybe you have a bad experience in LFR. Look, it happens. You know, it happens to all of us. We've all had positive and negative experiences with all sorts of aspects of the game. There is a Discord community that I recommend to anyone who'll listen, basically. It's called Perky Pugs. You can probably find them by Googling. And they are a community designed for pugging, for finding groups of like-minded players to do content with. And a lot of the time they will do like a weekly raid that you can join in, and they'll do like learning raids. So everyone there'll be a couple of people running the raid that know what they're doing. Everyone else is just like you and learning for the first, second or third time kind of thing. And they're all like, they've got some really strict rules in their community. Like, you can't like ask for certain gear levels. Like, it's designed to be new player friendly, essentially. So that's, definitely something I would recommend checking out if LFR just doesn't quite cut it for you. I know that's a lot of information. Feel free to you should be able to like jump onto the VOD and kind of scrub back and like re-listen to the advice and all that kind of stuff. I did talk a lot. I do that. I rant a fair bit. But hopefully that helps, and to anyone who was wondering the same thing who's lurking, I hope that helps you as well. It is a bit of a scary step going from like playing mostly by yourself to stepping into a raiding environment for the first time. But look, once we hit Dragonflight, once we level up to 70 and we start doing the raids in Dragonflight for the first time, you're going to be in the same boat with literally everyone else. Nobody is going to have done those fights before, and so it's a good kind of, level playing field. Level playing field. I think you'll hit your 50/50s. It is 50/60s, but yeah, I'm in the clear for that. Totally done. Once Evoker's launch, all I have to do is level my 2 Evokers to 60, and I'm done. Finished. What I'm currently working on is bonus tunes, because they've given us an extra 10 character slots. I'm not making it a new goal for 60/60s because I don't think I'll get there. But I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna get as many as I possibly can, and just see where we go. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. So if you collect mounts, what are you up to currently? 688 last time I checked. 688 mounts, and that's account wide, not just on one character. So when I do this, it has a different number, because that's the number of usable mounts on this character. There's a bunch of mounts that are horde only, there's a bunch of mounts you need a covenant to be able to use, and I'm level 30 so I don't have any covenants. There's all that kind of stuff. So yeah, 688 is my total count at the moment, which is still not too bad. I reckon that's pretty good. If you play in EU, which is in learning communities, amazing. Been seeing toxicity on the fire unless the party wipes like 2-3 times. Oh yeah, for sure, but it does still happen occasionally. But look, there are very easy ways of dealing with it, mostly /ignore. I found out LFR can be super fun as long as there's one person keeping the energy positive. Oh hell yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I love LFR. Like, occasionally you'll have people complaining about how someone's not doing enough DPS, and it's like, really? This is literally a learning space. Like, when this is the other thing, you may have amazing DPS, but while you're focusing on learning mechanics, your DPS will drop because you're not concentrating on it as much, and that's normal and natural. So when people see that, they get a bit shitty. Sometimes. Not everyone, obviously. It's a very, honestly, the players like that are a very, very small portion of the player base. They're just really loud, and that sucks. I feel I am ready for Dragonflight. I still have some tunes to level, they're getting there, and also again leveling my pets. 684 at maximum. Well done, Slane. That's amazing work. Holy cow, you're smashing it. Good job. Keep it up. Do you know if Pokepugs are also on the EU region? I believe they had... hang on a second. Let me just open Discord, because I usually close it while I'm streaming, because it's not really awfully useful to me. They used to have a thing saying we are not EU, we can't run EU, but I think they did a different... There's something. Give me... welcome. Where's the welcome channel? That should help. Oh, no. Maybe info. It's rules, so it's technically... Okay. Cross-realm community. They cover other games, but I don't know if they... LFG rules. Alright. Warcraft LFG groups are for North American and Oceanic realms only. So they are still NAOC only. I'm just... I remember seeing something about EU groups somewhere. No, they don't have... I remember seeing a list somewhere of like similar EU communities, but I can't find it in Pokepug, so it must have been somewhere else that I saw it. And my memory is trash, but Mystic did say earlier that there were a handful of EU like learning communities that they knew of. So they are out there, I just don't know what they are because I don't play on EU, so I don't have like my connections with those communities, unfortunately. But yeah, they do. They're absolutely out there.
Make no mistake.
Totally fine, Peanut. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. I don't know any of this. Super grateful for all this advice. We'll take it all into account. Unfortunately, I'm in OCE. Can't take up the help offer. Use all of this advice. I'm not sure it'll be super helpful. So, Liruk, the Pokepugs community is North America and Oceanic are the same region. Always have been. I'm not going to say always will be, because who knows what Blizzard will do in future, but North America and Oceanic have always been the same region since the start of the vanilla beta. There have been some shifts over time, but they're the same region. Same region. So if there is someone saying North America only, it applies to you too. Because you are technically a part of the North American / Oceanic region. So Perky Bugs is NAOC. So as an OCE player, you can take advantage of that. So hitting the goal. Thank you, Mystic. Yeah, we are technically 48 out of 50. Technically. But that is just because I'm waiting for the evokers to become available. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Afternoon, Jazz. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. DPS was bad and LFR was killed by dropping in the hole after Pillows popped. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, excuse me. EU friend, yeah, I would recommend communities if you need help finding them. Fantastic. Fantastic, thank you for checking. You're very welcome, Slain. Pretty darn good. A lift after BFA launch was always chasing mounts, especially if it was rare. So we used to do, before I went gung-ho on the leveling, we used to do Mount Farm Monday. Every Monday, unless something else came up, Monday was Mount Farming Day. And I am hoping to return to that in only like a month or so. Because I know we'll have Dragonflight, but there's going to be only so much I can do in Dragonflight. You know, there are only so many bits and bobs, and one of those things you can do is Mount Farm. So I'm hoping that sooner rather than later I'll be able to shift towards Mount Farm Monday on, are you kidding me? I'm going to Ashran now. Oh my god. Sooner rather than later, but we'll see. We'll see. Stay tuned. Hello, Crastinator Pro. We don't have a drop command, but I'm assuming you're looking for information about the drops. They won't start until the 15th. 15th of November, America time, which means 9 a.m. on November 16th in Brisbane, 10 a.m. on November 16th in Melbourne and Sydney. I don't know about the other Australian time zones because I'm shit at math. Well, I'm not, but I'm bad at time zone calculating. But that should help from there. I don't have a drop command though. Didn't think I needed one. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Sometimes just need a fear pep talker. Better take any recommendation for someone who is new to reading and is willing to learn. Are you going to be doing Evokers Wednesday? Yes. Yes. Bless you. Thank you, Mara. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Not going to lie. Weapon made me think I was a warrior because I forgot that Taurens can be paladins. They can. They can. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Well, look, okay. I am primarily a collector. This is primarily a collecting stream. I do occasionally raid. I do occasionally do Mythic Plus. I do very occasionally do some PvP. But all of the time, it's all in the name of collecting. Always. Always. More gear helps my, going and raiding helps me get more gear. Helps me get the achievements associated with raiding, all that kind of stuff. And the more gear helps me do other outdoor collecting related goodies. Like it's all connected. But no, I'm a completionist. Completing WoW is an impossible task, I'm sure, but I'm gonna give it a red hot go. So that's what we do here. That's what we do here. That's what the leveling is for. The leveling is to enable my completionism bullshit. Thanks. You're very welcome, Crastinator. If you want any other information on the drops, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have, and or direct you to the Blizzard posts, because I know as much as everyone else does. No inside information here, unfortunately. More PvP. Yep, that's it. No. Collects mounts, items, levels, followers, sponsors, everything. Look, I'm trying. I'm trying. I want to become a full-time content creator. For people who don't understand that reference, I achieved partner just less than a year and a half ago, and I would like to be full-time fear is the meme, the joke. But I'd like to become a full-time content creator, and to do that, I need to get sponsors and all that kind of stuff. So if you want to help me with that, if you think that sounds like a fantastic idea, an actual full-time creator who focuses on collections, chuck me a follow here and on all the socials, because social media is where we find the sponsors, legitimately. Growing that following means everything. And of course, telling your friends, making sure you leave up a lurk on the stream if you're unable to be here for a day, that kind of thing. All of that free stuff that you can do for totally free helps streamers with their stuff, for sure. I'm gonna get that happy brain sound. Yes. How many achievement points do you have? Good question. Because what I've got on this toon won't be reflective of what I have on. Why do I have more on here than I have on Fear? Let me refresh my main. I think I missed something. Because this one says 33,155. But Fear says 33,125. So I'm just refreshing that because that was like almost a week ago. That's interesting. Maybe there's something Data for Azeroth doesn't track properly. I think I have more than that on my main, but yeah, 33,155. Close enough. Close enough. 33k. I'm alright with that number for now. It's not enough, but we'll get there. For now,
Everything has a price.
I am going to make this in my home because I need to come back here to get fast flying later. I just showed Kingslayer's ATT. You did not. Really? You have infected another Jack. Did you not understand what quarantine meant? I'm kidding. Well done. How do they feel about this? How do they feel about ATT? Full-time Fear. That's it. That's it. Thank you, Mara, for dropping the socials link. Dungeon Dojo is a good one. Quick Server has some helpful people as well. Also, Slain, feel free to add me on Battle.net if you're EU-based as well. Awesome. Really want to level a Tauren Rogue. Have no need for another Rogue. Look, need? What is need? Do you think I need 60 characters? Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Hello, Starchy. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Only one rogue has ever needed to open boxes. Next to nothing completed. Makes me want to cry a little inside. Seeing it for the first time is a really painful feeling, King. But you've got to think of it this way, right? If your percentage is low, that means you have hundreds, if not thousands, of incredibly easy collectibles to go get. And you can just knock them over. And you could jump your percentage multiple percentage points in a day just by going and getting all that easy stuff you've been missing out on. Like, that, like, I wish half the stuff I could get was easy. All of it, it's all stupid hard now. It's all ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. I think there's so many reasons to log in, so many things to get. Yes. 2 meter distance, wash your hands, romance, share ATT with your friends. Yep, that's it. That's it. That's it. I need 100 tunes. Blizz disagrees. Look, that is a lot of data. What is that arrow you were using on the left side of the screen? The one that says Zygo? This one is called Zygo. So you can type exclamation Zygo into chat to get a link. It is an affiliate link. However, I don't make money from it. Every time, like for every person who has an active subscription, I get $1 off my subscription. Yes, there is a payment thing to it, but let me explain. The add-on is free. The free add-on comes with a handful of guides to let you sort of test it out, get a feel for it, understand if it's the right add-on for you. If you think that it is, you can pay a monthly subscription fee to unlock a bunch of other guides. Like, it's like a premium version as opposed to free. Yeah? Cool. Brilliant. So that's how that works. They sell the additional guides that plug into the free Zygo add-on if you want to. It's great for leveling. I use it every time I level tunes except for my main. My very first tune going through a brand new expansion, I go in completely unawares and I read all the quests and I do all the things and I explore and it's great. Every other tune, all 59 of them, I have several characters. The rest of them get leveled with Zygo, but they don't just have Zygo. They don't just have what's-its. So they've got obviously leveling guides through everything. You've got dungeon guides. The dungeon guides are also really handy for like finding your way there. You can load up a guide for a dungeon anywhere in the world and it'll tell you the fastest way for that character to get there if you can't queue for it. It's got raid guides, so it directs you through the floor, like where to go, and then it gives you some hints and tips for each boss as well. There are optimized dailies paths, so if you're trying to go back and earn some old rewards, it says pick up all these and do them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then go back and hand them all in. So optimized routes. You've got things like events, so for Hallow's End, which is just finished, it's a pump, like the candy buckets. Every candy bucket in the game, optimized route. Same thing for bonfires for Midsummer, Elders for Lunar Festival, you get the picture. Reputation guides, profession guides for leveling 1 to whatever we're up to. Some pets and mounts, not all of them, hunter pets and battle pets, as well as mounts and the whole battle pet quest chain that you can do, titles, achievements, you can set favorites, and then the reason I skipped over gold is because it's a different UI. The gold what the hell did I just do? Oh, good. So the gold farming stuff, you can go through farming, gathering, crafting, and you can also like look at auctions, like how much something costs, how much it reckons you can sell it for, and then profit. It gets data from online, like you've got to have the client installed. But so for the farming and the gathering, it gives you an optimized route to go and actually, I don't have either of the gathering versions, so it's not going to show me those, but it'll give you an optimized route for actually farming those. Zygo is an all-in-one guide add-on. It's fucking massive. If you are just looking for leveling, there are options out there that do not have a premium subscription, but they're not as good. Understandably, right? If you get something for free, chances are it's not going to be as good as someone who's actually being paid to optimize this stuff. One of the ones I've heard spoken about a lot is Azeroth Autopilot. It's referred to a lot as AAP. So AAP is designed for speed leveling though. So you don't get to choose where, like with Zygor, you could pick, what am I doing? This one. For Zygor, you can kind of choose, okay, well, I'm missing this zone for Lawemaster. Let's go do that to level in, and then go through there and actually use the Zygor guide to level there. Azeroth Autopilot is like, nope, this is the optimal route. This is how you level fastest. This is the route you get. And so it's one leveling route. And then you want to do another toon, you get the same leveling route. Another toon, same leveling route. With Zygor, you can chop and change because it has all of that included. So but Azeroth Autopilot, because it's the optimal, you don't have to wonder about, is this actually efficient? Am I wasting my time with this? Is this the best place to level, etc., etc.? Because AAP, that's the only option, is the best one. So it really depends on what exactly you're looking for, but those are the two big ones that I usually talk. I've never used Azeroth Autopilot myself. I've been using Zygor for over a decade, so that's kind of my go-to because I know it, I trust it, it's there. But I've heard a lot of really good things about Azeroth Autopilot as well, so those are probably the two that I sort of talk about when people ask for recommendations. Yeah, that was a lot of information. Enjoy. Pulse, meaty Paul, congratulations to all of you on your ship, well done! Let's go this way. She was camping Poland, so she's probably going to catch it at some point anyway. Yeah, look, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This is a great way of thinking about it. Zygo, thank you. Just FYI, ad banner covers the bottom of Zygo while up my ad banner. Oh, yeah, no, I know that. No, I know that. It's because there's not many other places I can, like, I've got a few too many things on my screen. I need to cull it back a little bit. Need to do me a little bit of a redesign. I was planning on doing something around Dragonflight, but I don't know that I'm gonna have time because I don't have time to do anything these days. It's fucking bonkers. But look, that's okay. It is what it is. Cool. So let's click this one. Brilliant. You're very welcome, Crastinator. Not a problem at all. Add-on that says Zygo is called Zygo. Look, look. My brain is mush at the moment. Don't look. Now the notes of the enthusiasm shown by fear is making me want to resub to WoW. I'm kind of scared about how long it's been since I've been subbed to WoW. So are you scared of resubbing because you feel like you'll fall down a pit again? Or are you scared of resubbing for some other reason? Curious, Nilla. Curious. Best time to jump back in is now or after reset. Yeah, it's look, right now is a great time to rejoin. However, because of all of the catch-up mechanics and stuff we've had lately, almost any time recently has been a great time to get back into it. But, excuse me, that being said, there are a lot of good reasons to not play WoW as well. Especially if you have other things that need attention in your life at the moment. Like, WoW does take time. You can definitely play it super casually, but if you have been a hardcore player in the past, you may not find it enough for you to play casually, and so you might find it sucking things away from other things, sucking time away from other things in your life, which, you know, is getting close to the definition of an addiction. And I'm not ever going to be one who encourages an addiction, because it's just not okay. So, like, yeah, if it's not right for you, that's okay. You can live vicariously through me. I'm happy for you to do that. And I'm certain that the game will be here waiting for you if, at some point in the future, you feel comfortable with having enough time to play. Followed the guide to Oblivion. I've done that a few times, yeah. I've been so concentrated on following the Arrow of Destiny that I've not realized that I was supposed to be using an item on their corpses and stuff. Yeah, it happens like a lot. Like a lot. I was gonna say you push the magic button and push him in the secret unicorn. Yeah, probably. Look, you're not wrong. I break lots of stuff, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Oh good, I'm glad. I'm really glad it made sense to you, Crass, because I was thinking to myself, like, am I talking too much? Probably, that's fine. But hopefully there was a bit of info in there that was, like, useful to your particular situation. Choose not how many X-Packs I need to get before Dragonflight. None, Nilla. All expansions other than the current one are included in your monthly sub, and as of now, Dragonflight is technically the current expansion. You do not need to purchase Shadowlands to play. You can pay your monthly sub, you can play for a couple of weeks and see if you're still enjoying yourself, and then if you decide you are, you can purchase Dragonflight and you'll be completely up to date. Yes. How do y'all feel about the new default UI? I still haven't used it. I used it early on in alpha, but there were a lot of things missing when I was trying. And every time they included something new, I was trying it out. I'm like, this is cool, but it's still missing something. And then they'd add that something, and then it's still cool, but this is missing. So I haven't used it in its current iteration, just because I've been too busy with trying to get leveling done, rather than sitting there for 6 hours to figure it out. But from the handful of people who play like I play, who have told me that the base UI doesn't give them everything that they needed, I have a sneaking suspicion that it won't give me everything that I need, which is really unfortunate, because I was hoping to ditch LVY because it is a really chunky add-on. Like a really chunky add-on. I was hoping to get rid of that load screen buffer, you know, but it looks like I may not be that lucky, unfortunately. How do you feel about it? I need to take time to work on my UI and try and clear stuff out. Use default if possible. Yeah, I'm the same. I need to, even if I don't uninstall them just yet, I need to like disable them and take note of what I'm disabling, so that if I really find myself struggling without something, I can just re-enable it and not have to change settings around and things. And then after a few months, just ditch whatever I haven't used in a few months. Cause yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's a long windy dark rabbit hole. I can easily spend hours playing WoW. Oh, I am aware. I spend 24 hours a week streaming the damn thing. So I know. And I could spend a lot more time playing, but that time unfortunately has to be spent doing other things. So I feel ya. But it's a matter of whether or not you can not do that by willpower. Like, you can spend 12 hours a day playing, but if you can't afford to do that, can you stop yourself from doing it? That's the difference between I enjoy this thing a lot and I'm addicted to this thing. That's a big difference. Sure not to spend more than 20 hours a day in WoW. Looks at my schedule for Dragonflight launch. Yeah. It's gonna be great.
It is a good
What would you personally say is the best achievement to prioritize before Dragonflight, mount title, etc.? That really depends on what's valuable to you, Coin. I'm not prioritizing any achievements. Not achievements. My priority is leveling, for example. I want to get all the toons up to as high as I possibly can before February, but ideally before Dragonflight, so I don't have to level low-level toons while Dragonflight is here, you know? So that's my goal. But that doesn't mean it's going to be the best role for everybody else. Some people don't give a shit. Some people already have the rocket. And I'm very happy for them. Specifically, the particular member of this community who got it this year. Yes. Anyway. No, I genuinely am. I like to put it, it's an inside joke. It's fine. We're good. But no, so it really truly depends on what you as a player value. I think there's 1 or 2 things that are going away, like they're disappearing, no longer obtainable once Dragonflight launches. And there's a Blizzard blog post about those items, so I'd recommend checking that out and seeing if there's anything you really want that you can go get before they disappear. Beyond that, it's just whatever you enjoy, whatever you have fun doing. Excuse me. Hello, Go, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Wow, DTalks.com used to be the best site for people that struggle. Oh wow, that's amazing. I'm so pleased. I mean, look, part of me knew that there would be a support community for that, but that's so cool that there's like a legitimate, or was a legitimate place for people to like find others who understood intimately what that was all about. But yeah, look, there's like, when I'm sitting there doing behind the scenes stream stuff, or if I'm at work, or if I'm going out for some food or whatever it happens to be, I don't have this itching feeling in my mind that says, I want to play WoW, I should go home and play WoW. I don't get that. I don't have that need to log in when I'm doing other things. If you find that you're doing other things that are usually fun for you, you know, spending time with friends or loved ones or whatever it happens to be, if you're doing fun stuff and thinking about what you're doing next in WoW, or feeling like you need to go home to play WoW, I've got some bad news for you. That may potentially be like early stages of an addiction, but good news, addiction is a well-documented human condition. Very well documented, and because it's so well documented, well studied, well handled by, you know, almost all, I'm not going to say everyone, I'm not going to generalize that much, but almost all human beings have had some kind of addiction at some point in their lives. Because it is so prolific, we know a lot about it, and we know a lot about how to help break those cycles as well. So like, if you are feeling like you can't survive without the game, or if you're feeling an itch or like a physical need to play not just WoW but any video game, or ingest a substance, or take part in an activity, those are signs of addiction, and there is help out there. And in most places it's pretty easily accessible too, which is fantastic. I might have went crazy with the WoW sub. Was on 6-month plan, splashed out for the year. Mouse now sub till April 2024. Also got 6 WoW tokens to send that further. Well done, Slain. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. I'm my 6 monthly was due to renew in December. So I did the 12-month because I wanted the bonuses, and because I know I'm going to be playing 12 months from now unless something very disastrous happens. It would take a lot to sort of to change that. So yeah, I went and splurged on that. But it's still, I'm only subbed until December 2023. So like that's dedicated. October 2024. Go you, far out. Far out. Over here. I like that my load screen is 5 seconds shorter. I would like to achieve that. I don't know that I can, but I would like to try. I would very much like to try. This is exactly it. Slowly remove, go from there. Yeah, don't see me ditching LVY though. Those are some things I'm just so very used to. There are a lot of really cool functionalities with LVY that the base just doesn't cover. things like being able to check all my gold on all my toons from one place, for example, I don't think that's something that's available in the base UI, and I'm not sure if there is another add-on out there that can do that for me, you know? Like, it's, yeah. I feel like I'm missing too much. It's so close to being what I need, but sadly LVUI is my go-to. Yeah. So many quality of life things LVUI has, I wish was in the base UI. Agreed. And I would love, I am sure that there is probably a wish list forum thread somewhere about things people want to see in the base UI that aren't there yet. Like, hey, I have this add-on that does this, but I really wish you could include it. And hopefully, like, I hope there's one on the US servers that I can contribute to, but I would love to jump on there and be like, I want to ditch LVUI, but I feel like I can't because of function X. And hopefully if enough people express that desire, then maybe they'll add function X to the base UI, you know? But I know adjusting the base UI is a big change, so we'll see, right? We'll see. But it might, like, failing that, it might be nice if we could share with each other, like, I'm not sure, like, I'm trying to think where in the Discord we could put it, but I feel like it might clutter things or get too messy or something. But I would rather not add another channel if I don't have to. Maybe we should start a thread on the Warcraft channel of, like, teeny tiny add-ons people have found to replace single elements of LVUI or bartender or whatever other UI things. Maybe that might be something useful. Because then we can share that with each other, and who knows, maybe I can find 7 tiny add-ons that cover everything I missed from LVUI, and so I can get rid of LVUI and replace it with 7 tiny add-ons, you know? Yes, it expands the list, but it doesn't expand it shrinks the memory usage, you know? I mean, it's enjoyable for me, sure, and yes, I have will, self-control, to not play during my paid work hours. Brilliant. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, look, I mean, only you yourself are gonna know if you are having, if you are fighting with yourself about resubbing, have a think about why you want to and why you don't want to. Even if you making a pros and cons list, you know, going through and kind of actually getting that stuff on paper as to why you do and why you don't might help you make a decision. But if you are struggling with that decision, chances are there's probably a good reason why. And that's okay. I'm never, ever, ever going to judge people here for not playing. We've got so many members of the community who don't play. Maybe they used to, maybe they've never played before, but like, they're still here, and that's what's important, you know? Having this amazing community. Love Rocket. They've renamed it to Heartbreaker. As of last year, it's now the X45 Heartbreaker, FYI. Still trying to get Headless Mount up to 400 attempts. Oh my goodness. That's right, next year, 2023 is your year, Handle. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. My annoying thing with LVUI is I had to use Benki UI, Nuts and Bolts, and a few others. It was really annoying to have to go through 3 install scripts which I log into a different character. Why did you feel you had to use what did they do that LVUI didn't? Out of curiosity. There's people called buttheads. I'd be a bit addicted to WoW if my PC was better. Oh goodness. I'm okay with having a WoW addiction, seriously, money, not going out spending money. Very fair. But look, there is, I think the term addiction is misused a whole lot as well. Like I play 24 hours a week minimum. Minimum, right? If I had my way, I'd play a hell of a lot more than that. Look at what I'm doing for launch. I'm taking 2 weeks off work to play a video game. Probably 12 plus hours a day for 14 days. A lot of people would look at that and think addiction. But it's not an addiction unless it meets very specific diagnostic criteria. Like, it has to actually have an effect on this thing and do that and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's not an addiction if you just play a lot and enjoy it. There's a big difference. Keep that in mind when we talk about this kind of stuff. Addiction is a clinical, like, it's just diagnosis. It is a clinical diagnosis. There are checkboxes that must be ticked for it to actually be an addiction. So heartbreaking that is. I used to have to set limits for my. Yeah, those people are buttheads, I agree. Tee-hee. I used to have to set limits for myself playing WoW with the in-game timers. Totally reasonable. You were using the tools available to you to control your play in a way that was beneficial to your life, and that's amazing. That's really awesome. Planning to pick up the 12-month sub when I get paid next week. Yes! Amazing. Mentioned no names. 6 months was paid a few days before. Oh no! Your answer was sorry, but it can't be changed. I mean, yeah, look, it's kind of like it'll be in the terms and conditions. Like, it will be in there, just like it is with all, like, the retail places. Some retail stores will have a rule, like, if you purchase this 72 hours prior to a sale going up, then we will price match and give you a gift card for the balance. But very few places actually do it.
Prepare.
Tomcat, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. How are you going? Hope your stream went wonderfully well. We just dinged 33. It was 33. Goodness. For those of you who may not have been here before, I'm Fia. It is lovely to meet you. I am currently leveling some bonus tunes for my 50-60's challenge. My 49 and 50 for my 50-60's will be evokers, and of course I can't do those yet. So we are working on the bonus. The 10 slots that Blizzard so generously granted us extra. I'm working on getting those ones as close as I can to 60, even if not to 60, as close as we can. How is your stream, Tom? Hope you're doing well. I'm a little bit behind on chat at the moment, but I am catching. But yeah, there's with the changing things because you bought it prior to the sale, prior to the announcement of a sale. A lot of retail stores are exactly the same terms and conditions saying nope. And even like Australia has phenomenal consumer protections in terms of that kind of stuff, but even we don't have a rule that says you have to honor changes and stuff before then. And America, well, look. So yeah, they're likely under no obligation to do that legally. Be nice, but they don't have to. See the emails with playtime report from Return on Wrath. Oh my goodness, there you go. That's kind of funky. Hello DK, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. I do have an add-on list. It is under exclamation add-on. Add-ons. Thank you, Zam. Zam has dropped it there for you. I am planning on updating that before Dragonflight hits, but it is still mostly correct. There are a couple of extra ones that I've started using that aren't on the list, but they're minor, like very, very small things that I don't use very often. All my big ones are on that list. I think Ultra List should be got on your tunes, but I could be wrong. Yeah, but it's not as easy as a mouse over. That's the thing. You gotta kind of go in there and like scroll through and stuff. It's not, yeah, I really like having it right there. But that's not, it's just the easiest to show thing that I would miss with LVOI. There are a lot of other things that I'm sure, like the ability to move my experience bar, for example, is another one that they don't have in base UI currently. But if I could find a very teeny tiny add-on that would allow me to move that, then hey presto, you know. Got rid of it recently, so satisfying, lovely Peanuts. So glad you were able to. Wonderful news. You can see this from LVOI, seeing health bars of the enemies and targets. That's not. You can't see their health bars in base. Have you just got nameplates turned off, maybe? Shift V, I think, does friendly nameplates, and then Control V is all nameplates. So I usually turn all nameplates on, and then friendly nameplates off, because I don't need to see my friends. All I need to see is what I'm smacking. But yeah, that's definitely there, and that's a base UI command, like key combo, so it should be available in base UI. I was gonna say, could do a thread. Yes, certainly can be helpful. I had them on when I was a teen, had to set limits myself, wouldn't ruin my school and homework and stuff. Now as an adult, I'm better able to manage my time. Perfect, amazing. Make a spreadsheet through Google. Oh yeah, but having everyone contribute to a spreadsheet and stuff is just a little bit, if I can have it like right there, and yeah, that might be a bit easier. People can add like small screenshots and stuff to, you know, here's a screen snip showing precisely what this add-on looks like and stuff. When I recently started using it, it's called Scrap at Vendor's Grays. Zygo does that for me, so I don't need one of those. But yeah, There are a couple that do that, and it's very handy, hey. Loathing of socializing is the one effect of the WoW's created and its mental health management plans, even though I spend a lot of time in game, I feel like it's supportive rather than addictive for you. Exactly, and that's the thing. It's very, very dependent on each user case. Like you can't say if you play more than X hours a week, you are addicted. That's not how it works. Not how it works at all. But yeah. Good afternoon, Dano. Welcome back. How are you going today? Well, I hope you can say the same. How's the plane going? Yeah, I'm there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Gold tracking is an easy one to use. One called Gold Coffer. Oh, I wonder what that looks like. Gold Coffer. No, Google, that's... Jesus Christ. Add-on. Sure, that's fine. I did go and get the WoW up that works with CurseForge, by the way. Very happy about that. Very happy about that. Okay, images. Show me what Gold Copper looks like in-game. Because if this looks like crap, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. Okay, I don't mind the report frame, but the mouse over looks not great. So have you been able to set it up, Aussie, in a way that you can mouse over it and like that and see all your toons gold, or do you still have to click it to get all your toons gold? Because that's the thing. If I have to click something, I can just click Altaholic and it covers far more of my things that I need. I would prefer to have a mouse over that shows far more than that mouse over screenshot does. Different data text than move Blizzard UI windows. Have you seen the XP requirement of this fish made me rethink my life? I have. Well, I saw what happened on beta. And I know that people are assuming that it's going to happen with Phase 2, but I don't think we've seen any blue posts anywhere that say that's actually what's going to happen. So, but then again, we didn't see any blue posts about the extra 10 character slots either, so it's all a bit all over the place. They are doing a lot better with communication this time round, but they are not communicating everything. So, we'll see. But apparently there was someone who did the math that said level up to 41 now, and then beyond 41 after Phase 2 if we get the squish. So, I don't know, that's kind of... I trust somebody else's math over mine, usually, so I'll go with that for now and just see how we go. But if I try to level, I've still got 4 toons to level up from level 10 to 60. And if I left it a week, I definitely wouldn't get there in time. So, I'm doing what I can. Hello, Tom! What is that region you're in? I don't think I've been in there. This is Frostfire Ridge in Warlords of Draenor expansion. This is the Horde starting area. Sorry, I am having difficulty understanding my PC. Today. Oh god, it is so difficult reading that upside down text. Oh my lord. Hello. Hello, yeah, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts on rogues? Weirdly squishy. Weirdly squishy, but that might just be because I'm crap. That might just be me being bad at them. But yeah, weirdly squishy. They feel squishier than a leather wearer probably should. But I don't know. That might just, again, that might be because I'm bad at them. No guarantees that that's actually a thing. Playing them or enjoy playing them. I do have a bunch of them. And they've always been one of my first alts to level. But I think that might be also for a functionality thing because of the like lockboxes and whatnot. Being able to unlock them myself is a lot easier than trying to find somebody to do it for me. But yeah, no, I don't think they're terrible. I don't think they're bad or hate them or anything like that. They just feel kind of weirdly sweet. Like I have to pay more attention when I'm on a rogue and make sure I use that Crimson Vial as often as I can and stuff. But again, might just be because I'm bad. How about you, Ya? Do you enjoy rogues? I've tried that, but it isn't the thing I'm looking for always, and describe it incorrectly. And then what it looks like, sadly. Horde Garrison Ward, Frostfire Ridge, yes! Glad you're doing it. Okay, thank you, Dano. Much appreciated. I don't think it has a mouse over function. I missed it, so it'll be waiting for me. The images on the CurseForge website say it does. It has minimap button, image when button is moused over, and then report frame. Report of your characters and how much gold they have. The mouse over has like left click, show gold, right click, center window, shift left click, hide this button. And then it has 2 servers showing how much gold is on each. And then it says profit loss this session, since yesterday, this week, and then total gold, all servers. And then when you click it, it has a list of all, you would have seen that, all your tunes and all that kind of stuff. But I'd want that list as a mouse over, not as a click. Because if I have to click, I've already got Alcoholic for that. So I don't need another add-on. But yeah, it very heavily depends on whether or not I'm reading that incorrectly. Up to, there's going to be new macro flags in phase 2. It should make the GSE people happy. Or it'll break all the GSE macros that exist. So GSE people don't actually write macros, really. They write it using the language for, oh no, I guess it is. I wonder if it'll break the add-on again and they'll have to fix, because what happens at the moment when you create a GSE macro, when you're here and you hit create, once you like delete an icon and then create the icon, it actually sticks the GSE macro in here, right? So this is the one I'm using at the moment. And you can see how it says ret single right button T, button 3, ret single middle button T. To make it actually function at the moment, you have to go into that first click button 1 ret single and delete where it says left button T. If that left button T is in there, it does not function. It's broken. It does not work in any way. So at the moment, the GSE add-on is actually busted. There's just a really easy workaround. So with the new macro, maybe that's why they haven't bothered pushing a release for this 3 weeks of patch, because they know there's something coming. But yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if it'll make it easier or trickier. I believe the only new macro, I read that headline. There's a new macro function for if a talent is learned, do X or something. But I didn't, all I read was the title. I didn't bother reading any further. Demon Hunters is still my top favorite class to play, which makes me really nervous, especially in coming to a shorter race when having the very late class. And spoilers I can play. Okay, so the new race, Drakthir, can only be Evokers. And the new class, Evokers, can only be Drakthir. End of conversation. That was announced at the launch, like when they announced Dragonflight, and it was like the 1 hour thing. They announced Dragonflight, and then I think they also announced Wrath Classic in the same stream. That was part of the announcement, was that Drakthir and Evokers were mutually exclusive to each other. So I would not consider that a spoiler, considering we got that back in like March, April, and it's got nothing to do with story. That's purely a mechanical thing, but yeah, they can't be anything else. So nothing doesn't affect Dragon Hunters, fuck me, Demon Hunters in the slightest. I'm gonna use the free 60 token on someone, I'm not sure which class at the moment. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Is there anything you've been thinking about playing that you don't know? Like, you can do the class trial as well though, right? Like when you select the boost, it then says like apply to character or create new class trial. When you hit create new class trial, you pick a class, you play it for a bit, and then you get to the end of this like tutorial experience and it says, did you like it? Would you like to use the boost? Press this button. And if you didn't like it, you can back out of that and try a different class trial, and then try that one. And if you liked that one, apply it there, or do a different one. Do you know what I mean? So you can test things out. You don't have to go off the word of randoms on the internet. I promise. You can do it yourself. You can find out if you like them. How good's that? Check out Simple Gold. Drop to picking boss months. Opening Discord twice today. What is even happening? I hate it. It looks so gross. Where is the gold and silver and copper indicators? Come on, make it pretty. Interesting though. Closer to what I would like, but it's ugly as hell. Closer, but I hate it. I know. Look, it's a thing. I'm glad to see WoW finally did what they should have done straight away with negotiating 15 to CF rather than being an ad-blocking bandit stealing parasite. Better late than never. I mean, they weren't an ad-blocking bandit stealing parasite. They just removed CurseForge add-ons from their thing. You just had to get them from other places like Wago and stuff like that. And the other thing was, if an add-on was only on Curse, you couldn't get it through WoW. Negotiations for terms take a bloody long time. They may well have been negotiating this with CurseForge since the moment they announced it, Tom. I think that's an incredibly harsh criticism of people who may have been trying to do this for goddamn months now, and they just can't share it because it's all covered by NDAs and contractual bullshit. Like, fuck. The creators of WoW are creators just like you and me. I don't think shit-talking others in our same community is going to help anything. Just my opinion. New stream setup for this. New stream setup? No, I got the new lights a little while ago, but that's it. That's the only thing that's changed. Welcome in, Jai. Hope you're doing well today. Aelin, Slane, Dono, and Braw, congratulations to you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. Alright. This one. Top one. Any idea how long ago they set this up? No. I didn't know anything about the WoW Up thing until when... What day is it? Friday? Wednesday. I learned about it on Wednesday and after stream went and downloaded it. I don't know how long it's been there since then because I don't... Like, WoW Up never, like, announced it. I never got a thing in my WoW Up client to tell me that that they'd released this new version or anything like that. I think you had to actually go see it for yourself. Although I very well could have missed something. I missed lots of things. But yep. Yeah, I see I avoided the announcements too. Wasn't ignorant of any and all news other than it's a new dragon-based expansion. Oh wow, okay. How do you plan for stuff then? Like, just like I'm not criticizing your methods or anything. I'm really curious. How do you plan your stuff if you know nothing about what you're attempting to plan? Thanks, I hate it. Hello, lambs. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks so much for joining us. Well, don't ever use it to look at alt gold or just like having gold visible outside my bags. Totally fair. And yeah, having gold visible outside of bags is, yeah, no way in hell am I pressing B every time I want to see my gold. If that's a deal breaker. That's such a small piece of data text that you can have. Like, I don't know why that wouldn't be there. That's interesting. Anyway, it's not harsh. I've been in direct contact with everyone involved. I have a pretty clear perspective. Fair enough. Well, I don't appreciate people shit-talking others in the community regardless. Like, it's just not worth anyone's, like, you know, if you don't like using something for whatever reason, then that's all well and fine. You're allowed to have your opinion, but insulting and spouting hate is not appropriate in any circumstance. It's just not okay. Like, you are welcome to dislike people. There are people I very vehemently dislike. I would never speak ill of them. It's just not my place. It's not worth it. I'm not going to advise others away from using their products or watching their streams or using their add-ons or whatever it happens to be. Like, I'm just not going to do that because it's not okay. But that's just my perspective, my opinion. I'd rather focus on, like, if there's a program I don't like using, I would tell someone, yeah, I don't use that for personal reasons. However, this is what I do use, and I think it's wonderful. Same message, far more positive delivery. What are we talking about here? Oh god, everything. God, there are like 7 or 8 different conversations going on at the moment. It's fun trying to keep up with them, it's great. Good long work week, been so busy, I don't get on Twitch anymore, so if you're online, thought missed the film, you should go see them. Yas! You should. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for dropping by. Well, thank you, hope you're well. I am doing well, thank you, Lamb. I am doing well.
Stand down.
That's yourself 86 gig download for WoW. Kisses goodbye to bandwidth. Yeah, look, it's a thing.
The brothers Frostwolf. I knew we would reunite on the
Still respectful. I said that I was glad they finally reissued terms. They put it all stole from me and other add-on creators. RIP. They're not our permission. Plain as that. How did they steal it? They so WoWup only works as a directory. Unless they have physically gone to the CurseForge website, downloaded your add-on, and then uploaded it on their own website, that's stealing. That is IP stealing, 100%. But as far as I am aware, the way that WoWup worked, it directed downloads from places like Waggo or TuckUI or whatever, and then and CurseForge as well. But if you downloaded it through WoWup, it still pulled from CurseForge. It didn't have the ads there, but it's still pulled from CurseForge. They're not stealing your IP. That's not how that works. And I'm not talking about the fact that you said they were glad they negotiated terms. I'm talking about the fact that you said, one moment while I pull up the chat log, I want to make sure I don't misquote you or put words in your mouth, because again, I'm not about that life. You said, rather than being an ad-blocking, bandwidth-stealing parasite. That, I'm not okay with you calling other people parasites in my chat. This is my community. This is how we roll here. That's not how we roll. That's the bit I'm upset about, is the name calling. It's unwarranted. It's just not, like, it does nothing either. It just provides no benefit to anybody. I do have a list of add-ons you use. You can type exclamation add-ons like Zam has right underneath you, yeah. Apologies. Obviously I'm a little bit behind on chat still, but I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Play my stuff. See, here's the thing, I don't play my stuff in the odd raid runs. Am I supposed to? Yes. I mean, this is so wishy-washy. Oh, fair enough. Oh, yep, totally understandable. That makes sense. Perfect. Yeah, I just, because of the way I work with, like, planning out streams and stuff like that, I don't, like, when other people don't, it kind of boggles my mind a little bit. Not necessarily, like, planning out exactly how a stream is going to roll. I can't do that. But I do plan to the extent of, on this day, I'm going to stream this. And if I'm streaming WoW, I'm going to stream this, like, Mount Farm Monday. I'm going to Mount Farm on this particular stream, that kind of thing. So yeah, it just, I can't imagine how I'd function if I didn't like plan to that level. But obviously we're different humans, understandably. That's really interesting. Thank you for your perspective, I appreciate it. Happy Friday to you too, Brightside. Welcome back, hope you're doing well. Thank you, I appreciate it. Just a forewarning, I'm probably still not going to agree with you. But yeah, by all means, shoot me a DM. I would appreciate it. Do you have a favorite class? Mage. Mage. I've been maining a mage since I started at the beginning of Burning Crusade. Like, started playing at the beginning of Burning Crusade. So, coming up on 16 years of being a mage main. So yes, definitely very much mage favorite. How about yourself, yeah? Do you have a favorite? Oh my god, lambs! Thank you so much for the gifted subs. That is so generous of you. Much appreciated. Congrats to the 5 who got caught in that sub bomb. Amazing. So kind of you. Thank you. How's the WoW stuff's going? Haven't played since a month or two into the last X-Pack. Yeah, it's going. It's going. It's zooming. We're doing all the things. It's wonderful. Currently, I'm leveling my butt off entirely. Way too much leveling, but that's fine because I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna smash. Well, I smashed my goal. There is a stretch goal. I don't think I'm gonna make the stretch goal, but that's okay. We'll give it a crack. We'll go as hard and fast as we can, and see how that goes. Yeah.
By the Sunwell.
Going okay.
I am here.
By the Sunwell. Oh yeah, like when I'm raiding with a guild on stream, it's absolutely like they're in control. I just follow along and help with what I can, kind of thing. Absolutely. Oh, wonderful, Edry. I'm glad it works for you. Can you explain why you were saying it's best to stop at 41 while leveling? Heard a bit of it, but missed most. Please and thanks. I don't know. Ask Jassereth. He told me. He read a Wowhead thing, and I believe him. I trust him. I know he wouldn't screw over my attempts to do these big-ass silly things, so I trust Jassereth! Get your ass in, chat. That thing you told me about, you have to go find it now and show the rest of chat, because... suck it. Yeah, in summary, it's because math. But it was Jas who actually read the article, and I skimmed the top of Wowhead and couldn't find it, and I'm not willing to dig deeper than skimming the top because I know they put spoilers in their headlines, so it's now Jas's job. Ha ha ha! New class look interesting. Have heard mixed reviews on Dragonflight mechanics. Brilliant. Yeah, I haven't tried a whole lot of the new mechanics and stuff like that. A lot of our alpha testing and beta testing and stuff, well, alpha testing was a lot around professions because that was what didn't give us spoilers. And the beta stuff, we only really did a stream in beta because we figured we couldn't do anything without getting access to it, which required spoilers. So I didn't bother. If it's 41, then it's probably because they're putting the new XP thingy in. I believe that the statement of 41 was based on an assumption of the XP changing. I don't think it was proof. I don't think it was a blue post. I think it was based on the assumption that is commonly held. This is what is going to happen, but it's still speculative. I don't think there's confirmation. No, just got full username. I thought it was 30. No, I said Jassereth because new users probably wouldn't know who, like new viewers would be like, Jas, who the fuck is Jas? So I figured that was helpful. Thought it was 31 because math. Jas told me 41 and I trust Jas, and so that's why I assumed that he wouldn't throw me under the bus like that. I would like a link either, as would I. Now that, you know, people are questioning it, I would like a link. Well, goddamn, I just got yoked under the bus. You yoked yourself under the bus the moment you told me that I should stop leveling that tune and move to this tune. They did fix the work order system. Was it broken? I know they implemented it. I didn't realize it was broken. I'm glad they fixed it. The only thing I know about DF is arcane mages looking real nice. Makes my heart happy. Brilliant! Glad to hear it. Just as like Beetlejuice it seems. No, when I yell just loud enough that he'd be able to hear me, like through the house as well as through stream. Bus driver in this game. That's what I would. Yeah, essentially, there is an assumption that the amount of XP required for each level is going to change with Phase 2. But when that happens, Winds of Wisdom is also being turned off. So we're losing the 50% bonus. So they were saying using the 50% bonus now is obviously of benefit, but once you hit 41, there's a tipping, 41, there's a tipping point where it's actually more worthwhile to level something else. Obviously, if it's the only tune you have left, might as well keep going. But if you've got multiple tunes you're leveling, that's the tipping point where you should work on something that's a lower level. However, that was just based on what Jas told me. I didn't verify it because I trust him. Like I trust him implicitly. I trust him with my life, literally. So yeah, but I know not all of you do. So I trust Jas. I'm gonna say you stop at 42. Answer to the ultimate question of life, universe, and everything. Makes me count to tiny white mice because you never know. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. The great order system I play to submit the mats or the craft use their own. Fix it, the player has to bring their own mat. Ah! That sounds not like a fix. That sounds like a change, but not a fix. Because when they made the blue post, it specifically stated that the crafter could supply any leftover mats that were still needed. So it sounds like that was an intentional system, like that was the intent of the system, but it didn't work very well, and so they decided to change it. That doesn't sound like it was fixed, just changed. Interesting though. Interesting. I never enjoyed it. Does Jas's magical numbers tell me what to do when all my tunes are already beyond 41? I would imagine just keep going. Like, I think it's, if you're trying to optimize, 41 is the place to stop, but if you've got nothing else to do, then that's where you should keep going. I'm sure Diminishing returns is a bit different. Diminishing returns means doing the same thing gets you less each time. It's like if you went to work and your hourly wage was $20, but then the second hour you worked was 18, and the third hour you worked you only got paid 16. That's diminishing returns. This is just a change to mechanics, not diminishing returns. Wait, how we just as long as Melvin's not around. Look, same. Yes, I agree with this. Fiamma endorses this statement. Oh shit. I don't know if they're thinking of doing this or not. I think I don't know if they're thinking of doing this or not, but I think if they had the option to color your armor. Oh, color! As in like dye at different color. Yeah, no. They've already got recolors in game, and you got to do different things to earn them. So it's not because they have recolors to existing armor and stuff. I don't think it like. I wonder if I'm actually going to see any of this because I want to low level soon. Like this is the same set in different colors, right? So if you could just dye it yourself, it would take the effort of you having to go and do those things to earn those different shades. I like that system already exists in game. It's just that instead of having to go and get the dye and dye the armor, you've got to go and do the slightly different task to get the different color. I've only just heard of Jazz and actually just wholeheartedly on instinct. Jazz is my head moderator. He's my best friend. He's also my roommate. He's the one who brings me dinner, bubble tea. The one who brought me the bottle of Sprite earlier, that's Jazzareth. He's also a tank. He's my pocket tank occasionally, when he can and when he's willing. So yeah, no, I have a lot of faith in him. I think moving too close to what Guild Wars does. There are a lot of games that have armor dyeing. I mean, when we were playing Final Fantasy XIV, I was earning buckets of dye from quests and stuff too. Quite a few of MMOs seem to do it that way, but I think WoW decided a while ago to go down the route of recolors. There's absolutely a chance that in a future expansion they'll not recolor the armor and instead like give you a way to dye it or something. They were, you know, never say never. But it would mean a lot more work for the art team. And I'm not sure if they're willing to put that work on it. Because imagine, right, instead of doing one armor set per class with 3 different colors, because Mythic is usually a more elaborate armor set, so it is a separate, although it's usually based on it, so they take that and add some bits to it, and hey presto, Mythic, right? But instead of having one armor set that they make, and then retint, work done, you'd have to have 1, 2, 3 sets, and then retint it for all the possible shades of dye in the game. Like, that's not just a bit more work, that's a lot more work. So I'm like, yeah, it'd definitely be, it's an option that they have, obviously. I'm sure they know it's an option they have, because of course they watch their competitors to see what kind of mechanics they have in their games. All of them watch each other, they'd be stupid not to. But it'll be up to them whether or not they implement it. It would require a shitload more work from the art team. We'll say it's pretty much the opposite. Diminishing returns. Jazz is kind of alright, I guess. What numbers are DPS hitting in pre-patch? No idea, Nugs. I don't tend to pay attention to that. I'm not that kind of player. I'm not even sure where you've... like, usually Warcraft Logs has that kind of info, but I don't know if they're bothering to track it at the moment or not. But Warcraft Logs is usually, it was like 4 years ago when I gave a shit, so maybe that's changed as well. But last I heard, Warcraft Logs is the place to go for that stuff. I just want a hair color wheel. Oh dear. So I can't find the comment, but I got some Reddit discussions that have a range between 38 and 42. Okay, there you go. And I'm guessing they have the math. Do you want to stick it in the Discord so that people can go have a squeeze? And you can, if you stick it in the Warcraft channel, I'm happy for you to pin that because I'm sure we're going to get a lot of those questions, at least until next week. Oh, jeez, just confirmed that's all the command time is done. Hey, level 62 down, doing more, gonna try and get more 272s. 2.5 hours, well done, Mike. Look at you go. Look at you go. Now you say it's a big task. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like a lot of the time we think, oh, that'd be really cool to have. It's like, okay, but what does that mean? in terms of man hours and stuff. But it's interesting, right? It's a totally new perspective, because I mean, I don't work in game dev. So when I think about like what would it actually take a company to implement this super easy this super easy desire kind of thing, like it's fascinating. I think it is. Maybe others don't, but I think it's fascinating. Jesus, I was getting set above 5k, okay. I'm not sure what respect that comment was in, because all I answered was go to website. I didn't say anything about 5k or how long have you played WoW? The range of 38 to 42 was a level range, not a DPS range. That was a level range for like optimum time to use this buff that we have at the moment. That had nothing to do with DPS at all, Nugs. Maybe that was a misinterpretation. How long have you played WoW? It'll be 16 years at the end of January. Do you have a favorite expansion in your time playing? I honestly don't. The only expansion I didn't play wasn't even an expansion, it was vanilla. Base game, not expansion, right? So, like, every one of the expansions, I've played all the expansions, but not vanilla, but every one of them has a soft place in my heart for different reasons. They're all like, you know when you go to an awards show and you have like this movie gets this award and this movie gets this award and this movie gets this, like they're all great movies but for different reasons, and so they get different rewards. That's kind of how I feel about WoW expansions. Like Legion was amazing for leveling. Legion was beautiful for leveling, and so interesting for alts. It was the first expansion that I had an alt of every different class because I wanted to try out all the different class like the class order halls and stuff. And then like BC was my first, so that has a soft spot. And Wrath with ICC, that was when I was playing at my peak. You know, when you see your server first raiders and stuff like that. That like Wrath was when I was playing at that sort of a level. That was my peak of being a good player. And then like WoD, I ran my own guild and we got cutting edge. And WoD was also when I started streaming, just towards the end of it. And Legion was my first expansion streaming at start to finish. BFA was when I got a lot of my current community. Shadowlands, oh my god, Shadowlands. I've loved the Covenant system. I know a lot of people hate it, but I don't care. I don't. I really loved it, as well as like Shadowlands is when I made partner. It was when I started working with Blizzard. It's like Shadowlands has been 2 years full of the most incredible milestones for me. Miss Pandaria, I was dating a guy who is half Chinese. At that point, when it was released and when I started playing. And I had ummed and ahed because I was like on a bit of a break when it came out. So I was kind of like, do I sort of go back to it? And I did, but he didn't play it with me, but he sat next to me as I was playing through things. And he started noticing, it was a time when he was really connecting with his heritage a bit more. And he was recognizing stories in WoW that his mum had told him as a kid. And so having that bonding experience with him and learning so much about Chinese culture while playing a video game, that was a beautiful experience that I absolutely loved. And like there's all of these. Kata was the first expansion that I did the whole play at launch thing and go hardcore and level and get it done. It was the first time I ever did a launch thing. And God, it was an experience and a half. So yeah, there are so many incredible experiences I've had through this game, and they've been spread out over over all of the expansions that I can't truthfully tell you that I have a favorite, because I don't think I do. But I did love them all. So, you know, there's that. I also love reminiscing, so thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. It depends highly on fight and length. No, it's Reddit. They don't math there. I beg to differ. Maybe it's just the subs we follow. Looking at what they did in Diablo, they definitely know how to do it. Personally, I would love to see the option to recolor armor with dye, but some recolors need to be earned by doing X thing. Yeah, potentially. Like, you can't apply that because you haven't unlocked achievement, blah. Maybe that's how you do it. If you have the base piece, you can dye it to a different difficulty, but only if you've killed the boss on that difficulty. Only if you've unlocked it via the achievement can you actually use the dye on that. That would be a really interesting mechanic. Because then you're not using the dye to upgrade the piece from normal to heroic. You're just making it look like that because you have earned it by killing the boss. I think that it would still be a fuck ton of work from the art team. No doubt. Like, there's no ways around that. It's still a mess of work. But it could work in terms of, like, what's it? I'm trying to find the table of where the XP levels are equalized. Okay, they don't common sense. They're either silly creatures. I must be on vastly different subreddits to you lot, because the ones that I'm on, they overdo the logic. There are so many armor sets I love, not the right color for a set I want. I have little interest in pass, etc. I feel that I find fun, just curious what the average is. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, those kind of places, they're the only ones that, because the passes are what provide the data to find the average, those kind of places are the only place you're going to find them, is more what I was getting at. Yeah. What would it take for this easy request? Hundreds of hours of drawing and coding, yeah, basically. Hundreds, try thousands. Hundreds of hours for a team of 10 or 20, maybe 40. Adding new things is easy, adding new things without every other thing breaking is hard. Yeah, absolutely. But also, sometimes adding new things is also not easy. Or sometimes it's easy, but time-consuming. Leveling. Leveling is very easy, but it takes a while. Easy, but time-consuming. What was the AAP alternative? Azeroth Autopilot, I do not use it. Very, very clear here, I have never used Azeroth Autopilot. I cannot speak to how it works personally. I have been told about it. I have been told it is a decent substitute for Zygor. I have never used it. But it is called Azeroth Autopilot, and I have not used it. So I did not say I used it, just to be clear. I have to be careful with this shit, because people say, you said this was good because you used it, blah, and it's like, no, I didn't. I said it's been recommended to me. When you're on the internet, you gotta be really fucking careful about what words come out of your mouth, and letting other people put words in your mouth, as innocuous as it may seem. But yeah, I use Zygor on the screen here, but I mentioned AAP as an alternative because it doesn't have a premium subscription function. I'm a or at least as far as I know, programmer has always irked me how people act like implementing XYZ would be so easy. I know, right? It's yeah, it's tricksy. 41, 42, you require half of the XP to keep going. Okay, interesting. Interesting. YouTube was go should got myself one of every class for order halls too. Yeah, Snugs. Legendary campaign buddies. Woo! Streaming since what? That's awesome. Yeah, it'll be 7 years at the end of Feb is my streamiversary. 7 years. Holy cow. Masters, thank you. Hope you're present for the next ones. I am sure you will be, Coin. I'm sure you will be. Next ones will no doubt be during Dragonflight. Like that, in the early, like the launch. I'm sure that's probably going to be like the first stop. Is that Zygor free or a pay leveling guide? The Zygor add-on is free. It has a bunch of leveling guides and stuff like that, a limited number of them. If you enjoy the way that it works for you, you can pay a premium subscription for additional guides that plug into the free add-on. Alternatively, if you play with someone who has the premium version of Zygor, there's this little button here, the guide sharing. If you're in a party with them, you've got the free one, they've got premium. They can share guides with you, and the auto stepping ahead will only happen when everyone in the party has completed a step, then it'll jump to the next one. Super handy functionality. But when you're doing that, only one person in the party needs to have a premium subscription. Everyone else can be free. Funky, hey. Welcome on in, No Games. Hope you're doing wonderfully well today. This is the bit where I always die. So I'm bad at getting that. How do we do that? Yeah, much better. Those illusory bolts when you got 7 or 8 of them going off just hurt. Hey, no. Bugger. Trying business analyst role, taking a request and breaking it down. After speaking with devs, etc., reporting back to requests, this is way more complicated. It's also so much fun. Yeah, that's the thing. You go back, like I've done similar, not in a development or a programming area, but when someone's like, hey, can we do this? I go back and go, sure, we can absolutely do this. It will take this, and this, and this, then this. Once all of that is done, we can proceed and do this bit, and then this bit, and then there'll be these 2 things that have to be done kind of simultaneously by 2 different people. Then you've got this bit, and then you'll be able to do what you want to do. Roughly, it'll take about this many hours split between 2 people. When would you like to start? And they come back to me and go, it's okay, we don't have to. I've gotten very, very, very good at like one of the work skills that I've learned has been presenting people things in a positive light, saying, no, we can't do that, it's too complex, or you don't want to do that, it's more work than you think. We can absolutely do that. It's going to cost you 100 hours times 2 people at our hourly rate of blah. That comes to a total of this much. Here is your invoice. Let me know when you'd like us to get started. And then they go, no thank you. I missed that one. What is that? Coin with a gifted sub to Jai. Thank you so much for the generosity. My god, that's so caring of you. Thank you. Because at least then, if they still think it's really that important, they can just send it up the chain to get approval for the payment. I'll do it. I'll fucking get paid for it too.
By the Sunwell.
That's what uses it. Oh, right, because when you said what was the AAP alternative you said you used, when I talked about AAP, I framed it as an alternative. So what I thought you said was, what was that thing that was an alternative you called AAP that you use? Yeah. Look, English is tricksy. English is tricksy, hey? Amazing. Oh my gosh, a boost train is close. We've got 4 minutes to trigger a boost train. Oh, Meaty, Turbo, Cade, and Demon, congratulations to you all on your bonus ship. Well done. We have got 3 and 40-ish seconds, 3 minutes and 40 seconds to trigger a boost train if we so desire. A boost train is like a hype train, except it puts us on front page for a little while. Not long, but a little while. I can't place a mage yet, so I'm going to place a bomber instead. Excuse me, how rude. No, not that one. This one. For God's sake. There, thank you. I've used AAP, prefer Zygor. Good morning, Jimmy, welcome back. I use AAP, it sucks. Oh no, I'm so sorry you've had a bad experience with it, Peanut. But yeah, I use Zygor. Another good one that's been around for years is WoW Pro. I have not heard of WoW Pro. Love to know more about it though. Having more things that I can talk to people about it, like more things I can recommend, because like these kind of choices in add-ons and stuff, they're so personal. There's a reason every single one of us has a UI that looks ever so slightly different and all this kind of stuff. So the more I can suggest to people, the more things I have, more suggestions I have up my sleeve, the better.
By the sun.
But I don't think I've heard of WoW Pro, so that's awesome. Oh, Coin! Thank you for the gifted sub to Peanut. Very generous of you, so kind. So kind. Fixing puzzles a lot like having to use the puzzle but not knowing how to put them together. Yep, that's it. That's it. Or knowing that the picture is a shattered piece of glass, but not having any puzzle pieces to put it together with. What is that, guys? It's far greater than AAP. UX is also far superior. I mean, yes, however, it's like I was saying before, it's like AAP is completely free. As far as I'm aware, no premium option. Like you can donate to, I'm sure that they have a Patreon or something set up, because usually add-on authors have some kind of contribute to me kind of thing, unless they're loaded and doing it for funsies. But whereas to get access to most of Zygor's guides, there's a subscription fee. so they at least have the income to cover some hours of work maintaining things like, you know, the guides and going in and fixing bugs and stuff like that. Whereas other add-ons may not have that luxury because they have to work for a living, you know? So yeah, it is interesting. You often do get what you pay for, however, not everyone can pay, and that's reasonable too, that's valid. Guide sharing is fucking great, me and the fiancé play a lot of loving, amazing. I do it for like when we've gone and done world tours, getting all the candy buckets for all the bonfires. I invite everyone into a big ass raid group and guide share, so that I know that, like, I don't have to sit there and go, has everyone clicked the bonfire? Has anyone still need to click the bonfire? No, fuck it, I know, it tells me. And I can go, okay, such and such doesn't still have it. Do you need help? How do we assist you with getting to this goddamn bonfire? We want to move on. It's very handy. Very, very useful. Games Griffin, thank you for the gifted sub. So generous of you. Amazing. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh my god, all the support today. You guys are amazing. Let's see if he gets it. You're so welcome, Games. So welcome. We can do that. Time to complete. Months plus. When do you want to start? And yep, that's it, right? Like, say yes, absolutely. I've one of the things that I learned, one boss in particular actually pulled me up on the fact that I was really quite negative with stuff. Like, when he asked me to complete a task, I'd say, that's going to take ages. I'm not going to be able to have it to you until next week. And he was like, you know, you like, and sometimes I'm just like, look, I don't have time for that, or that kind of thing. And he pulled me up at one point and said, like, you were really negative about a lot of this stuff. And I was quite young at the time as well. So, and he was right. I was quite negative. Everything I said was truthful. I never lied. I never exaggerated how difficult something was going to be in order to put him off the idea. I knew he was going to go for, like, I knew he was going to want something whether or not I complained about it. It was just like, I've got all this on my plate. I'm not going to have time to do that until next week. Like, I'll get it to you, but it's going to be a while. And he was like, you know, it's really negative. And, you know, I'm not the only, because a big open plan office is like, I'm not the only one who feels this way. And it was quite a bullshit work environment in a couple of ways, but I'm like, okay, can I have some tips on how to address it? And he gave me some. And there was one of them. Start every sentence, especially when you're pissed off by the question, with absolutely. Because absolutely is a wonderful word to use passive aggressively. Absolutely. Yeah, we can get that done. Absolutely, I can do that for you. Of course, when it's an email, it's a lot easier to mask. But, so, I start every sentence with absolutely. Hey, can you do this for me? Absolutely, I can do that. I'm currently working on this task for you. Would you like, does this take higher priority? Or would you rather me finish this task first and then start working on this new request? Not my problem, you make the fucking choice. And so he would. And he'd kind of go, yeah, no, finish what you're doing first, then get started on this. And then other times it'd be, no, this is a really high priority, start this and then finish that later. Absolutely, I can do that for you. It's gonna take about this long. I can estimate to be finished around about this time, but if you want me to bump it up, I can do that. However, this, and this will have to wait for a little bit longer. Is that okay? Or would you prefer me to, you know, always put the decision back on the requester? Because then it's up to them, especially if it's your direct report. Because then when they're like, why hasn't this been done? Because you told me that this was a higher priority, so I've been working my ass off on that for you. It's almost done. Oh yeah. I can be an absolute master of passive-aggressive bullshit when I need to be. And it feels so good putting that shit back on them. But it's a great skill to have, genuinely. Yay! Oh, I missed that one. Did I miss the Prime sub? How did I saw the gifted. I didn't see the Griffin, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the gifted sub. I don't know how I managed to miss one of them. I'm so sorry. Usually I'm pretty good at catching it, but I missed that one. My apologies. Thank you again. So much. Good, I got it. Brilliant. A booster on his close. It was. It was. Do not press the shiny button. Do not press the shiny button. Do not press the shiny button. Yeah, look. Look. Subfest is coming. There is a chance we send Fear to Paris. It's a big deal. We'll get there. November 25th. November 25th. We'll have a bit of a party. It'll be great. And it's 10 days, so it covers launch too, which is just so good. My pick. Oh lord. Okay. I'm really bad at this. I'm really, really bad at this. Oh. I know what happened there. Alright, give me a second. I need to fix it. Hello, Jess. Yeah, I am playing well. It's my category, it's the game on screen, it's all the things. I am playing well. If you jumped in while we were playing Stream Raiders, it's a game we switch to for a couple of minutes every half hour. It's like a background passive thing that happens. But we are definitely, this is World of Warcraft. I'm in Frostfire Ridge, leveling up my Tauren Paladin. She's currently level 35. This is World of Warcraft. RP leveling is decent, sort of like Zygo, just less automated. Oh, okay, interesting. Funky. Alright. Zygo's a great choice. People use it increasing my gold. I've always struggled making it. Some of their gold making guides are actually phenomenal, yeah. Like the routes for gathering and things. Even when I'm not planning on selling, the gold the actual numbers of gold may not quite be accurate, but when I'm like leveling professions and I don't want to buy stuff off the auction house, using their routes to go and farm up stuff has been so handy. So handy. Discord of their poster updates or on cursor updates. The spotty on that. Oh, interesting. Okay. Cool. That's right. Wait, you play OC too? I mean, I am Australian, yes. So it is the best play experience for me to play on servers that are in Sydney, considering that I live in Brisbane. Yes. This is definitely WoW. Completely free is great, and all the subscription fees likewise why I judge it to be superior as you said. You get what you pay for. You do sometimes, not obviously not always, but yeah, it is absolutely a thing. But again, some people can't afford that, and that's okay too. That's understandable, reasonable, and valid. And so I'm glad that there are some leveling help add-ons out there that are completely and entirely 100% free of charge for people to use if they can't afford a subscription. But yeah, yeah. I feel that. Oh my god, you bots. Oh my god! Great skill set when coming to Project World, which I'm still learning, and I've been in Project for 12 months, still learning new tricks and methods. Well, I hope my ranting helped somewhat. Hello, Daki, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Everything in writing. Oh, hell yeah. Bitch, I work in finance. Everything in writing. If you get a phone call, which I actually don't have, because I only work in the office 1 day a week, and then at home 1 day, I'm at like 2 day, yep. But like, no phone line. But when you have a phone line, if you have a phone call, get their email address, and as soon as the phone call, when it's still fresh in your take notes during the call if you need to, or a notepad on your PC or whatever, and then immediately send them an email. Hi, such and such. Just to recap on our recent phone call, here is what we discussed. If any of this sounds inaccurate, please let me know ASAP so that I can adjust our deliverables. Or I can adjust our next steps, or I can adjust whatever happens to come next in whatever you're working on. Every time. Kay! With the resub. Thank you so much for the resub. Much appreciated. So generous of you. 17 months. Good lord. It's been a while. I have some seriously good tactics. Look, it took me a bit to learn them, but once I got there, oh my lord, I use them all the time, and it's so good. It's so good. But like, in essence, right, nobody gains anything from bitching and moaning. It feels good sometimes, but it doesn't get anything done. It doesn't alleviate the pressure. It doesn't make anything better. Laying out the facts in as cheerful a manner as possible means that everyone gets the information that they need and people can make decisions as to what's best for their company. If spending $10,000 on additional work hours, for a particular project, is actually the best solution, then the project manager or whoever's paying the client, blah, 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 deserves to have that information. They have the right to make that choice, not us as workers. All we can do is present that information to them. And if we present it in a cheerful, if you present it in an aggressive or a kind of huffy sort of manner, all it's going to do is damage your rapport with the person. It's going to make working the rest of the project a nightmare, especially if they decide to go ahead with the extra $10,000 worth of manpower, right? So, let them make the decision, but present them their options happily, because it is your job. It's your job to present the options. You might as well do it with a smile on your face or in the email. If your professional area doesn't really smile upon emojis, then maybe don't use a smiley face in the email. But it's just not worth the pain of suffering through that. Present them the option. Either they go, oh shit, and decline it, or they take it and y'all get paid a bonus. Just fucking go for it. Absolutely agree. Greatest round of the game. Yes! This is my favorite, Shaq. Ashes is my favorite. Hello, Paladin. Welcome back. Send Fia to Paris. That would be ridiculous. That would be actually ridiculous. How many selfies do you think I could take eating a croissant before it's too many? Like a proper, actual croissant from fucking France. Anyway. Look, that's a long way off. It's a long way off, and so, we need to actually make it to Subfest first. Hello, Griffin. Welcome to chat. Didn't expect me to notice at all. Just went for the combo since Prime is technically free. Of course I'm gonna notice you. Look, I know that it has been expressed. I'm not sure that this is personally how you feel, and so this is not meant to be but I have heard the thought expressed before that a single sub doesn't really do much in the grand scheme of things, because it's however many dollars and all that kind of stuff, but everything counts. Every little bit counts. If you're gonna make a full-time income from streaming, first you got to make that first $249. First steps first, right? So every little thing absolutely counts, and I am 100% going to recognize everybody and anybody who is able to help me towards my goal of being a full-time content creator. So thank you. I really appreciate it. And thank you also for not allowing Bezos to have another yacht. Because if you don't use your Prime sub, Bezos keeps the extra, the 50% split. So, use those Prime subs. Folks, use them. Doesn't have to be here. I'm not demanding your subs. That's not what's happening. But you absolutely should make sure that you use them, because otherwise Bezos keeps the money. Your call. Yeet theatre, preferably no yeeting, please and thank you. It's a direct flight. Do you stop in China? I have no idea. I'm not even gonna look unless I have to, because that's just, I don't want to get my hopes up and then have it collapse. It's a lot of it's level 10 completed. I've only ever completed level 5. And level 5 is not even halfway to level 10 because of how the experience, exponentially increases, I love being corporately passive-aggressive. Yes, the number of times I've had to say, oh, hey, I did send X on this date and time, but I've attached it again for your reference. I don't, so when I do that, I say, yeah, I did. I sent this to you 2 weeks ago. Here is the email I sent to you with the attachment for your reference. CCing everybody that they've CC'd in, of course. Reply all, 100%. Because fuck you, don't throw me under the goddamn bus. There are some people in my company that I am on. I love, okay, to be very clear, I very rarely do this with anybody in my current company. It's a very small company and I adore them all so much. I love the people I work with. But clients, external, oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Damn it, I got shit again. I thought I was watching Final Fantasy 14. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hello Daz, happy Friday to you too. Lovely life advice pieces and fears. It's so helpful. I'm glad. I'm glad. Sometimes I go off on this rant and I'm like, is this helpful to nobody? Or am I just ranting for no reason? Although I hope that if the information isn't at least helpful, it is at the very least somewhat entertaining. Fear is smart, fear is experienced. You don't, look, I'm 32, nearly 33. You'd like to hope by this point I've gotten some form of experience in something. Let's hope for something that's going. Oh, okay, I feel it. Look, Prime is a little bit different to a resub for like hitting the resub button, because at least the sub with resubs it still charges you, but you can push the button later. But with a Prime sub, it actually expires. So no, I feel that. I feel that. So the finance industry is so toxic. I did customer-facing roles close to 18 years, so important to accurately note things. Shorthand, second nature to me, yes, absolutely. And spreadsheets. Have you been to Paris before? No. No, but that's where TwitchCon Europe is happening next year. And Subfest is coming. It's starting November 25th. Essentially, Subfest is an event for Twitch ANZ where bits and subs and resubs and gifted subs and Prime subs all give EXP to the streamer experience, right? And as you gain experience, you level up. And every time you hit a new level, you unlock a new reward. And at level 10, the reward is tickets to TwitchCon EU. I've never been to TwitchCon because there isn't one in Australia. And I can't afford I very recently traveled to Singapore for a wedding. That's the kind of event I can afford international travel for. Not many. It's the first time I've had an international trip in over a decade. So, like, yeah. And it also includes some cash, like a MasterCard gift card. And then if we get to level 11, if we finish level 11, I also get a Qantas gift voucher. So I believe the idea is if I get to tier 1, if I get to tier 10, level 10, sorry, if I finish level 10, get the EU tickets, TwitchCon EU tickets, and the MasterCard, the idea is that the MasterCard will be used for flights. But if I get to level 11, then the Qantas voucher can be used for flights, and the MasterCard can be used for accommodation and food and stuff like that instead. So yeah, it's a big thing. But that being said, I've never gotten that high. I've done 2 Bitfests before, and I've never gotten that far. Let me have a squiz.
For the Alliance.
Last Bitfest we cleared, we finished level 6. I lied. I think I said 5 before, but I'm pretty sure it's 6. Let me just check this website. It's loading currently. It'll tell me where I got to last time. Yeah. So we got to level 6, but I think that meant we finished level 5. Let me check. Fuck. I'm really bad at this. So that was level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so I finished level 6, which was 415,193 EXP. If I got the same amount of EXP, 415k, we would get to level 7 this time round. Level 10 is 1 million EXP. Level 11 is 1.3 million EXP. So it's a little bit batshit. I look, I'm not gonna hold my breath because that's a lot of subs. A lot of subs, a lot of bits. And it's in 10 days, it's a 10-day event, that's a lot. But look, we'll see. We're gonna have incentives and milestones. I'll do silly things when we reach certain levels, and I'll do silly things if certain stuff is done, and like cheer X amount and blah blah blah. It'll be great, but yeah, look. We're just we're gonna see how we go. We're gonna see how we go. Not enough selfies could be taken. Look. Look. That sounds like a challenge. The limit does not exist, croissants. I mean, I could absolutely eat so much that my stomach hurts too much, and then, yep. You will forget to take any selfies. Look, you! Look, you. I have nothing else to do except wander around and eat and take. Look, I'm kidding. Obviously, there's a TwitchCon, but we'll see. We'll see. Croissant. This is currently lost a trillion. Interesting. OCE are the US servers. Salfang and Armanthal, OCE servers. Again, they're physically located in Sydney, so you're going to get the best ping. If you're playing in Oceania, you are best to play on the servers located physically in Oceania. You'll get the best ping. You can still play on North American realms, don't get me wrong, it's the same region, so we can all play together. But in terms of ping, yeah, you're better off sticking to Oceanic servers. I mean, this one isn't in trillion anymore, it's like, ooh, so he's in the billions. Oh no, how horrible for him. Yes! Good, definitely reply all. If, you try to throw me under the bus, I'm gonna throw you under the bus, honey bear. Yeah, that's it. What's the highest level one can get to without a sub nowadays? Good question. I think it's still 20. But given that this level cap is currently 60, 20 is a lot higher than you, yeah. I think it is still 20 last time I checked. Always wait to hear your name. I think it's him. Oh no. No, you think brilliant, especially when dealing with people customers. Yep. Other freight forwarders, custom brokerages. Yeah, that's it. So far your rants mostly have me going like preach because it's also bloody relatable. I'm glad. Hashtag relatable. I thought Bath was the only horde. No. They're all both Horde and Alliance. If you're talking about servers that are heavily Horde biased or Alliance biased, I mean, yeah, Horde is almost, Bathless is almost like 100% Horde, and Frostmourne is almost 100% Alliance, but all the other servers still exist. And they're all, some of them are more balanced. Not many, but some of them. Level 20 trials, still deciding on race or faction. Fair. Only one faction Horde, there's a mistake, and that's the Alliance. Oh, we love Alliance players here too. Get to level 11, you get the free flight, and get to go shopping in Paris. Goals, yeah, look. But that's a lot. That's a lot. Okay. So, a tier 1 sub or a prime sub is 500 EXP. Right? 1300000 divided by 500. That is 2,600 subs. Level 1 subs. 2,600 level 1 subs. That's a fuckload. Which is why I'm not expecting to get anywhere. Any experience, any EXP that I earn during Subfest is going to be just amazing and wonderful. No matter what level I get to, no matter how much I earn, I will appreciate every last point of it. Because that's just ridiculous. There are people who have gotten there. There are people who have, there were people who went to TwitchCon instead of PAX because they finished Bitfest. Because they cleared it last round. And that's amazing. But yeah, it's a thing. It's a big thing. There is. Did it not play? Oh. I thought it said for the Alliance. Did I? Maybe I didn't hear it. Odd. Do you know how many bits you need to get to 11? So yeah, 1,300,000 bits. Because bits is 1 bit is 1 EXP. Tier 1 subs are 500, Tier 2 subs are 1,000, and Tier 3 subs are 2,500. It's a lot. That's why the people, the bigger the community you have, the more likely you are to clear it, because it's less expense per person, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's a big thing. A really big thing. Don't have bits but I can do the sub. Thank you, God. Did that? Interesting. What's going on there? But yeah, Subfest starts November 25th. So if you can hold your resub buttons and stuff until then, if you can. Obviously, Prime, you get ads, I don't blame you. But with resubs and stuff like that, as long as you hit the button during Subfest, it'll count for the XP. Roll Torn Rogue, I guess, is having fantastic. Couldn't do what you do, so much commitment. I just co-stream with others. It is a lot of commitment, you're not wrong. It's a big thing. It's a big thing, but I enjoy it. I've been doing it for a long time, and over that time I've learned what does and doesn't work for me personally. In terms of like, can I do a stream this long? Sometimes. Can I do a stream this long? No. And so like it's kind of, yeah, I figured out what my boundaries are personally. It takes a while, but, and it is hard work. It is hard work. Have you done a Q&A video before? No, I don't tend to do videos, I tend to do streams. I'm not as good sitting there like chatting to the camera as I am talking to chat. I kind of prefer the engagement, it makes it feel more like natural. Otherwise I just feel like I'm reading off a script, which I am, but I can't kind of, you know how you watch some YouTubers and it feels, you know it's scripted, but it doesn't feel like it is? I can't do that. It just all feels so goddamn scripted. Hello Wallfacer, I hope you're doing well today, welcome on in. Get that wrong. Having only ever played on US servers and now I never played without a ton of pain. It does take a little bit of time to adjust to, but not too long. Not too long. So about the same amount of time as it takes to adjust to the ping. Hello Del, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Enjoy your lurk, Mike. I jump on level 2 to 20 UC service and my link can handle looping fair. Understandable. Ships going through, looks to be used. Hey. Yeah, there's not been an alert, which is odd. That's a bit ooh, hang on, it's thinking. What is it doing? No, well, it just did a refresh, but it hasn't. That's really odd. It hasn't gone through through the API, and it might have gone through on your end, but not on my end, if that makes sense. I don't know. Hopefully, you get a button at some point you can push to make it come up in chat. Oh well. You got any face today? None. I didn't have time to do mount makeup, unfortunately. It takes a little bit of time, so no mount on my face today. Yeah, I had medical appointments and shit today, Jai. So it's sometimes it just doesn't happen. You'll be fine. I'm not robbing you of anything, I promise. For 2600, so far out, Eric. That's so much, my lord. Choose your own words, down to 60's, secret to invest to get there. We cannot have the goals and juniors and get work on sending you. Exactly. And I mean, on the way, there are some pretty awesome prizes. Like, there's a drone. Like, one of the prizes on there is a bloody drone. Can you imagine the selfies I could take with a damn drone? Like, the amazing aerial views of, yeah, it'd be awesome. Another note, there's a nanoleaf kit on there, and I think it's a nanoleaf and a nanoleaf kit and an LED light strip, so two, so I have a second set of, so I can expand my design and have another strip of lights somewhere, which would be kind of cool. Personalized bomber jacket, so I get a Twitch bomber jacket with Fiamma on the back of it. There's a few pretty funky bits and pieces. So it's not just the top of the line that's cool. There's quite a bit of cool things on the way. Oh, I might need to refresh. Oh, that's right. You might need to refresh the page. That's a really good point, Sam. I keep forgetting about that one. Hope you're okay. I'm mostly fine. Mostly fine. Because October was completely screwed. Anything that I was due to have checked up on in October with all my chronic illness and fun stuff, anything that was due to be checked up on October is having to be checked up in November. So it's just, I've got a lot. Like, I've got my new tooth, my implant's been put in, I have medical appointments, I've got all the stuff. It's just busy as God. There we go. God, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. So generous of you. Drones that can fly 3 miles away, get great time-lapse videos, but also amazing. So I know, right? Can you, like, it's those top-down, what the hell kind of shots. Whenever, like, with my tripods and stuff, I can never get truly top-down without getting the tripod legs in the corner of the photo. So drone would help with that, because it has no legs. Demon, Krugen, EU, Mike, and Slain, congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. I've never had a drone before, so it'd take a lot of, like, learning and stuff, but I think it could be fun. I think it could be fun. So refresh. Thank you so much to Zam for dropping that little nugget of knowledge, because, like, good lord, I always forget that stuff, hey. I'm glad it worked though, Gal. That's awesome. Remember you said you had chronic illness. Glad you're doing all right. Yeah, look, it's more of the same. It's all more of the same. It just takes time. That's the biggest problem. Time is something I'm a little bit short on these days. These days, she says, as though it hasn't been like that for a year and a fucking half. Basically. If anyone can find me a really, really easy to understand beginner's guide to making GIFs from scratch in GIMP, G-I-M-P, the GNU image manipulation protocol program, whatever the hell it's called. Super, super easy to follow beginner's guide to making GIFs from scratch in GIMP, and could drop that in what's the thing called that we use to communicate? Discord? That would be great. I need to, hang on a second. I need to kill this and then I need, where's Asana? I've just had tasks pop into my head and I need to get them down before I forget, because I will forget. Is that it? I think that's it. Alright, we'll leave it at that for now. I have a trash memory, so if I think of like, oh, I should do that now, by the time stream ends, I will not remember. So I have to write it down now so that I remember it later. And Asana is the program I use for managing my to-do list. It's designed for small companies because it has all these like delegation things and this like progress and financial impact stuff. It's got all this stuff, but that's mostly under a premium thing anyway. So I use it as my to-do list and it works a fucking treat. And I also have, because I have like household stuff in there, like how often I need to clean the bathroom and all that kind, do you know what I mean? Those kind of things, how often I need to do all these bits and pieces. But then because I also sent an invite to Jazz, I can delegate some of the household stuff to him because he shares the household. So yeah, it works really well. And obviously not every program is going to suit everybody in the way that they work, but Asana works so well for me personally. Holy crap, it works good. So I just had to add those to my to-do list before they flitted away out of my brain into the ether forever. My chair has eyes. Yes! This is Chair. Chair is the most supportive member of the community, of the family. Yes. We have, there's emotes. We even have an emote of Chair before Chair got his makeover. Asana work management software, yes, gotta learn that super work. Asana is super easy to use, in my opinion, but granted I only use it quite basically. My workplace does actually use it as a workplace management tool. They use a lot more of the features than I need to as a single person. And I don't get involved too much with the Asana stuff at work because I'm only there 2 days a week, and so I don't get a lot of stuff delegated to me because I only really have time for my job responsibilities. rather than extra tasks. But yeah, no, I quite like it. It's pretty intuitive, pretty easy to use, in my opinion. Obviously, everyone's intuition is different, but no, for me, I find it quite easy. But yeah, I wouldn't really be able to help too much with the learning how to use it from a business perspective. But in terms of managing tasks and projects, like I have a project that is stream stuff. So any task that is specifically related to stream goes under that project. And then I have stuff like cleaning and housework, which is, you know, do the laundry once a week and clean the bathrooms and grocery shopping, blah, blah, blah. That's all on like cleaning and housework. So I can also see, like when I glance at my to-do list for the day, I can see which ones are things for stream, which ones are things for my day job, which ones are things for the house.
I never hydrate.
And that helps me decide if I don't have time for everything today. Having those different projects set up allows me to make a better educated decision on what I can defer to tomorrow, because I often have to do that, unfortunately. I don't like that I have to do that, but I do. So yeah, I find it quite easy to use, but it'll depend on, obviously, the individual. Yeah. Didn't think to use Asana for household stuff. Thanks for the idea. It might help with learning at work stuffs. Absolutely. I mean, give it a crack. There is a free version. Again, like you can learn all the free stuff and then slot the premium stuff in if you work spend later, I guess. Eh? I missed something. Tom, resubbing. Thank you so much for the resub. 7 months. Oh my goodness. And you have no need to apologize. You're all good. You did say that you apologized earlier and like for the vibe stuff, and that's, I 100% accepted that, and there's no need to apologize again, I promise you. I don't, it takes a fuckload for me to hold a grudge. I promise you that much. I promise you that much. It's not a bribe, it's an I'm not sure what kind of power I would have that you'd need to bribe me. I'm curious now, what do you think I can do that you would need to bribe me for? Maybe I can use this to my advantage. Does anybody else feel the need to bribe me? Why are we bribing fear? Wrong answers only. Chair is always there, and supporting me in the ways that only he can. The housework to just look, it does happen sometimes, but only ever with his consent. Only ever with his consent. Chair also always has your back and generally supports you, but absolutely. Absolutely. All right, hydrates. I mean, I do have sugar-free Sprite Plus here. Have you guys tried this Sprite Plus stuff? It's Sprite, right? See, it says Sprite, but it's like Solo. It's lemon, like it's zesty lemon, but it also has caffeine in it. And this one's no sugar because I've been having no sugar stuff. But yeah, interesting. If you haven't tried it, it's actually pretty tasty. Yay for soup! Thank you for soup, Jazz. We were just talking about you. It is tomato. Oh, it smells amazing. Thank you so much.
I sent you a message.
I know, and I was streaming, and so I didn't really have time to check it. I did see it pop up, and I was like, ugh! But then I decided, you know what? I don't really have a super duper preference. I trust him. See? I trust Jazz. This is a recurring theme.
I'll poke you.
Please don't poke me, I saw.
I'm gonna poke you later.
Sure. Oh dear, I do have info sports with tradies. One of my upcoming clients uses Asana. It's need to learn it. Yeah, more as a job management system. But using it for home. It doesn't work for some people. Thank you for the food. I appreciate you. It doesn't work for some people. I have had people in chat here who have like executive dysfunction and bits and pieces like that who find an external to-do list necessary for their day-to-day objectives. And I'm the same. Like I don't have any diagnoses around that particularly, but whenever I read descriptions of executive dysfunction, of course, I have forgotten it since the last time I read the description. But whenever I read it, I'm like, yeah, all of this feels like how I feel. This, you know, I identify, I relate to this description. So it helps me, it means that I don't have to rely on myself for that. I can put it into a program that will remember for me, right? I have had some other people in chat who have tried using Asana to manage their executive dysfunction, and it hasn't worked for them. However, it has given them that little kick to think, this one doesn't work, but maybe there's another program out there like it that will. And most, if not all of them, went on to find a different program that worked for their specific needs. So look, even if Asana doesn't work for you personally, maybe there's something else out there that will. It's always worked. Like, there's a reason there are so many of these programs out there now. It's because everyone's trying to run businesses from home, and it's hella difficult. And you need central places to manage all those thoughts and feelings and tasks and stuff. So, but because there are so many of them, if they all did the same thing, they wouldn't all exist. There's market share for all of them because they all do slightly different things. So if Asana doesn't work, look at something different. Maybe it's that Monday one I keep getting ads for. Maybe it's the to-do list app in your phone. Maybe it's something different, but look, give it a crack. Worst thing that could possibly come of it is that you learn that it's not right for you. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. We use Jira Confluence from Atlassian. There you go. Project management. Asana looks good for personal management. Yeah. Look, I think Asana's really good for very specifically small business. I think if you started trying to manage a corporation through Asana, it would fall kasplat, totally kasplat. There'd just be too many things it's trying to manage, too many little intricacies that it can't quite report on correctly, and that's when you need like purpose-built software or something that's at the enterprise level, you know? But Asana works really well for me personally, from like the fact that I have my own personal tasks and long-term projects that I personally want to work on that is separate from anything else. Then I have my business that I'm running, being streaming. Then I have my day job that I also work. Having the ability to track all of those separately and flag things as being part of different stuff. I think Asana helps, because I am essentially at this point a motherfucking business. So apart from the fact that I am running my stream as a business, I myself personally am essentially a business. So it helps for me. It also helps at my workplace because we are quite small. Like we are a very small company. Think sub 50 employees kind of small. So it works quite well for us, I believe. Again, I don't manage it from the higher up, so maybe it is struggling. But from my perspective, from how I use it at work, it seems to work pretty well. We have, for example, a form, because you can set up forms in Asana rather than having to use a Google form. We have Asana forms where if you need a highly specialized piece of stationery, right? So for example, we have like pens and paper and bulldog clips and staples and blah, 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 all that shit, right? But if you're running a workshop and you need to buy you need to buy lanyards and a card holder thing so that people can see, or like name cards so that everyone who's sitting at the table in a circle can see everyone's names and pronouns as they look around the room. That's not something we keep on hand. So there's an Asana form where you can type in what you need. In fact, you can go onto the Office, because we've got a thing with Officeworks, you can go onto the Officeworks website, find the link for the product, the specific product you want, and stick that into the Asana form as well. And then the person that sends it through and creates a database so that the person who makes the order can go in, copy that list, and paste it into the bulk order thing in Officeworks, and then hit go. So it does little things like that can make life so much easier for certain people in your office, but it won't work. Just like it won't work for everyone on a personal level, it won't work for every company on a business level either. It's one of those things where you're gonna have to try it, hey. It is cool though, hey. I'm amazed at just how many different businesses launched to handle stuff for people when we went online. It's cool. Need something I can type in thoughts as they occur, then sort them later. You mean like I did about 10 minutes ago? Yeah. So all I did there was type in what I need to do. What I can go back in later and do is assign them to stream stuff, because it was stream things that I had pop into my head. I can go in and assign them to stream stuff. I can also assign them a deadline if I want to do them by a certain date. I can go in there and set, okay, I want to do that on Sunday morning. I can put in a date, I can put in a time. If it's something that I go, oh, I should do that, and I need to do that again every week, I can go in and set it as a recurring task. So when I tick it off, it automatically regenerates it for the next week. But all those so I can note it down, and then later I can go and organize my thoughts. And that's exactly what I do. For sure. I fear the scheming begins. Hope you have no power except that I value. Look, I know you're right that I have no power, Tom, but I am also ever so slightly, I'm not offended, I'm joking, but I value you as well. I massively value the contributions you have made to not only like the WoW add-on community, because I know you contribute quite a lot there, but you also, the WoW player community. The add-ons you've made, and particularly your Lovers in the Air add-on, saved me hours of heartbreak, of deserter debuffs, of queuing for the wrong thing, and made it so easy to track who had done what and when. Like, it was a work of art. Absolutely beautiful. I never had to open my bags once because the add-on was there and I could click to open my box right there and then. Like, I really love your add-ons. You do super duper well, and so I value you too. You are valuable, and not just to me. I can guarantee you that much. Jas just yelled something, I don't understand what it was. You may be thrown for all the pride. I mean, I do have a couple things on there that would be useful sooner rather than later, but that's okay. Like, no harm if I can't get my hands on them. No harm at all. Bribe Fear for discounted bubble tea. You don't have to bribe me for that. There's a code. You can use code Fiamma. Bubble Tea Club. I'm so excited. Our order is arriving. It said between today and Tuesday, and I don't think it arrived today. So I'm excited for our new order. We're bribing Fear to get ashes dropped for each and everyone that doesn't already have it. I absolutely, most certainly do not have that power, can confirm. Would love to, don't. Can you imagine? Look, and that's the thing, my viewer numbers wouldn't even jump that high because people would come in here, get their ashes, and then leave and never come back. So it wouldn't even be a helpful power. Bribe Fear with copious subs to force her to go to force me. I love the choice of words there, force me to go to Paris. Wouldn't that be lovely? It's alright, we'll give it a try. We'll campaign our little, we'll campaign our asses off when we get there. But we'll see how we go, yeah? We'll see how we go. Interesting. She's still with kids and trying to get them back. Why I broke it. What? Oh lord, no! No. Okay. When I said wrong answers only, I did not mean answers that could get me arrested. Jesus Christ. Speaking of bubble tea, thank you so much, Jas. What? Goodbye. Goodbye. But is it a Sprite? Plus 15 is not a Mythic plus Sprite. I mean, it could be. I don't know. Let's define Mythic plus Sprite. I'm sure so wait for the day to right off. Oh, no way. Really? Interesting. I don't mind them. It's kind of somewhere. It's not as sweet as Sprite, but it's not as lemon as Solo. So, it's kind of like Solo, but a little less sour, a little more mild, I guess. In my opinion, that's just me, of course. Wow, Jas has appeared. Charge ahead for Fear uses appreciation of this very effect. Yay! Plus 15 will be proud. Become Sprite plus 20 and Dragonfly. Oh no. Oh no. Does it mean I won't be able to sleep for 3 days? Because of all the Son felt too corporate for me and just started using Google. Totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. It's the goal. Those feels of memory issues just a great problem to going to try. So yeah, now, oh, awesome. Well, look. At the very least, I hope it helps with the work stuff. Yeah. At the very least. I'm glad I mentioned it. ClickUp is a really good one. Has free and paid ones. Free one is really good for small biz and personal. Monday I got beef because of who owns it. Yeah, I just get Monday ads all the time. I don't like, absolutely, to be very clear here, before you start using any of these, I highly recommend you do some research on whether or not it's right for you. Right for you can mean it works the way you need it to.
The sun
right for you can mean it is priced at a reasonable price point for you personally, and right for you can also mean it's owned by a company that isn't shit. Like there are multiple layers to what is or isn't right for a particular person, and I definitely encourage everyone to always investigate stuff before they just kind of go, yes, let's try that. But yeah, it's for sure. I'm actually not aware of who owns Monday, but I can imagine with all of the dodgy. I keep hearing the battle ready notification noise. Was it a Jesus Christ. Zarin, thank you for your resub 18 months. How did I miss that? Guys, I think I'm going actually, like, batty. I keep hearing sounds that aren't actually happening. This isn't good. So I'm not well at the moment. I'm actually legitimately unwell. I'm not gonna, like, you've probably seen every so often, like if I've done stretch redemptions and stuff like that, I've got a couple of spots on my arm here. I'm not gonna show them up close because they're pretty damn fucking gruesome at the moment. Luckily, you can't really see a whole lot when it's small and all that. And I don't want to squick people out because that's not a nice thing to do. I mentioned on Wednesday that I'd been bitten by mozzies on Tuesday night. Final total was 19 mosquito bites. I had repellent on before you fucking at me. I had repellent on, and I still have 19 mosquito bites. This arm, none. All over my legs and the other arm. Fucking weird. Anyway, I'm allergic to mosquito bites. So Tuesday, I knew I'd been bitten. I could feel that there were no marks, there was no itching, but I could feel that I had been bitten. I didn't know how, I knew that both my legs and my arm were itchy, but I didn't know how many of them I didn't know how many of them there were. Wednesday when I woke up, all of them were blistered. Like, that not only had they popped up, but they had blistered. They were all around about the size of a 5-cent piece. For people who are not Australian, that's maybe about a centimetre across, maybe a little bit more than a centimetre across, like 1.2 centimetres, something like that. You can convert that to inches if you need to. So not too bad, like normal mosquito bite size. So, but they were that big and they had a blister on top. Just a little itty bitty tiny, like a little pinprick blister kind of thing. Think like a whitehead pimple somewhere gnarly, like that, but a blister. I scratched 2 of them a bit because they started driving me insane. I took Telfast, I had stingers, I'm allergic, I've got the kit. And it got to the point where that wasn't doing anything. And by that point, they were all spread to approximately 5 to 7 centimeters across, depending. So that's about that big each. There's a spot on my leg where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, like that, and that whole thing was just this big smiley face of red and welt. And by that point, accidentally, all of the blisters had been burst just by rubbing against clothes or touching something or whatever, because the skin was super, super thin. They all burst. And so I went and got some hydrocortisone cream, which is designed to stop the itching, so that I can just leave them alone and let them heal. I also got some Zyrtec, which was stronger than the Telfast, and a different substance to knock out. And that was Thursday morning. First thing Thursday morning, when the pharmacist opened at 8 a.m, I was there to get some stuff. Steroid cream, a different type of antihistamine. Today when I woke up, they were bad. Again, no scratching. I haven't left the house since I got bit, except to go to the pharmacy. But they were bad. Not only that, but I felt super weak. Standing up, I couldn't stand up without getting woozy. There are also patches of my body that are red and inflamed like they've been bitten, but there's no bite there. So it's spreading, and not just spreading bigger, spreading. So I have some, they're all infected. I don't know how. I don't know what they could possibly be infected by, except it being my own skin bacteria because of the blisters bursting and then stuff getting in just by virtue of wearing clothing. That's the only thing I can think of, and it was the only thing the doctor could think of too. I'm on a lot of medication right now because my body is without the meds, I'm on fire permanently. Now it's tingly, borderline itchy. So they're helping, but I'm not well. I'm not well. So I feel like I'm missing things that I absolutely, like the sub-notification stuff. I don't usually miss those. Like occasionally maybe 1 or 2 here or there, but I've missed like 4 or 5 of them today, and I feel horrendously bad about that because I firmly believe that anyone showing support deserves recognition, right? I need the notification to tell me that I need to give them the recognition. But anyway, and now the fact that I keep hearing that the battle's ready, but it's not, I am getting a little bit concerned. But I'm just going to keep on keeping on with the stuff that my doctor's given me, and if that's still not, like, if things continue to get a bit, like, I have been chronically ill for long enough that I pay damn good attention to my body, and when stuff happens that really shouldn't be happening, I know the next steps. If this is something that continues, even if it doesn't get worse, if it just continues, or if it gets worse, I'll be taking myself to the ER over the weekend. But we'll see how we go. But I'm not well. The other thing is that because I've lost so much sleep over the sheer itchiness of that I've been dealing with, there is a very good chance that I'm just having some very mild auditory hallucinations because I'm goddamn tired. Like, totally a possibility. But now that I have all these extra meds and stuff, I should be able to sleep through the night tonight, which would be good, because I like not being woken up at 3:30 with the intense need, not desire, but need to scratch every square inch of my skin off of my body. But that's, you know,
By the Sunwell.
fine. I heard that one. Congratulations for being caught in the sub-bomb dropped by the Mystic Beard. Thank you so much for the support, Mystic. So generous of you. I really need to catch up in chat, don't I? How far am I behind? 7:37. Holy shit! Okay, let's go. ClickUp is a good free one. Fear means business, always. Been using Trello again for the intro. I'm very curious about Asana. I didn't like Trello because it kind of... I have this really long to-do list and it only like in progress and then completed. That didn't vibe with me. I have hundreds and hundreds of tasks in Asana, but Asana only shows me the ones that I've got assigned to me to be completed today. So I don't have to see that I have 7 years worth of shit to get done. I have see what do I have to do today. That's one of the things I personally had a desperate need for in my to-do list, and Asana provided that for me. But Trello is fantastic, especially if you're working on a bunch of projects or like bug reports, because people can drop in your input, like your not yet assigned ones, and then you can move them along once you're working on them. Trello is fantastic for individual projects like that. Or I know people use it for cross-stitching. Like these are the projects I'd love to do one day. These are the ones that I have as works in progress. And look at the beautiful things I've finished. So I get that, but yeah, for me it wasn't great for like everyday stuff. But Trello I've heard fantastic things about for other purposes. Also read busyness, correct. Panic. Hello, Slow. Welcome on in like 13 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. Welcome back. Asana set up. Hey, fantastic, Jai. Best of luck. I hope it goes amazingly well. Trello never really worked. Asana can scratch the itch. Bubble tea. Yes, get the bubble tea. It's delicious. Bribe Fear to go full-time and make the prophecy come true. What prophecy? What prophecy? Oh, he's kind of wrote that up. We love Jazz. Jazz is amazing. Must to sleep, rest well. Edry, see you next time. I'm sorry I missed you. Can you confuse me as a sprite as a mixer? Like the plus didn't go too well with the rhombos. Yeah. I get that. Don't know how... I don't know how well a caffeinated Sprite would work here. 7-Up, try to caffeinated 7-Up. This is only very recently, like the last 2 or 3 weeks, been released in Australia, so it's very, very early days. So that's why I was like, have you tried? No, it might fail hard here too. Who knows? Let's find out. All through exiles doing mouse and a break up. Didn't enjoy dinner, Kay? I'm sorry I missed you. That has gone faster, and you are absolutely right. Oh my god. Hello, Larook. Return with dumplings. My lord, I love dumplings. Go you. Enjoy them. I hope they're delicious. Open mosquitoes are brutal right now. Lee's looking hella ravaged from them. Let me see if I can do this without like knocking myself out. Do you see this? Do you this? And then yeah. Mm-hmm. That there is 6 of them. 6 of 19. Shima, thank you. Are you wearing perfume? No. I didn't trap mosquitoes even if you're wearing repellent. No, I wasn't actually. That I didn't know that. But I will noted. I was not wearing perfume though. I'm good all over him. As do I, don't know. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you, Daz. So go through stuff. Please heal soon. I'm trying my bestest. I'm trying to heal, yes. I will do. Well, I'm doing all my doctor's telling me to, and that's kind of what you do, right? That's all you can do. Is follow the instructions. If they don't work, go back for new instructions. Yeah, that. Oh, totally fine, Mystic. Thank you so much for the sympathy. Appreciate. Get listening. Thank you, Del. I think peeps do understand. Good. I'm glad, and I'm very glad to hear that. Is Fear sick, but even more than usual? Yes! Hello, world. Fantastic. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing it wonderfully today. Hope you're having a brilliant day. I'm glad to hear a doctor that requires so much work. Good on you for getting through all of that bullshit, residencies and stuff like that. Good lord. Well done. Big achievement. For sure, I'm losing karaoke. He's like encephalitis as well. If you're better soon, like a sleep sucks big time. Agreed. However, last time I visited the doctor, she gave me melatonin. That was about a week ago, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Habitica better. These Habitica, yeah, it's better a little less tough. Yeah, Habitica, Habitica, I couldn't just stick one-off tasks in there when I know that they've more recently added the ability to have like one-off tasks and then habits and all that kind of stuff. It never quite clicked with me. The gamifying thing you'd think would work really well for someone who plays WoW as much as I do and who loves achievements. If I missed one day, I was like, well, I've ruined my progress anyway. Fuck it. I'm not going to use it for 3 weeks. It didn't work for me personally, but it works amazingly for others, which is awesome. Really, really awesome. Intermission Warfare is catching up with the chat. I'm getting there. Speedy. Oh, emote only. Was there there's no mods to actually activate the emote only chat. I don't think. Did we? Has it been ticked off? Of course not. Alright, perfect. There you go. There's your emote only while I catch up. And we're also going to do Stream Raiders. This one. The full-time fear prophecy. Beautiful. What does this entail? Been too busy moving, organising streams. Brilliant, I know that's okay. Hope that moving and organising the move went smoothly. Miss me, is it really because I need behind you? Oh, thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, this yep, it's a bite, that's a nom. I know, I got 19 noms from mosquitoes. One looks like an om nom nom. Yeah, that's the 5 I was talking about, where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like in a smiley face configuration. Bastards. I've also, on the other leg, I've got one right next to the crease of my knee, and then one in the crease of my knee. That one has bruised. Like, proper, like... Yeah, anyway. Have I mentioned I'm allergic to mosquito bites? Yep. Can't do melatonin is the reason which I was oh no, Zarin, that sucks. Yeah, like when I asked my doctor for a script, she's like, I'm so happy to do that for you. Melatonin works for so many people. She said, I would love to say everyone, because wouldn't that be magical? But unfortunately, like a lot of medications, there are some people it just doesn't work for. I think she was trying to sort of manage my expectations with it, but she did mention there are some people who it just does not work for. But luckily, it's a fairly small percentage of the population. I'm so sorry you fit into that small percentage. That sucks. Family trying to be great wasn't enough. Upping the dose didn't help. Psych message marriage assumption. A few months back, made my life so much better. Amazing! Oh, that's so good to hear, Jai. So good to. Oh, let me just squish this. Congratulations to Parma, Bun, Aaron, Lemp, Abbott, and McMahon on your bonus ship. Well done. Sorry, I'm just squishing it. What's it? Good, I got those right. Okay. And we can turn that off now. You may have your words back. Well done. And there it is. Brilliant. Read that wrong and was like, what? Oh dear. Oh dear. Can't place the mage yet, so I'll place the bomber. Speech after you may have your words back. You may have your words back once again. But yeah, it's, gosh, sometimes I honestly feel like medicine is as much an art as it is a science. Like, what works for one person completely obliterates another, even though they have the exact same symptoms to the exact same severity and all that. It's amazing, isn't it? In not a great way, but it's amazing. This is for giveaways. That's super cute. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I died. That's what I get for having soup. I did catch up. I did. Look, if I try, it happens. It's just sometimes I have to actually try. And chances use also thank you, Anyo. It's look, it got to a point where I was considering not streaming today, but I'm like, you know what? I will probably, like, it'll probably be a good distraction to actually stream. So I did. Medicine may be art, but biology is witchcraft. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yes, indeed. Not even to talk about the flower that's video oils taking my pain from 180 to 65. Migraines only cause me to throw up a few times a day, so put me in a hospital. Holy shit. That's huge. I'm so glad you found something that worked, Chai. That's amazing. I died. That's what I get for eating soup. Correct. Correct. That is what I said. And I meant it. Good. Can I? Yes. Wonderful. Thanks for streaming today has been nice. I agree. I've enjoyed myself today so far. Still got a little bit to go. I kind of like. I sort of thought to myself, you know, I'll distract myself with stream. I'll get some leveling done, and if it gets to the point where I really can't handle it, I can just wrap up early. Like I can do that. It is something I am allowed to do. So yeah, I just gotta. Let's get on with it. Let's give it a crack. I'm dead. I know. I'm broke. I'm getting there. Being on my farm, having barbecues fully covered except my ankles. Demos again, literally 10 to 15 on the ankles. Yep. Yep. Oh, they have their preferences, and they will be drawn to a single person over the others because of like whatever it is that draws them. It's amazing. Like my god. My god. You could say the soup is to die for. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Hey Jas, can you fix that up for me please? Auto mod. I'm happy that you with this. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I know you wouldn't. I know that people would be like, oh no, I understand that. But it has negative side effects outside of people being pissed, you know? So it is not like cancelling a stream is not a decision I ever take lightly. It's like calling in sick for a shift or something. I'm not the kind of person who would do that at the drop of a hat. It usually has to be a pretty serious thing for me to do that. But that's just me particularly, you know? I said no soup for you. Indeed, right? Absolutely. Hello, Roadwater. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. You follow a fellow WoW player from New Zealand. Wonderful. Welcome to chat. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying yourself in Azeroth. Have a good friend who's a GP and he always says just because I can prescribe something doesn't mean I will. Referring to a 92-year-old man who wanted Viagra. Oh no. Oh dear. Look, I imagine that there is a point, like depending on the individual's health and stuff like that, I can imagine that there's absolutely a point where it's an unhealthy, like it's going to potentially damage the person having a specific med, you know? Like, oof. Oh boy. I have to go organize something to eat. Not a worry, Enyo. We'll see you soon. I don't know much about your conditions if you do consider Jason, the best pair leave is incredible. It's still really tricky in Australia, particularly Queensland. It's a bit of a bitch. I've had it recommended to me countless times for sleep, and it's just not something that my doctors would prescribe. So, and I'm talking, I did say doctors multiple because I have a medical team with all of the different chronic stuff I have going on. I have different specialists for different stuff, and it's just not, yeah, there's like, it's not illegal, but there's so many restrictions and stuff that it's a minefield trying to get it right, and doctors can get into a fuckload of trouble for prescribing something incorrectly. So for a lot of them, it's just not worth the risk of getting it wrong and potentially losing their licenses. And my doctors are good doctors, so them losing their license because they accidentally did something slightly wrong with my script, it's like there are so many other people that they do worlds of good for that it would never ever be worth something like that to me as well. Like, it's just too dangerous. But yeah, it's a thing. Luckily, conventional medicines have been doing pretty well for me. It's just every so often I get something gnarly like this that just doesn't do so well. But everything else that I have had diagnosed and stuff is all managed. It's all managed with medication and other treatments and stuff, and I'm doing just fine. It's all just checkups and shit. So thankfully, I'm in a good place. I'm very grateful for that. I know a lot of people can't say the same thing, but I'm quite lucky in that regard. Very thankful. Doing good. Lily Buzz, yes, Rogue, amazing. Love Faded Mango about 5 minutes ago, delicious. To increase in how it's saddening. It is, and it is a step in the right direction though, and I can understand why. Like, let's face it, Queensland is one of the most backwards governments in Australia. Hello. Anyone heard of Pauline fucking Hanson? She still has a goddamn seat here. But anyway, Queensland, in terms of a lot of stuff, is quite backwards compared to other Australian states. But I can also understand taking something from completely illegal and sweeping it through to, yeah, go nuts. I can understand that they'd want to do it in stages to make sure that everything is done the correct way. It obviously does make it really hard for people who this stuff could really help, but it also makes it harder for people potentially abusing it to, you know, get a script for it and then go sell it on the street. And I know that that's a massive, massive minority of people who do that, but unfortunately our laws have to cater to the weakest links of society, not to those who would rather do good. But yeah, I do hope that this is a first step in several to get us to having it be easier to, like, you know, not make it eliminate the grey areas by having more diagnostic criteria, you know, and then adjust those diagnostic criteria as needed and stuff like that. But that all takes time. It takes a whole lot of time and a whole lot of just sort of working through stuff. But fingers crossed, we'll get there. Oh, thank you for the sticky pudding also. Okay. Oh my god. How? What? Oh my lord. Prescriptions here in Missouri has paid this company $100 a year. Yeah, but it's not legal here, Erica. Marijuana is illegal to purchase for, for personal use, for recreational use. Having it legal for recreational means it's also easy to get for medicinal, sure, but it's not legal for recreational in Australia, anywhere in Australia. So that's why it's not as easy to get, because it's still illegal. It is a controlled drug. I tried the oil from arthritis, can't stomach the taste. Saying it makes me feel not worth it. It's like, do it to me. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday to you, Mara. Not nearly accessible in Aussie at 60 gets me 12 scripts, range is limited, not easy to get. Sent it with long clippings. I think it's the only thing that with prescriptions, the pain, the fact I wanted to get off the antipsychotics. Yeah, and I imagine that those are a couple of the diagnostic ticks they have to do this time, is like, have tried 70 million out of the 80 million available currently, you know, is consistently a 12 on the pain scale, or in your case an 18, consistently at least a 12 on the pain scale. Like, do you know what I mean? There's going to be a bunch of stuff, and then they're probably, like, if you've opted in, the benefit you have experienced would be very useful to people who are studying the effects, so that they can be like, okay, so you opened it up to this many people, this is the benefit that those people saw, can we please open it up to this many people, you know? So it's if you are comfortable participating in studies, please do, because it can do a hell of a lot of good, but again, only if you're comfortable. I'm never going to push someone to do something that they are against doing, for obvious reasons, well, for what I hope are obvious reasons, but if it is something you're comfortable with, definitely stick your hand up. Every time any of my medical professionals have said to me, that's a really rare expression of what you've got, at the end of the conversation, I've asked them, are there any studies currently looking at the rare expression of the thing that I have, so that they can take my data and use it? So I actually stick my hand up so that people can, I actually ask after studies. But if there was one time I went in, and before I actually went in, they gave me a thing, a piece of paper. It was an informed consent thing to say, there is a study going on. It is optional to partake. However, if you do, this is what we get, this is how we use it. You can request info of your data, blah, 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 all the, the 20 pages of informed consent. And basically on the last page, I could either say, no, fuck off, or yes, here's my stuff. And then I put in some of my details and signed it. And that way they had access to very, very limited sections of my medical stuff. But of course, it's a very, very personal decision, and I would never ever begrudge somebody not wanting to do that, because in some places it can be a very scary thing. Not everyone treats data appropriately and all that kind of stuff, but in Australia we're not too bad with that kind of thing.
Welcome,
There's
frost wolves. In one another.
Yeah.
Tread carefully. If the rumors I hear are true, you will find yourself in grave danger.
Minorities always rule majorities, unfortunately. Things like oil, but like you said, progress is being made. Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by the minorities always rule the majorities. I'm not sure what minority or majority you're talking about there, sorry. But that's okay. That's okay. We just passed it recreationally. Here goes I've been fed on the other side. I fucked up February. Yeah, it's messed up. Cat's vet suggested it was quite old and in pain sometimes, won't even take it. No, it's bad with an animal who cleans its bum with its tongue, won't eat or drink something. That's hilarious. Hello, Surly. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. I would never commit an illegal crime or only legal crimes. Yeah. Well then. You have to jump through this insane. Some people with chronic pain have been knocked back. Well, I mean, the meds I'm on at the moment, I had to have used 5 out of 7 medications for a minimum time period on each of them before they'd let me get a subsidized, and this is the thing, the medication I'm on, $4,000 plus per month is paid by the government for my medication. I pay $42.50 or something. The government pays $4,000 plus a month. And so that's taxpayer money, right? That's Medicare money. Medicare's money comes from taxpayers. So they have to make sure that literally I have to use this because the other stuff doesn't work. It has not worked for me, and therefore I must use this. That's why, and I know, like, it's a different situation with the CBD stuff. I understand that. I recognize that. But it's that what I'm trying to get across is it's the same with a lot of medications. You've got a lot of medications that are considered like super, super controlled for whatever reason. You have to jump through a ton of hoops so that they're confident that you have to have this one. But yeah, the ones that I tried, I was allergic to one of them, had massive side effects for 2 of them. 2 of them just didn't work for me. Like they helped a little bit, but then I got to a plateau, and at that plateau I still couldn't walk. It brought the swelling down a bit, but there was still enough swelling that I couldn't walk properly. I was on crutches, so I could barely put weight on it. So yeah, that's why, like, I can understand in some circumstances why there are hoops like that to jump through. And in this one, I imagine it's jumping through hoops because they want to make sure people are in desperate need for it, so that they wouldn't even think of giving 1/2 of a milligram, one teeny tiny incy weensy dose to somebody else because they need it so desperately for themselves, because they don't want it on the street. It sucks, but I get it, because there are people like that. We all know that. We all know that people in this world fucking suck and will absolutely do that kind of shit to ruin it for people who actually need it. You know, who turns up to the best such regarding some substances. Yeah, but there are also, like, every country has its flaws. There will be a bunch of things in the Netherlands where, like, things are more restricted or harder to do, or you can't, there's this weird thing that is a thing or whatever. Like no country is perfect. Everyone has the parts where they fall. I mean, access to CBD in Australia? Shit. Medicare? Are you kidding? Like, vast majority of our medical system is fucking incredible. It's just this one bit that kind of like, you know, there are a couple of small bits that suck, but the vast majority of it is incredibly helpful and supportive for so many reasons. Actually have a program stories for my mind down into that. You're so welcome, Joe. So welcome. This is what happens when you have a fucking science degree. You think about the possibilities from that angle as well. I have friends who I did my degree with who are in research now. So like, yeah, it's something that's like always at the forefront. But you are very welcome. Very, very welcome. It's one of those things in me, like, you know, I love to help. I love to do things that, like, whatever I can to help in most circumstances. This is one of those things. That's why, like, my first choice is for my body to be donated to science. If there is even the slightest chance that studying my body after I'm gone finds something that helps a couple of people handle a chronic illness a little easier, what else, like, what kind of legacy could possibly be better than that, you know? Bringing joy to others is one hell of a thing to aim for. So probably meant like top marks in the mirror and making decisions over the rest. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. That makes more sense. I could not even look, maybe it's just the brain being mush. It's absolutely possible. My apologies, that makes perfect sense. I guess you'd be happy to hear our taxes going some good Medicare subsidies. Yes, which you have to go to politicians' pocket. That's the thing. People are like, oh my god, I have to pay the Medicare subsidy, and they bitch and moan, and I just kind of go, thank you. They go, what are you talking about? Medicare pays $4,000 a month for my meds. And they go, oh, okay. It's like, yeah, like that's where that money is going. It means that I'm not, like, I don't make $4,000 a month. If I had to buy my medication, I would not be on my medication. I would have been unable to walk for six years now. This is one of the reasons I love living in Australia. Yep. Not just that. I was talking to one of my because I've been to a few different pharmacists because of some supply issues and stuff like that, but I was talking to one of my pharmacists and he was like, did you know that you can actually make like thousands of dollars selling this stuff? And I'm like, firstly, why are you telling me this? Is this probably not like, on your list of things not to do with customers? But also tell me more. So I pay like $42 for my meds every month. They sell on the black market for anywhere from 1.5 to 2.5k. Because my meds have to be refrigerated, right? If you can sell them on the black market to a person, because in the US, these meds cost $6,000 to $7,000 a month. So if you can manage to sell them on the black market to somebody in the US, it can go for 1.5 to 2.5k. Because it's unrefrigerated and there's a chance when it gets there, it will be useless. It may still have some potency, but there's a very good chance it will be completely useless. If you can guarantee that you can send it via courier refrigerated, you can get 15 to 20 for it. Like, I don't know, I don't understand why, because I imagine it must be hard to get a script for it and then have to pay $6 or $7,000 for it or something, but like, he was telling me all this and I'm just like, you probably shouldn't be giving this information out to like your patients and shit, but cool combo, I guess. Like, it's just, I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I need it, so I'm not gonna goddamn sell it, but like, Jesus Christ. So my script, I can't just go to my rheumatologist and get a script and take it home and get it filled and then take the meds. It's an EpiPen style thing, right? A stabby stab. I can't do that. I go to my rheumatology appointment. I submit my bloods, so they've got access to like my blood tests and all that kind of stuff. They take that, practically staple it to the script, send that to the government. The government reviews my treatment notes, they review my bloods, they look at the script and they stamp it with there's a certified stamp. That then gets mailed to me. I then take it to a pharmacist who has to send a scan to the supplier so that they know that it's a legitimately required med. They ship it, and the pharmacy has to pay the $4,000. I then go in and buy it for my 42 and take it home and stabby, and the pharmacist sends my receipt off to the government, and the government gives them back the $4,000. Yeah, okay, it's a lot of shit, right? And that's like, what the fuck? But how cool, like, I just think it's amazing that it all, like, like the government has found a way to subsidize these ridiculously expensive medications so that people like me can afford it and afford to live comfortably and happily. But they've got so many kind of stop gaps in the whole pathway of everything that no one can no one can really screw the system too bad. Like, you know, I think it's kind of cool that they've figured out this way to make everything flow. I think it's kind of cool. Speaking of which, that new med they put me on, I was telling you about seems to be working! Yes, Darren! Oh, I'm so happy for you. That is so fantastic. Hell yes. I'm so happy for you. That is such fantastic news. Fuck yeah. That's such good news. Let's be back to look for it. No worries, Lane. Thank you for lurking. Welcome back. Medicare's dropping the 60's. We're in practice at the moment, which is heartbreaking to do. Yeah. My current doctor has a sign on their window thing. So, because at the moment, if I go during the week, it's bulk billed. If I go on the weekend, there's a gap. As of December 1st, there's going to be a $30 gap during the week. But honestly, I am okay with $30 because I don't go super duper often. I only really go when I have to, because I mean because of how long I've been dealing with all this shit for, I kind of know how my body responds to stuff. So when something goes wrong, I tend to kind of know what it is and I can handle it myself. It's only when I need a script because my legs are on fire and they're eaten from the inside that I need a script for something. And so I tend to avoid going in unless I absolutely have to. Also, I can budget for $30 a month or whatever. But yeah, there's some people who can't, and that's, yeah, that is not great. I just hope people with like concession cards and stuff like that can maybe still get a high, I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. Right, I hit the safety net this year in Holy Moly. I wouldn't be able to afford it otherwise. Yeah, 100%. As much as I miss my home country, USA, I wouldn't ever go back permanently, because after being in Aussie for 13 years, can't imagine having to deal with the US medical system again. I've started, there's been a couple of things pop up in my Reddit feed lately with photographs of medical bills on like mildly infuriating. I'm like, why is this mildly infuriating? This is incredibly infuriating. Like, my lord. The syndicate just increased. Doing exhausted. People say Medicare is a waste. It's not. Holy mother of fuck. People who think Medicare is a waste haven't realized how much of their life Medicare has subsidized, or they've never had to go to a hospital, which, lucky them. If you've never had to, if you don't recognize the worth of Medicare because you've never had to use it, then fucking lucky you. Good lord. Like all of the only rheumatology stuff that I have paid for, like I have been a rheumatology patient for 6 years now because I have arthritis. The only thing I have ever paid for is my scripts. And as I said, $4,000 a month subsidy. The only thing I've ever paid full price for was painkillers that the doctor recommended. Everything else has been subsidized. And I don't know what I'd do without it. Holy shit. If this past 6 years had been fully paid, I would not be able to walk, first of all, because I wouldn't be able to afford the medication. And I'd probably never be able to get out of debt. And given how much of a thing financial security is for me after, like, my childhood was fine, but I learned very early on the value of a dollar because, you know, we were not well off, and so we had to kind of, you know, make every dollar count kind of thing. And so financial security is like knowing where my next meal is coming from is incredibly important to me. And so being millions, at this point it would be millions, the number of procedures I've had, it's in the millions now if I was in the US. Being millions of dollars in debt I likely wouldn't be streaming. Let's put it that way. I'm so grateful that if I have to go through this shit, that I'm going through it where I'm like in Australia. And I'm so thankful for my medical team as well. Every single medical professional that I've worked with, every single referral, all of that shit. I'm just so thankful for each and every one of them. Like, oh boy. Oh boy. If it wasn't lawful good to be rich by now, if only. Yeah. No, apparently, like, every time didn't I take one of those stupid quizzes and it put me at true neutral and I'm like, you are too boring, I don't like you. But no, I think I was maybe lawful neutral. Because I absolutely do things to be cheeky, but I 100% follow the code. Always, even if it's not the law specifically.
I'm not a paladin.
I have my own morals that I follow, that I adhere to as strictly as I possibly can. And any time that I encounter a decision where both choices break my morals in some way, like goes against something I believe in, it is the most difficult decision I've ever had to make, kind of thing. But I think I was lawful neutral. Yeah, look, I don't know. It's been too long. Maybe I need to do another one. Can the pharmacist turn around and refuse to do it purely because they have to pay for it up front? I don't think so. I've never had that done before. I have had... There was one point where I was really... Like, I ordered it, and then they got it in, and they always call me to say your meds are in. And then I go down and get it, like, that day or the next day or whatever. There was one time where I called and said, yep, I'll absolutely come in, and then a whole bunch of shit landed in my lap and I was really unwell and I couldn't make it in for a week. And when I got in, it wasn't chastised me per se, but they kind of explained how the system worked. And in essence, what I got, the undertone of what they were saying was, we can't really, like, this is a lot of money for us to just hold on to. You really need to get in here quicker. But then when I explained everything, like, I kind of, you know, I'm really sorry, I did intend, this is what happened. They were like, oh God, no, are you okay? Like, is everything all right? And they were totally fine with it. I think the idea is that they kind of make enough money that they can cover that kind of stuff for a little bit. Some not as easy as others. But I don't think they can say no, but I don't think they would want to say no either. But, because a sale's a sale, and as it was explained to me, basically every single medication that they sell, whether it's a $2 medication or a $4,000 medication, a pharmacy makes the same amount of money for every single prescription sold. So they would get the same amount of money from that as selling a $20 pack of prescription painkillers. So it doesn't really, it's just how much is held up in like credit, essentially. How much is held up in liabilities and things like that. But running a pharmacy is incredibly expensive. And if you're opening a pharmacy, you would know that. And to get for operating pharmacy license, all of this kind of stuff, like, I don't know if I'm sure they probably could say no. Like, sorry, we don't stock this, maybe you should go to this place or something like that, but there's no reason for them to really say that. I imagine that they have to have some kind of line of credit with a bank to be able to open or something. I'm not sure. I've never been in business as a pharmacy, so... but yeah, I've never had a script rejected, no. But I don't think that qualifies having 2 question marks. Like, it's not a panicked question. There was one pharmacy I used to go to who had so many customers that were on that particular medication that they didn't wait for the order to come in. They didn't wait for the script to come in. They kept a handful of them in stock at all times because they knew that they knew that every single month that group of patients would come in to get it. So they knew they were going to get the money back. And the stuff has an expiry of like 2 years or something. You got to keep it refrigerated, of course, but the stuff has a really, really long expiry. Really long expiry. So As long as you keep it refrigerated, there's no harm, and so they just keep it all in stock. I think it's just some of the newer pharmacies that tend to wait for it to come in. Yeah. Let's maybe put that system together. No, they don't. I don't think I know anyone in Australia who wants the system to go away. I know a few people in Australia who are a little uncomfortable with the Medicare levy and they don't understand why and what it's used for, and so they don't want to pay it. But they want the money they're paying to go away, not the system. People, I don't believe that they want that to go away. Maybe elsewhere, but yeah. In the UK, I love the NHS, so grateful for it. In Scotland, a prescription are free. Meds would cost me about 1k, or if not more a month if I had to pay for them. Yeah, yep. That's it. Expensive shit, hey. They can if they want. Their pharmacist register offer some services. Are they? Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, I've never come across that. Maybe it's because I've always lived like in cities. So therefore, they're like. I don't know. Maybe it'd be a little more difficult if it was like a low pass-through pharmacy out in the sticks or something. Who knows? But yeah, no, I've never had that issue. I've seen with someone, so no. Oh, Dale. Wouldn't that be lovely? I want to direct my levy to specifically cover the care of this particular human. But no, it's, yeah, I for one, personally, am very, very thankful and exceptionally willing to pay the Medicare levy because I know I pay a lot less than what I use. But I'm still happy, even if one day I'm not having to use any of this stuff. Maybe it goes into complete remission and I don't have to. But I'm still happy to pay it because I know that it covers treatment for people just like me in so many ways. In zero way of government coverage. Hello, dear. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Agree. I'm glad. And look, it is also okay to disagree with me on stuff. Like, these are just my opinions. These are my experiences and my opinions. A lot of my opinions are coloured by my own experiences, and that's fine. Like, everyone is entitled to their own opinions. The only time it becomes harmful is when you try to force your own opinions on others, and I would never. I don't. All I want to do is help. I don't want to harm. US medical system is a dumpster fire. It's a lot better than it was 10, 20 years ago. And you got to celebrate the little victories, right? And this is something I always say. Just because we're not there yet doesn't mean we haven't taken steps. Like, if someone's training to be a marathon runner and they haven't ran a marathon yet, you wouldn't ridicule them for training. You wouldn't ridicule them for signing up. And that wouldn't, you wouldn't ridicule them up until the moment they cross the final finish line. You've got to celebrate every step every step in the right direction can be celebrated. But that doesn't mean you don't keep pushing for the end goal. Night, Zarin. We'll see you next time. Sorry I missed you. It's been like 7 minutes. I'm 7 minutes behind on chat. This has been a rant-filled evening. Love the DD alignment system. It is really useful for explaining a lot of stuff, hey? It's just useful. Ding, 60 number 27. Well done, Gold. Congratulations. That's epic. Oh, good. There was a little bit of time with no chat, so I'm caught up. It's fine. Someone wants to train for marathons. Yeah, couch to 5k. God, I've tried that so many times. I was actually going really well, like, after getting back from Singapore and finally getting back into routine. I was doing really, really well with, like, doing Beat Saber and stuff. And then now my legs are screwed. Anytime, like, when I go to walk to the doctor or to the pharmacy or something, the blood, like, my circulation sets my legs on fire. So I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible, at least until I heal a little bit more. Once the itch and the burning and swelling and stuff goes away, then hopefully I'll be able to get back into it. But I just don't want to risk making it any worse at the moment. Oh no, look, the rants are fine. The rants are fine. It's just that it puts me behind on chat and sometimes I feel bad about that. But that's alright, we're here. We're here.
What is it?
Let us speak.
Ooh! 40! Level 40. Level 40. I'm not gonna get fast flying just yet. I'm gonna get to 41 because 41's where I'm gonna log off. I'm gonna get to 41, I'm gonna go get fast flying, and then we'll clock. And then we'll go to the next character. Leveling machine, yes! All the leveling, 2 levels from perfection. Oh dear. We can do that.
Need something trapped.
Something reason. Look. See, that's the thing. My sound thinking and reasoning might sound absolutely batshit to somebody else, and I get that. I may not respect it all the time, but I get that. And as always, all I can really share is my own experiences, my own opinions, coloured by those experiences, in the hopes that maybe my experience will help someone else. But I'm always open to the fact that someone may have a different experience that may adjust my worldview. And that's okay. We are allowed to adjust our ways of thinking. We're allowed to completely flip-flop on stuff. We're allowed to completely change our minds on things. It's like I'm sure that there are some beliefs out in the world that some people hold that many of us would like them to pull a complete 180 on. And if we aren't allowed to pull a 180, how can we expect others to? So, I'm definitely open to my thoughts changing and stuff like that. But these are them as they are now. Fun times. Zam, Mara, Aaron, McBain, Paul, and Silver Molly. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Well done. Pizza Friday, BRB, ordering noms. Enjoy your noms. Thank you, Slane, for the congrats. 5 a.m. Europeans have woke up. Yay! Welcome to the land of the living. I can place my mage again. Amazing. Made an assignment. I can't try it out. Yes! Influenced. Well done. I hope it works for you. And if not, remember there are lots of other options out there. Maybe another one will work better for you personally. But yeah, take your time. Do, give it a real hot go. And if you do have any questions, I might be able to help out. I'm not what I would call an advanced user. I've used it a lot, but I use it very, very basically. But I can definitely try. But also their FAQs and stuff, I highly recommend. I think they when you first do a thing, they have here, watch our how-to videos and blah blah blah. And I know how annoying that shit is, trust me, I get it. But their ones are actually really good. They taught me, when I went back and watched them several months after starting to use it, and I watched one, it's and here you can click this and it'll do that. Moving on, I'm like, wait, what? I've been trying to do that for, what? How? And yeah, so I highly recommend you watch their video stuff because it's actually useful. And it might answer questions you have. It certainly answered questions I had. Basic is good with this thing, it doesn't have any issues, so it never gets done. There's also a phone app. Loading tasks. There's a phone app. So go get that. Because then even if you're out and about and you think of something and go, oh shit, you can open it up, type it in, and on your way. I believe there's integration with the voice activated assistants like Suru and stuff like that. I just don't want her to hear me. So like if you're that kind of fancy, you could possibly even set it up with a voice command to add a new task to Asana and then go back and set all the details in it up later. Yes! What? I think the neutral version of that question, Mara, might be, what pizza did you order? What would the good version of that question be? Supreme without mushrooms and a meat lovers without mushrooms. Okay, alright. Fair, I'm not a neutral character. Fair. I have to know now, what D&D alignment am I? What D&D alignment are you? Perfect. Do I go with the top result, or do I go with the BuzzFeed result? Allergic to, yes, okay, fair. That is a very good reason for omitting mushrooms from your pizza. Chaotic neutral gang, yeah. Pineapple on pizza. I am an enjoyer of pineapple on pizza. I like having burst of sweet in with a bunch of savory. I have pineapple in my green Thai chicken curry. I love stuff like apricot chicken is a good one. I really like, and like sultanas in fried rice and stuff like that. Those little bursts of sweetness are like, I love contrasting flavors. Maple syrup on bacon, sweet and salty, baby. Mixed with chaotic neutral noun curd. Good, interesting. Forms of chaotic good curry and pineapple. Yes. I mean, you've got to add the pineapple right at the end, because I mean, it gets to that point. Otherwise, it just, it's literally a block of juice. You bite into it and you no longer have a tongue or an inside of your mouth. But if you add, like if you cook it until it's done, and then you add your tin pineapple, I find is just better, because then you don't have to wait for it to cook down. It's already kind of squishy. Add your canned pineapple chunks, and then wait for them to just come to temperature with everything, and then off the heat straight away. That's my way of doing it though. Sultanas in fried rice, yeah, yep. Sultanas in fried rice. People do put pineapple in fried rice as well, but I find it dries out too much. I find it gets a bit too dry and it's not juicy enough for my liking, and pineapple gets kind of chewy when it's dry, and I'm not a huge fan of that. But like proper sultanas in a fried, but when you put them in there, you've got to soak them first. So essentially you just soak the sultanas in hot water, and it swells them up into those little, like when you put it in sultanas in curry, you know how they're like round and squishy and soft, kind of like shrunken grapes, and there's no chewiness or hardness to them. Or like pastiness on the inside. So you pop them in hot water and you wait until they absorb the water and get soft and juicy and squishy. And then yeah, you toss them in the fried rice. Really fucking good. Maple syrup with scrambled eggs. Interesting. I usually have, I know I'm basic bitch, but like barbecue sauce with kind of scrambled eggs. Maple syrup and scrambled eggs sounds really interesting. I do maple syrup with bacon because of the sweet salty. That's fascinating. I have to try it. Sweet chili sauce with scrambled eggs. Ooh, yum. It's the weirdest thing you love to eat. Kewpie mayo brown onion sandwiches. I get that though, because Kewpie and brown onion would be amazing together. When I was a kid, when I was in kindergarten, and Mum would send me to kindy with a sandwich. The sandwich was always peanut butter, crunchy peanut butter, strawberry jam on the 2 different slices of bread. Layer of sultanas, not soaked this time. Layer of sultanas, and then sandwich made. So you had the crunchy and salty, and you had the sweet sticky, and then you had the kind of chewy texture in the middle. It's baller. It's absolutely baller. I still love that shit. It's so good. The flavors and textures just work. If you're a fan of those flavors and textures, of course. Do not eat if you're allergic, please. I don't, like, look, we have to say, but it's, yeah, it's good fun. Also do a beef curry with sultanas? Yes. Sultanas are so versatile. They are, I used to always have like a 500-gram bag in the tank because they last forever and they're just so good for so many things. The weirdest thing I love to eat is a banana and peanut butter on toast. It's not even that weird. That's like, peanut butter banana is like a tried and true combination. Honestly, amazing. Maple syrup on scrambled eggs at McDonald's all the time. Interesting. You guys didn't answer my question though. Top result or BuzzFeed? For the alignment quiz. I like me some sriracha on my poached eggs. Oh, no. What are you doing? Hollandaise. Poached eggs is always hollandaise. I'm sorry. I'm an Eggs Benny, like, connoisseur. That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Golden syrup with scrambled eggs, nice combo too. Nutella banana sandwich. Loving these. So glad I asked. Used to love putting potato chips in my sandwiches. Chip buddy. It's a chip buddy.
It's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
There you go. Top result, top of the quiz. Okay. Gotcha. EasyDarmus.com. When you have white rice left over, add butter, sugar, and cinnamon. Yes! Look, adding cinnamon to anything makes it amazing. So I used to have this slow cooker recipe that was chicken and carrot. And the idea was you had like whatever type of chicken you wanted. Thigh or breast worked. Thigh worked better, but thigh or breast could work depending on your diet. And like chicken, like the carrot, just like giant chunks of carrot. And then there was, you know, your standard like chicken stock and blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. But and then like a whole ass cup of cinnamon. It wasn't a cup, I'm exaggerating, but it was like a lot of cinnamon. And you think, what? But essentially, because you stir it a couple times throughout the thing. Cinnamon is the bomb, firstly. Cinnamon is like one of my favorite flavors on the planet. And you once the chicken was done cooking, you'd shred it. So it was shredded chicken that'd get all squishy in this sweet stock because of the carrots and the cook. The carrots could practically be mashed at that point and just kind of stirred through everything. And then just cinnamon everywhere. The whole mix was just brown. Slightly warm brown because of the carrot, but mostly brown. And it just... It tasted like it could have been dessert. But it was dinner. It was so good. I love that recipe. Yeah, like cinnamon slow cooker cinnamon chicken, I think was the... Or cinnamon carrot and chicken or something like that. I can't remember, but it was so good. It was so good. I'd try not BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed is for fakers. BuzzFeed is hilarious though sometimes. Some of the shit they put in is like, which drugs are you on? Which ones? Not even are you on drugs, which drugs? Never had hollandaise. Also allergic to cinnamon. What? Jai! My lord, my heart goes out to you. I am so sorry. Because the problem is, even cinnamon flavoring is made out of goddamn cinnamon. It's made of like cinnamon oil. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hollandaise does not have cinnamon in it. It's just egg, mostly. There is some other stuff, but it's mostly egg. And even the other things can be switched out because there are so many like cheats hollandaise recipes out there as well. So like, yes, hollandaise is the bomb. Don't get the jarred shit. It is not right. Like, it's just not. It doesn't even have the same flavor. It has the same consistency, kind of the same color, but the flavor is totally and completely off. It's just not this. It doesn't taste like hollandaise. Jarred hollandaise does not taste like hollandaise. You're better off getting it at a restaurant or making it yourself, or a cafe or something like that. But yeah, no, hollandaise is the bomb. At every opportunity, I will have hollandaise. So fairy bread, but rice. Oh my lord, yes. White rice with butter sugar, some of a staple for dessert over here. Instead of cinnamon, which I'll be trying. We put sultanas in it. No way. Oh, that sounds good. Yum. I actually always accidentally cook too much rice in the meal, so you have leftovers. Perfect. Leftover rice is just, like, again, with that word, versatile. So versatile. Taking like 5 of those quizzes. I constantly get neutral good. Perfect. Love food talk. Me too, Del, but sometimes it makes me hungry. Luckily, I have a bubble tea that I have not actually had any of yet because I've been too busy talking. A bubble tea and a bottle of soup. A cup of soup here. Oh, hello. How did it drip? For some reason, I don't like hearty cinnamon recipes. Oh, fair enough, Draz. And look, that's okay. Just because I adore something doesn't mean you have to like it. That's really interesting. I love how different we all are, and yet we all have so much in common as well. It's kind of cool. There's my skin caused my gut to bleed. Most common spice allergy. Yeah, that makes sense, because cinnamon is, cinnamon oil? Oh boy. The word irritant comes to mind, but it's not quite accurate. It's just not quite strong enough. Cinnamon does some shit. Cinnamon does some shit, so it doesn't surprise me that it's the most common allergy. Spice allergy. Yes, no jar stuff. No, jarred hollandaise is crap. I think it's because they have to make it shelf stable, which I get, but it's just, it sucks. And the wise words of, and that's what you reckon, fuck jarred sauce, and learn to make holiday. Yep. Yeah, I know. Look. I absolutely still use jars of sauce sometimes. But I understand that I am doing it and will get a subpar result. Like, I have accepted that outcome. Sometimes, and I know it's easy to make basic pasta sauces. I know it is. But there is more than 2 steps, being open jar, empty jar. And sometimes my brain just knowing that there is a 3rd, 4th, or 7th step checks out, and I don't have the spoons for it. And it makes me feel so bad because I know the food is shit. I know it's not as nutritious, I know it's not as tasty, I know all of that, but sometimes I just cannot. However, I do agree. Made from scratch is always the only I did try hollandaise jarred one time because I'm like, I can't quite get it right my own. Maybe I'll just get the jar stuff and see how it is, but it was trash. It was worse than the bad stuff I'd been making. So yeah, I was just like, no. But yeah, I totally understand that sometimes we just don't have the spoons for anything other than jarred, and I accept that. I accept that. Nat is amazing though, like so good. So good. If I could be like 1/8 as entertaining as Nat one day, that would just be like life made. You must like everything Fia does must be influenced, damn it. And that's basically it. Hey, cinnamon rolls are also amazing. Yes. Anyone allergic to that? Oh no, Thermomix hollandaise is not bad, but you need a Thermomix. Yeah, I don't have $700 million. I know they're not that. They are expensive. They are very expensive, but I know they're not that expensive. I am trying to be silly, but yeah, no, I do not have a Thermomix. I feel like that's one of the things you stick on a fucking wedding registry, right? That's when you ask for that, and then you have like 7 different members of the family chip in to buy you one. Cause yep. Or you get one used that's 7 models old. It's the same for mayo, so easy to make, just can't be asked. This is the thing. I don't like whole egg mayo. I mean, it's not bad. Like, I don't dislike it. I prefer the low fat stuff. You know, like the praise creamy mayo, like the low fat shit, the stuff that looks very suspicious, but tastes, that has that tang. That tang is not part of regular whole egg proper mayonnaise. It just isn't. It's creamier, it's milder, it's softer. Low fat mayo has that tangy kick, and that's why I like mayonnaise. So I could never make it at home because I don't have the fat removal device. / chemicals. Great, like Kewpie. I also love Kewpie. I think I love Kewpie because it has the tang and the creaminess. It's the best of both worlds. It's the best of both worlds. Fat removal device, just use a bunch of vinegar to cut through it. Yeah, but it's still not, but that's the thing, the fat is still in there. It still adds the creaminess and stuff. It's, yeah. I prefer the texture and the flavor and all that kind of stuff of the fat-free mayo. I know it's weird, but I accept that. I know it's weird and I accept this. Right. Family elders are expressing disapproval of you to the rest of the family. Do you accept the criticism and change your ways? Seek a compromise with them? Besmirch the reputation of those expressing disapproval as you ignore the scorn? Silence them any way you can.
One of yours.
What I would do on there is, like, what I would do is not on the list. So the closest thing to what I would do would be seek a compromise. Oh, 41. Oh, look, I'm right here. Perfect. Okay, so let's Let's go to Warsphere. Besmirch is perfection, like mixing 2 parts QP, 1 part sriracha with the perfect crony dipping. Ooh. Ooh, fat-free mayo is like sugar-free candy floss. But no, but like, okay, sugar-free candy floss doesn't exist because it's literally spun sugar. How would they, what are they putting in it if it's got no sugar? How do they make it with something that isn't sugar? Is there another, like a zero caloric sweetener that crystallizes in the same way as sugar? Because that's cool. How does that work? Candy floss fairy. It is, yeah, it's fairy flossy. Oh my god, that bloody Reddit was a Tumblr post comparing all the different languages. Apparently, the direct translation from French, the word for fairy floss actually directly translates to daddy's beard, and I hate it. I don't know if it's true, but I read it on the internet, so it must be, right? But it just, that makes me so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. It's true. Oh god. Why? You're very brilliant. Oh my lord. So, you're welcome to everyone who's learned that for the first time. Would you give up a promising career to aid the family in time of need? In a heartbeat. Yes, with some reluctance. Only if I was certain I'd be able to return to my career soon. Or no. Well, I know the answer to that. Because why would you leave the career? Like, if you've got a promising career, sticking with the promising career is if you were desperate to help the family, that's more likely to help the family in the long run anyway. But look. We get rid of that, and we get rid of that, and then we switch to fear, and we send gold. Send gold. Would you betray a family member to advance your own career? Yes, without a twinge of guilt. Yes, if I could do it secretly. I'd resist the temptation, or I find the very idea abhorrent. Why are these all family related? Do you respect the leaders of your family? Again, why is this family? Their words guide my actions. They're role models for me. They're often out of touch with my life, or they're out of touch with reality. If your family had arranged your marriage to someone loathsome, would you go through with it, proud to serve your family, agree, hiding your reluctance, subtly work against the union, or flee? You're estranged from a family member. On his deathbed, he seeks reconciliation. Do you speak to him but hold your ground? Refuse to speak to him? Discuss your estrangement openly and without rancor? Or actively seek reconciliation and heed his dying words? A powerful but corrupt judge offers you wealth if you'll testify against your friend. Do you condemn your... This is the problem. Do I actually have information that will actually, like, cause problems for my friend? Are they offering me wealth to lie? Or are they offering me wealth to stand up and tell the truth about what I know, even though it will hurt somebody? I feel like, so it's got to be a bribe, right? So that's got to be... These questions are crap. This was the top result, but these questions are crap. None of these have enough information. Like, would you betray a family member to advance your own career? Like, is this talking about your family member is your direct supervisor and they're fucking embezzling? So betraying a family member would be exposing the embezzling and then stepping up into their role? Or is it, my uncle's shit, can I have a promotion, please? Like, these questions are crap. I'm not using this test. This is a crap test. There's just, these are not, no, bad. I need to start using that. Alright, let's go to the next one. Moral alignment test. Okay, this is a better kind of question. I often worry that I might this page is covered in ads, and apparently I've blocked 55 of them on this page alone. But there are 24 questions, and the first one is, I often worry that I might behave inappropriately. See, like, that is, that's a more appropriate, like, moral alignment question, in my opinion. Agree. I feel justified in doing whatever I can to succeed. I often forgive those who have wronged me, even if they do not deserve it. Forgive. Not forget. Living, like... holding a grudge is like swallowing poison and waiting for it to kill your enemy. Holding a grudge against someone does nothing against them. It does nothing against them at all, unless you're in a position to hire or fire them, you know what I mean? Or promote them or whatever. But holding a grudge against someone is like swallowing poison and waiting for your enemy to die. So I often forgive those who have wronged me, even if they do not deserve it. Absolutely. Doesn't mean I forget. Doesn't mean I'll ever trust them again. Doesn't mean I'll ever want to speak with them again. But why would I spend the energy hating them? I frighten others to get what I want. When I see others acting carelessly, I think to myself that it is a matter of time before misfortune befalls them. I only obey those laws and rules that seem sensible to me. I trick and con people if it is in my interest to do so. I often have tender, concerned feelings for people who are less fortunate than I am. I'm not agreeing with all of these, by the way, just reading the questions. Helping others out by doing good deeds is its own reward. I wouldn't be tempted to use counterfeit money, not even if I was sure I could get away with it. I usually can't be bothered to help those in need. Cheating isn't justified because it's unfair to others. So I feel like that's a really good question to ask because it has the qualifier. Cheating isn't justified specifically because it's unfair to others. You may agree that cheating isn't justified, but for a totally different reason. Interesting, right? Cheating isn't justified because it's unfair to others. I use tricky plans and schemes to get my way. I don't have the brain power for that. Excuse me. I do what I want and do not feel particularly obliged to anyone. Excuse me. Others regard me as good-hearted and well-meaning. I am intent on kindness and cooperation. I keep track of sensitive information that can be used to hurt people at a later date. I have an excessive need for stimulation and am prone to boredom. I often help others without expecting anything in return. Generally speaking, I'd rather buy myself a little something extra than donate to charity. Even if I were trying very hard to sell something, I wouldn't lie to get my way. I do not feel guilty when I hurt or offend someone. I am not as upset as others when someone dies. I am often worried that my actions are deserving of criticism. What am I? Oh, piss off. Apparently I'm lawful good and I hate it. How? Fine. Fine. Wait, I've got to actually accept the mail. God damn it. Give us a better test. Alright, I wonder if I send you this, if it'll give me my... so I'm 55.8% good, 55.8% lawful. I don't know how they've done those, like, the number calculations, but, like, that's weird. People who are lawful good believe that an orderly, strong society with a moral government can work to make life better for the great majority of the people. When the laws are fair and the people respect them and try to help one another, humanity as a whole prospers. Therefore, people who are lawful good strive for a social order that will bring the greatest benefit to everyone and cause the least harm. Lawful good personalities may sometimes find themselves faced with the dilemma of whether to obey the law or do good when the two conflict. For example, when upholding the law of the land would lead to unfairness or harm, or when there is a conflict between two orders of what is right, such as between the ways of their community and the laws of the government. Yeah, look, okay, I'll agree with that. It is very, but the thing is, when the law is fucked, yeah, it's better to do good than to follow the letter of the law. But I've also read other descriptions that people who are lawful blah blah blah, it's not like, because you got lawful evil, right? Lawful evil isn't like, how can you be lawful evil? Lawful isn't following the law specifically. Lawful is about, I have a very strict moral code and I will fucking live by it. Like that's how that is supposed to work, you know? So like, just like you can be chaotic good. You can do good, like fucking Robin Hood. Chaotic good. Breaks all sorts of fucking laws. Does good for amazing, incredible numbers of people. Lawful is about following a code, strictly. Not necessarily about the law. But anyway, there you go. Lawful good. Take the test again. I'm not going to, but I'm going to grab that so I can link it to you lot. There you go. Lawful good incoming. Yeah, that's it. Paladin, of course. Fuck you! I'm not Paladin! In fact, I'll just to prove I'm not Paladin, I'll log off the Paladin. And log on to another I'm joking. Hunter! Hunter time. Danikaya! Perfect. Chaotic good, called it. Zamon's a bit of a given. Yeah, look. Moral government or oxymoron. No, look, they can exist. They absolutely can exist. The problem is you need a whole bunch of lawful good people to be in Parliament to have it be moral, and that's not, like, politics attracts too many people who are attracted to what power can do for them rather than what power could help them do. Yeah, it's, humans are fucked, basically, is the summary of everything. Moral governments are 100% possible. They're just not probable with the way humans are. I've never got chaotic evil, chaotic neutral. This is kind of awesome. But look, Jai, we need multiple people with multiple alignments to balance out a party, right? Right? You keep me on my, you can keep me on my toes and encourage me to see other potential options that we could take and other paths and things. And I help you realize, like, there are reasons for things and stuff. That's the thing, like, different. I would love to know what your alignment is, Jas. Jas, please take the test. But yeah, there's just like it's really good to have a diverse team in anything, to get a lot of different perspectives, be that perspectives on gender or sexuality or cultural or religious or whatever it happens to be. Having a team with a diverse range of viewpoints and perspectives is great. Same thing with these kind of alignments. Having a range of personalities who can still work well together is beneficial for a team. So good. How goes the 50? Hello, Notorious. I'm at 48 out of 50 as it says in the title, but number 49 will be an evoker. Number 50 will be an evoker. So I'm basically done. So I'm working on my 10 bonus tunes now that we have 10 more character slots. No, I'm not running for any sort of office. I refuse flatly. I do not want to get involved in politics. And the reason, and this might be another reason why we don't find many lawful good in politics, is because no matter what decision I made as a politician, even if it made the lives of 95% of the people better, and 95% of the people were happy, that 5% that it negatively affected, it could destroy their lives, it could destroy their livelihood. And I'm not sure how I would live with that on an ongoing basis. the fact that every decision I made has the potential to completely uproot somebody's life. So yeah, no, politics is not for me, personally. Martin, Mick, and Mike, congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Make government moral again, good lord. That would be one hell of an effort. Take more than me to do that. Oh god, he was the worst kind of rubbish. Look, they absolutely can be. I like to think that individual humans can be quite intelligent and quite empathetic and considerate and all that kind of stuff, but humans as a whole, like as pack animals, fucking idiots. Like so stupid. So stupid. But like individual people can absolutely be amazing. Yes, Sark, I'm aware, as I explained, the 10 bonus slots, bonus characters for the 50-60 challenge, because I don't think I'll have time to get them all there, and I'm not the kind of person who sets myself literally impossible tasks. If I do not think something is possible, I will not set it as a goal, because I know for me I know how my mind works, and my mind will absolutely, even if I get so close, my mind will interpret it as failure and will spiral as such. So no, I refuse to set myself practically impossible goals, because my mental health is not worth that. Or the suffering from my mental health is not worth that, I should say. But yeah. But yes, I am very fucking well aware, thank you. Very well aware. I have not been living under a rock. Another reason is because Australian politics is an absolute shambolic mess. Yeah. Question time is for toddlers. A person is smart. People are stupid, that's it. But not all people are smart. This is the other problem. But that's, neither here nor there. Struggle with empathy, have to force it. I suffer from empathy sometimes. It's... Yeah, empathy is something that I feel a lot. And over the years, I have trained myself to sort of wind that back and learn when to sort of stop myself, because I was one of those kind of people. I'm not anymore. I can't be in this kind of situation. I simply can't be. But very early on in my streaming, I found, like, if for example, people talk about trauma dumping, like coming into a channel and then rattling off all the horrible things that have been happening in their life lately as a way to vent, and then expecting some kind of response from the creator who's sitting here on camera with a microphone, unable to hide any reactions, unable to kind of walk away and process everything they've just learned, and then immediately have a response, One of the reflexes I have is trying to help. So if someone comes to me with a problem, I find it really difficult to do the "oh, that sucks" thing, even though I know that that's what some people just need. That I get that, and I'm learning that. Doing as best I can. Macro broken. I had to learn to stop myself, take a breath, and say, that really sucks. But before I even managed to do that, I had to learn that I can't fix everything. Even if they're open to advice, I can't fix everything. And I also am never going to understand the intricacies of a problem that somebody on the internet has, and all I know of them is the colour of their username and what their username is, kind of thing. So I had a tendency to go all in whenever anything presented itself and give of myself to try, like, is there anything I can do? Can I do something for you? Like, how can I help? And I've had to learn how to wind that back, because it got to the point where I was just giving so much of myself that it was causing actual measurable damage to me. So I have the opposite issue. I'm too empathetic at times. So yeah, it's sometimes I have the spoons and I'm able to be like, oh shit, do you have some next steps lined up? Like, have you thought about reaching out to somebody for help? And I can kind of get that far at least. And it feels like palming it off sometimes, but I also have learned and acknowledge and respect that I am not a medical professional. I'm definitely not a mental health specialist, and that I'm not qualified to deal with that kind of shit, especially in this setting. And so making that suggestion is not just helping me with providing some help but not giving too much of myself, but it will also hopefully help the person who's chatting. So it is a good action to take, so it fulfills that need of mine to help without fucking me over, to put it bluntly. So I've definitely learned to kind of do that, but yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Speak to idle audience. Oh, always, always. People, what a bunch of mustards! I love that. That's beautiful. Not all people are smart. There's one guy who compared being gay to being eaten by a crocodile. I mean, like, neither of them are a choice. I don't think anyone would choose to be eaten by a, like, how did they it's fine. I don't need to know. I am not getting involved in that. That's something my brain does not need to process today. I don't care. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay, good. Did the test results. 55.8% good. 51.7 lawful good. Hey, lawful good gang. I envy that, my friend. I was hoping to be at least chaotic, but sadly not. Like, this sounds tough. I struggle with my own emotions and shit. Don't know how you guys deal with feeling so much for others on top. Yeah. The thing is, right, you've grown up with and have learned how life feels without that. So you find it like you don't know how you could possibly deal with all that. Whereas I've been the way I am since I was born. Or since I can remember at the very least. So I am sort of uncomfortable with the thought of not having that. I don't know how I would cope not being able to at least sympathize and be kind of like, shit, honey, that really, like, that blows. Are you okay? And like, oof, oh, that sucks. Like, I can't imagine not having that ability. You know, it's weird. It's so strange how our opinions and all that are colored by our experiences and by what we are capable of experiencing, because everyone's different. There are some things that I'm not capable of experiencing and others that you are, obviously. Like, it's like, yeah. How interesting is that?
Hey, what you got, boss?
Being eaten by a croc sounds like a good time, I guess. Oh god, it was some Aussie politician. That doesn't surprise me. They're idiots, most of them. Some of them are good. Some of them seem like they're really good eggs. But, some of them are not. 21! 21. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it to 60's. But that's okay, because my goal's 50. And I know I'm gonna make it to at least 56. 56 is a pretty fucking good number. It's prob's not gonna be 60, but 56 is a good number. I mean, to get by a croc, you have to have made some really bad choices. I mean, if you're, especially in the UK, oh my god. Well, this was a person apparently in Australia talking about that, and it's probably a bit easier to get eaten by a croc in Australia than it is in the UK. You join us, fellow paladins. The death roll doesn't sound pleasurable. No, I mean, look, here's the thing. Like, at what point does the death roll kill you? How much of the death roll do you actually experience? Is my question. Because if it not, like, if the G-force knocks you out real quick, might not be so bad. I mean, if you're gonna have to go in a way that isn't peaceful and calm, then at least quick is a good way. Like, right? Maybe? The psychology, I know, but like, it always blows my mind that there are people out there who feel different ways, like who have different beliefs to me, simply because we had a different experience at some point in our lives. I just think that's amazing. Like, so freaking weird. Like, oh boy. I have always had empathy as part of who I am. Don't see it as being overcomplicated. Doesn't get me down. It's me being me. Yeah, I think it really depends on how you can kind of work with that. If you're, like, you know, living in your day-to-day life, maybe you interact with your family, maybe you have a few friends, maybe you have a couple of colleagues you engage with on a regular basis. How big's that circle, really? Like, like really, how big's that circle? How many people are you potentially empathizing with on a daily basis? I have 110 viewers currently. I know that not all of them are chatting, but every single one of those people has the potential to say something in chat that is going to engage my empathy reflex. Plus the people I see at work, plus my family, plus the friends, all that kind of stuff. So it's just, when you put yourself out there like this as someone who feels those kind of things that deeply, it can get dangerous for your own mental health. It is a part of me. It has always been a part of me. I am not upset about that part of me. I'm glad I am who I am. It has taken me a lot of time to come to to be comfortable with who I am, as I imagine it takes a lot of people to become comfortable with who they are for different reasons. It took me a while to become comfortable with who I am, but I am, and part of who I am is that empathy. However, I have to know how to work with it, not fight against it, not let it run my life, but work with it to a point that I can use it to help without hindering myself. And it's a skill, just like any other. At least that's how I view it. And that's how I've come to view it over the years of learning to do what I do. That's the shopping. But away for the week, yes! Because being able to just order groceries online instead of having to go to the freaking store. Anxiety flows up massively in grocery stores for some reason. It seems I missed level 42. Ding! Level 41. But yes, but that's okay. Yay, Hunter, indeed. Yay, Hunter, indeed. I'm glad you have your groceries. Unfortunately, shopping online would add quite a few dollars to my grocery bill. Because I'm lucky enough to have an Aldi close enough that I can shop there, and I do actually save a fair bit. Aldi seems to be on par, like fresh veg, fresh fruit, fresh meat are all about the same price, going from Aldi to Coles to Woolworths, but on pre-packaged goods like canned goods and kilo bags of oats and stuff like that, I do make quite a saving. So and they don't deliver. So unfortunately, I would love to not have to go and do the groceries. It takes a good chunk out of my day each week. But I do, because it means that I save money. And although I am very time poor, right now the money is the higher priority. Unfortunately, I'm kind of struggling for both a bit at the moment, but that's fine. That's life. It is what it is. But I can afford to spend a little extra time to save a little extra money at the moment, because that's the way I need the scales to tip. Not the same for everyone, of course. Oh my god, would you scroll? There we go. The fuck was that? I couldn't think of a world where I was just openly malicious. It feels so foreign to me. Yeah, because you're not a different kind of person. You are who you are. And there are tons of different types of people on the planet. True neutral apathy. Ooh, well, I mean, apathy sloth. Could you possibly get more accurate? Vindicated Mirage in the old Blast Lens giving away WOD quests. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. People would still get the little mechanical battle pet if they didn't already have it. Amazing. Amazing. Can I engage both the empathy and disgust of people at the same time? I saw my pet tarantula for the first time in 2 weeks. Shed a few tears of pride and love. Yay! Aldi is good. I love Aldi. I see your point. Can't handle too many people for likely that reason. Try to avoid knowing too many people at once. I do keep to myself mostly. It makes mine much more manageable. Yeah, for sure. I totally understand that. And maybe that is the subconscious reason why you've chosen to run your life that way. Interesting, isn't it? When you start putting puzzle pieces together, it's like, huh? Why does that make sense? That's so interesting. Oh my god. I love that. I'd go so slap hard. Have you tried their broccoli cauliflower bakes? I haven't. Should I? I'm guessing I should, considering you've asked me if I've tried them. Yeah. I'm kind of excited about this now. Should I? Maybe I should get one this week. Grocery days tomorrow. So I could toss a bag of that in there. Because in the old zone, Constantine is supposed to be in what instance the last Lance is not here and now. Oh, that's odd. And the chameleon ever-changing for sure. For sure, I think Aldi slays. Except they don't deliver where I am. No, Aldi doesn't slay. Sorry, Aldi doesn't deliver here at all. Aldi definitely slays. Good lord, why did I... brain hard makey melts thing. It's fine. Aldi is incredible and amazing and awesome. There's a reason they've won a lot of grocery awards for like individual stuff, especially their cheeses. My God, so many awards. But yeah, they don't deliver at all as far as I'm aware in Australia. Aldi delivery Australia. Can I order grocery products online? No. Wait for the rest of that.
I see a fortress of stone. Blade Spire Citadel. Once a far-flung outpost of the Ogre Empire.
They do have online exclusive special buys,
We must rout the
but
ogres from their
they
stronghold.
don't do... I don't believe they deliver grocery. Can I order grocery products online? No, our grocery range is currently not available to buy online.
What is this? Why is he here? You are
Yeah, the only thing they do online in Australia is occasionally they have online exclusive special buys, and I believe those online exclusive ones are ones where they have very, very, very limited stock, and so they can't afford to send it out to every single store and have it available, and so they just have it online, and so they don't have to figure out which stores get stock and manage all the bullshit complaints and stuff, so they just have it as an online exclusive. I mean, same. I would absolutely do the same thing. So, yeah, that's interesting. There you go. Face blasted lands. On my way to the world boss makes sense that he's there, but yeah. Words are hard. They're so good. Sort of, if you're interested... Oh, excuse me, in that sort of vegetable construct, I highly recommend broccoli, cauliflower, and white sauce, but delicious. I mean, yeah, like, it doesn't need to be much more than that to be delicious, right, Notorious? Like, oh my God. I have been eating, trying to eat a fair bit healthier lately, and white sauce is not the healthiest of products, but, that being said, it's mostly vegetables. It's fine. Aldi is very especially the specials. Yeah, I have to dodge the middle of my store. The middle of my store is where all the specials are. I tend to just kind of go around the outside edge because I know I'll be like, oh, that sounds like something that would be useful. Never uses ever. So yeah, got true neutral as well. I don't know if I agree. Rel, true neutral. Interesting. Interesting. They don't deliver here either. Most cities have Instacart for that. I don't think we have Instacart in Australia either. Instacart, Australia. We don't have a lot of that kind of stuff in Oz. It says order Australia products for delivery or pickup from Grove Liquors. Yeah, dude. Is Instacart coming to Australia? Oh, okay. Yes, you can get Australia products delivered same day in as fast as 1 hour from... Where is 94105? What is that zip code? It thinks I'm in San Fran. Yeah, I'm not in San Fran, honey. Update zip code.
This will be our foothold.
I'm not allowed, no. No, this is not available in Australia. It's searched Australia products, but no, it's not available in Australia. I don't think. We have like Uber Eats, and Uber Eats can do groceries. We have Menulog, we have Deliveroo, we've got Hello Panda, which is like an Asian language platform, I believe, mostly. We have a lot of like food like takeout delivery services, and a lot of them are now doing groceries from certain like from IGA and stuff like that. Which is the Independent Grocers of Australia. They're independent single one-off stores, basically, that work as an alliance. They're not all stores run by head office kind of thing. They have like a smaller head office, but it mostly works to do like bulk buying and things like that. So it's different in that way. That's what IGA stands for. But we don't have the extra shit. We just tend to go to the store. And if you live out in the sticks with no access to anything near you, you plan better. And you go and you make a monthly trip in and get everything you need for the month and then go all the bloody way back home. Yeah. Interesting. Lawful good, piss off. Anyway, let's kill some stuff. I wouldn't let me type in 4,000. It was like 4,001. Like, no. Like, as in like 40001. I'm like, no, honey. So then Aldi's amazing. What does 13 cabs didn't offer during COVID lockdowns, or they delivered your groceries? Yeah, I think Uber Eats are trialing a thing where they can pick up stuff for you. Like, you can do parcel delivery, like they're acting as couriers, basically. Like Uber, you can book a courier, so instead of picking you up and taking you to a place, they will pick a package up and bring it to you. But I can't imagine, like, it'd probably be comparable in price to the existing courier services. And the existing courier services have an actual, like, history of successfully doing that, whereas Uber has a successful history of not delivering my food and deleting my order and then refunding me my money. So, like, you know, yeah, I don't know. I probably wouldn't, I don't know. Maybe if I had like a corporate Uber account and use it like a lot, you'd probably trust it with that kind of stuff, but for the individual addict, it seems kind of interesting. Grocery chain IGA here. Interesting. I mean, we do also, there are IGA stores that are branded with the, like, there is an IGA branding, but as far as I'm aware, they're not operated as a giant company. That's why it stands for Independent Grocers of Australia. So each IGA store that you see is independently operated. It's just that they've adopted the branding because, like, branding consistency and brand trust is a really important thing, and purchasing that branding, like buying in, like, think union fees, you know, paying your fee to join the Grocers Association is worth it because people see, oh, IGA, I trust that, and they'll come to your store even if they've never come to your store before, sort of thing. So I'm pretty sure that's kind of how, back when I was a kid, you would have a store that was, in fact, there's a Grocers near my dad's place that has like a name, and then it has the IGA logo next to it. Like, it is a member of the IGA network, but it's not called an IGA. It has its own name. It just happens to be a part of the network. So there are some that do it that way, and then there are some who also just call themselves IGA Brisbane store, you know, just depending, I guess. But it's interesting. Hey, super funky. Do you mostly cook for yourself or order out, or maybe a bit of both? Cook for selves. Jas does most of the cooking only because I stream most of the nights. But we do try to do like a bulk cook on the nights that I'm not streaming so that he can just do leftovers and stuff because it's easier, and I don't like putting all that work on him. I don't think it's fair. But we do cook mostly. We do have the spot of takeout here or there, but not often. Not often. It's takeout's a luxury, and where we're at the moment, we can't really afford it. Like, we went to Singapore just recently for a wedding. Like, it was important that we did that and spent that money, but it hurt. And on Wednesday, I paid for my Invisalign, and that was $5,000. So, yeah, everything's just a little bit tight at the moment. So we mostly cook, but we do still, it is a mix of both, but it is mostly home cooking. It's just so much cheaper by such a long shot. So it's like franchising. Yes and no, Goal, because you can have a grocery store and then 12 years down the track decide you would like to buy into the IGA brand. So you're still running it the way you want to run it, but you get the benefits and of course drawbacks from being a part of that association. And then, like I mentioned with the place near Dad's, that you've got that independent name, but then you can also stick the logo next to it, kind of thing. So it's, can you imagine if like a KFC had, like, you know, Susan's finger licking chicken, and then the KFC logo at the end? Like, that just wouldn't. No, they probably wouldn't let you do that. So it's not quite like a franchise. It's more like an association that you can pay dues to join and get the benefits of. And you can represent that you are a part of that association either by sticking the logo on or by adopting the logo as the whole name of your grocery chain. The whole name of your grocery store. But it's, yeah, not quite like a franchise. Bit complicated, hey? Bit complicated. Yeah, group buying power, that's it. Infinite Grocers America. So identical except change out the country name. Perfect. The buyers a group and distribute from there, that way they can compete with the bigger stores. Yeah, they get bigger, they get better prices, so they can drop their prices to be competitive. But then they can also have other stuff, like they don't have to buy just from those suppliers, they can go outside of that. Like I've seen a few IGAs that have like super local, like if you've got a craft brewery down the road doing kombucha, they can sell in that particular IGA store because they can go and accept that as a product line, but no other IGA around the country has it because it's local to this place, sort of thing. But yeah, it's kind of cool. I know some local affiliates and IGAs. Interesting. It's not that big here. In my area, most of the indie grocery stores are part AWG, Associated Wholesale Grocers, and have their own store brands and such. Oh, cool. Interesting. To be fair, takeout delivery is dearest. And oh yeah, it absolutely is. It's a hell of a lot cheaper if you go in and buy it yourself rather than having delivery. Like a hell of a lot cheaper. But it is still quite expensive. But at the same time, you are also paying not just for the food, but for the wages of the people who made it, and for the rent of the store you're collecting it from, and for all of the kitchen equipment they've had to purchase. Like, I don't have a deep fryer, so I have to buy deep fried goods. And so I'm paying for, you know, all that kind, like there are a lot of costs that go into takeout that I don't have to pay at home. So it makes sense that it's more expensive. It's also simple to roll over time. Yeah, well, honestly, if you're looking to like salvage your budget, the first thing to look at is cutting the takeout. Even if you cannot cook and are not willing to learn how to cook, no one can say that they cannot learn how to cook. Like, I mean, okay, there are some limitations to that, of course. Individual people, depending on your certain medical circumstances and stuff like that. Some people are physically incapable of cooking, but most people absolutely can learn to cook. If you are absolutely not willing to learn to cook, or if you're not able, you can, like, there are incredibly nutritious and very tasty, like, microwave or ovenable meals. Like buying a whole ass lasagna, like a family lasagna, and making it last a week for a single person. Stuff like that. And it's so much cheaper than takeout. You can shave hundreds of dollars a week off your budget by actually making food at home. It's ridiculous. So nearly $20 diamonds are a couple weeks ago rather than reading. Yeah, Even hitting drive-thrus cheaper than getting delivery. Yeah, it is. It is. But like, even then, yeah, it is amazing how much you can save just by making food at home. I'm not sure. This is just operating off advice I have been given by disabled people, but differently abled is not really a good, like, disabled is fine. Like, you can absolutely talk about a person being disabled. Calling them differently abled is making us more comfortable. It's making able-bodied people more comfortable with their disability, which is not okay. At least that's what my education has provided. But yeah, it's yeah. No, totally fine, and that's why I'm offering the information. I'm not like. That's it. Cool. Why did that not hang on? Did that come through and I just didn't hear it, or did it? broken my sound somehow. Jasthub, thank you so much for your Prime Gaming sub. I don't know how I missed that. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the support. Welcome to the Fianati. I hope you're doing wonderfully well today. I don't know how I managed to miss that. I am actually losing my mind. Fantastic. Good. I need sleep. People living with disabilities is what we say in Health and Social Care in the UK. Cool. That's good to know. Good to know. Yeah, there's a lot of terminology and stuff out there. The one big thing that was focused on when I was being taught was anything that makes us feel more comfortable with the situation isn't necessarily the best thing to do. Because the facts are the facts. Euphemisms aren't always helpful. Sometimes they are. But sometimes they're not. And that's okay. It's just, I think everyone is on a learning journey together, even people who can have some of these terms applied to them. I would imagine some of them would be at the stage where they are learning what words they are comfortable with, what words they prefer, and what words make their blood boil. And there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone learns at different paces, everyone goes through different experiences, and what is suitable for one person may be unsuitable for another, and that's okay too. It's all about being respectful to what the person affected wants. You know, if the word is describing them, there should be a word that they are happy with, or at least comfortable with, if there's nothing they're really happy with, because that's okay too. But yeah, no, it can be really, really tricky. But I think approaching everything with respect and care, and I know that you were, Desir, I know that that's where you were coming from, a place of care. But yeah, it's Oshent, Eri, Aaron, PF, Crow, Phil, Pulse, and Og. Congratulations to all of you on your apprenticeship. Well done! Well done. Is Fia sleepy? That's not correct, is it? No. Is Fia tired? Convo so powerful, audio died. Look, apparently you didn't hear it. You were in the middle of a thing. It's fine. Okay. Look. Sometimes, I'm medically classified as disabled, but due to the disability, I hate being thrown in either group, differently abled or disabled. Feels like it's disrespectful to others, doing it harder than me. Well, shit, I'm sorry to hear that, Notorious. I'm sorry to hear with the struggle you're having with it. That's the topic of conversation. I'm struggling with mosquito bites. I'm not claiming to be disabled. There's a point to this story, I promise. This is the start of a story. I am struggling with mosquito bites at the moment. There might be another person who maybe I'm friends with somebody, and they are struggling with a family member who has had a chronic illness diagnosis. They are suffering. We are both suffering. We are both suffering. Both of those sufferings are valid. Both of those sufferings are okay. I mean, they're not okay, but it's feeling suffering in response to both of those situations is okay. It is valid. There is no need to compare the two kinds of suffering, because they are both suffering. There was... When you look at... different people have gone through different things in their lives as well. Someone who is going through... Like someone who has just been diagnosed with chronic illness, for example. They may be okay, because previously they've dealt with 100 million other things that they thought were so much worse than this, and so they're handling this pretty okay. And then you've got someone who is suffering with a pretty severe cold, but they're really suffering with it because maybe they haven't experienced too much any other kinds of suffering in their lives. And so for them, this is like a really big deal because they haven't experienced so much of it. So when you look at them, like the person with the cold is suffering more than the person who's just been diagnosed with chronic illness. But it doesn't matter because they're both suffering and they're both valid. It doesn't matter how much you feel it or other people feel theirs or how bad you think they're rated on this mythical scale of shit. You are allowed to use a label that has been applied to you, especially if it's on a medical thing. Like, I actually had a disabled friend of mine explain to me that there were some situations, like when it comes to the definition of disabled, you are disqualified from participating in something because you're not able to. So like if someone can't use stairs and there's a restaurant that only has stairs, they are disqualified from enjoying that restaurant because they are unable to do that because they can't enter the fucking place. Yes, it's shit. It's a thing. We're working on it, sort of thing, you know? And so that person would be in that very specific situation. I mean, obviously there might be other reasons that they are disabled too, but in that specific situation, they would be considered disabled. So she explained to me, because there was a time in my life where I was having a very strict diet to try to manage my autoimmune condition, there were a whole massive list of things I couldn't eat. Massive list of things I couldn't eat. It was faster to talk about what I could eat than what I couldn't eat, because there were that few things that were okay, right? And she explained to me, although she is disabled in a lot of areas of life, if there was a restaurant that they were all going to that didn't have anything on the menu that I could eat because everything contained ingredients that I couldn't have, in that situation, in that very small situation, I would be considered disabled because I'm disqualified from being able to join them. I would never use that label to describe myself because it was a very, very limited situation, and in life in general, I'm very able to do a lot of different things. But she explained to me that that's how that label of disabled works. So there may be specific situations in which you are disabled and you are very validly allowed to claim that label because in that situation, damn straight you are. And that's not okay. We work on it. Yes. But just because other people have it worse doesn't mean that you can't also have something as well. Yeah? I don't want you to belittle your own experience just because others have it potentially worse, because it's not always the case. I think I'm done. Rant over. I think... yeah, I think I'm good. I hope that all made sense. I really hope that all made sense. And so much love to this friend of mine who is a very big part and very, very large advocate for the disabled community here that she belongs to. And she, like, my lord, so patient with me and my questions, because I like to learn and I like to not, you know, step on toes and be a dick and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes I come up with something and kind of go, oh, actually, I don't know if that's okay to ask. Shit. And I ask her. and she, like, if it is something that I should not be asking, she just very calmly says, I'm going to pretend you didn't ask that. I'm going to go, okay, that's my answer, good, thank you. Like, it's just, but she never holds it against me, and I'm so grateful to have her in my life, because she has been such a beacon of joy and love. And I mean, yes, education, but just, she rocks. She's fucking awesome in so many ways. I love her to death. Anyway, she's great. No more battles, because we're not going to do another battle. Because I said so. Right. Night or Rel. Oh my god, it's shit. Catching up. No, you didn't go off. Oh, that's really odd. Shit, why are things not going off? And the most valuable things my parents taught me was to cook, and I've passed it on my daughter too. That's so beautiful, Shah, and welcome on in. I hope you're doing so well tonight. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I hope you're doing wonderfully well tonight, and thank you so much for joining us. I believe it to be the better statement based on experience. I don't interact with many disabled people. I'm open to learning. Of course. Oh, excuse me. We'll have to lurk up to placing units more often. To do a statement after level 3. Yay, Mike! Congrats. Being kind is cool. Agreed. Is fair tired? Yes. My experience, the best option is to treat everybody individually based on their own feelings and situation. I agree, Relenth. I think that's a really good way to do it, and thank you so much for joining us in chat. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. And that is something, like, I tend to, like, if I've learned a bunch of things that are fairly similar for most of the people, I will apply that knowledge and then kind of watch for a reaction, listen for a reaction, and if I notice some kind of discomfort, I'm just like, I apologize. This is terminology I've used before. Please let me know if there's terminology that is more appropriate for your situation. And often they do, and they thank me for my consideration, and we move on. And I think that's a really big point of it, is moving on. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I totally fucked up. I'm really sorry. I'm so used to doing it like this. But now I'll try so hard to make sure I use that for you. I'm so sorry. Fuck, I feel like such a bad person. I promise I'm not usually a bad person, but I feel such a fuck all that bullshit. No. I'm sorry about that. Absolutely. Moving on. Like, making a big deal of it is just, it's a show for you. A show for, oh, I feel so bad. No one gives a shit. No one cares. Correct yourself and move on. Sorry. Okay, I'm good. But yeah, absolutely. Treat everybody individually based on their own feelings and situation. 100%. 100%. And if you're not sure, if you don't know, ask. And chances are, you probably don't need to know. Things like pronouns? Sure, ask. What are your pronouns?
The Horde hasn't.
But you don't need to ask something like, sorry, what is the correct terminology for your specific disability? You don't fucking need to know. It's not necessary for interacting. What are your access requirements? Do you have any access requirements? Then what are your access requirements? You don't need to know that they've been diagnosed with cyclothymic disorder and psoriatic arthritis and have an implant in their jaw to know that they would like to sit down rather than stand up. What is your access requirement? I'd need a chair. You don't need to know my medical history to know that I would need a chair. Anyway, sorry, I work in finance, but I work in an industry. I work finance within an industry that is very, very much about all this shit. And I just, so many people making people feel so uncomfortable. Not necessarily, like, I want to say doing it wrong, but some people genuinely don't know, and the only way to learn is to ask. And some people don't know that they need to ask, and so they do it wrong, they fuck up, and they get corrected, and then they do it correctly from then on. But yeah, no, so many people just fucking it up. So many people making so many situations so much more uncomfortable than they need to be. We need more education. We need more fucking pamphlets or something, I don't know. Just being like, here are some useful questions you can ask to not make people awkward as hell. But you know, it's fun times. Learning, yay. It takes a bit to learn all the commands. Of course, there are so many commands here. Lord have mercy.
Sunwell.
And if in doubt, just ask. Relin, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Fianati. Amazing. So generous of you. Roll, better be the good compass. 50 level 60s, that's right, Des. That's right. We're getting there. These are my bonus tunes, though. I'm basically done with the 50-60s. I'm just waiting for Evokers to happen. So I'm working on the 10 bonus character slots that we unlocked, stealthily unlocked during the first phase of pre-patch. So yeah, that's what I'm working on at the moment. Bonus tunes. You can't compare suffering. Everyone has different experiences. Comparing them leads to diminishing the feelings of others. Yes! God damn, I know. Yep. Hi! Yes. Very true. When you're speaking about a group, I tend to use terminology like in health insurance. It's widespread being I, for example, one use the most widely accepted terminology. Yep, absolutely. And that's the other thing is when you are describing a group of people, rather than interacting with an individual of that group, Those are two very different circumstances as well. The kind of language you would use in, for example, a study is different to the kind of language you'd use when interacting with a member of that study, you know? It's, yeah, super, super different. I completely comprehend your message. Is one of the issues where it comes back to sole individual as to how they interpret the word said. Yeah, that's very fair. That's valid. So thank you, Dee. Look, I try. I try. Sometimes I don't succeed so well. Sometimes I do a great job. Sometimes I don't. And that's alright. I'm human. I do what I can. King! Thank you so much for the resub. 2 months. My god, thank you for your support. Much appreciated. Good lord. Scrolling. I understand. Apologies, came apart with you. No need to apologize, Roll. Both of what you are saying is completely valid. That's the thing. Like, you both have, like, you're both right. You can both be right in this circumstance. Imported content I came for playing games. Please give it up. Yeah, look, we often refer to this as a just chatting stream with a side of gameplay. So, yeah. Yeah, that's how we roll here. Sometimes it doesn't go so well for me keeping up on chat or, you know, the gameplay side of things, but we try. We try. 3-year-old daughter was born with metabolic disorder. Technically, she's classified as disabled. There you go. There you go. Fear talks. Yeah. 2-year-old going on 3 soon. Oh my goodness. I have no children that I am aware of.
In your blind rage, you rushed up.
By the Sunwell.
Snafu! Oh my god. Draz!
I'll drown you in the
Draz, thank you so much for the gifted subs. And Snafu was one of the 5 who got caught in that sub bomb. Congratulations to everyone who got caught in the bomb. My lord. Thank you for your generosity. It's so kind of you. Oh my god.
By the Sunwell.
I agree, straight to the bloody point is best. Agree, yeah. Yeah. It just, I've seen it happen and it's like everyone's sort of just like,
By the Sunwell.
please stop. It's so awkward. Apologies, clearly overcompensating and make the situation worse as you draw more attention to it. Not just that, but it's the attention's all about you
Sunwell.
rather than the person who's actually at the core of the discussion who is requesting a change in terminal, like, fuck. Anyway, for your ends, best rounds. Look, sometimes they go on a little bit too long. This is one of the things, because with streaming, right, you can say something and you'll be halfway through saying it, someone will jump in and be like, wait, I missed the start of that, what are we talking about? And so I've gotten so used to repeating myself that during a fear talk, I quite often say the same fucking thing 7 times in 7 different ways. And it drags out what I'm trying to say, and it's a habit that I cannot seem to bloody break. But look, it seems to work in this particular circumstance with, like, you know, random people joining the conversation in weird moments and anyway, look. Streaming is this weird, you pick up so many odd habits when you stream. So many. This is not normal human interaction in any way. Except that it bleeds over into my real life, and oh my god, I sound like a wanker. I sound so self-important because I'm like, yes, I really like this thing because it's actually really great, and have it, you know, it's really great because blah blah blah, and that's why I really like it. It's such a great thing. No, and it's like, bitch, shut up. Honey. Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Screw TED Talks. Fear Talks is where the realness is. Oh my lord. Welcome to where fear is not. Oh no. And King of Wizard Boost Train. Grateful for the Battle.net client bringing me here. I am also grateful for the Battle.net client for bringing you here. That is awesome. I've been on the Battle.net client for almost 2 years. Like 1st of February next year, it'll be 2 years that I've been off and on, you know, here and there on the Battle.net client. And we have met so many amazing new people who have inspired such beautiful conversations, and I'm so thankful to have had that, to have that opportunity, you know, so thankful. Gameplay secondary background thing, but hey, we do what it is. Yeah, but look, it's also like collecting. A lot of the time the rants end up being about WoW. Sometimes they're not, like this. Sometimes they're about social issues. A lot of the time it's about food. Sometimes it's about what I've been up to, or, you know, some stupid medical bullshit I've gone through. But overall, I really, like, I like that you guys give me space to just sort of get everything off my chest, to do all the talky, and then like, oh, Justia! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Oh my lord. Oh, excuse me. I love that you guys give me the space rather than being like, oh my god, she's ranting again. This is so painful, and then leaving, which I imagine a lot of people do, and that's fine. But I love that we have a community here who actually put up with my shit. It's great.
Hi, the Sunwell.
Means Jas has to deal with it less often. All of the hype. Choo-choo! Channel's community seems so nice, knowledgeable, and compassionate. And you know what, Rel?
Sunwell.
They are. They are, and I am so proud of that. I've been streaming nearly 7 years. 7 years at the end of January. And
Hi, the Sunwell.
I am just, no, end of Feb. Fuck, is my stream. End of Jan is my WoW anniversary. End of Feb is my stream anniversary.
Better Sunwell.
And one of the things I just absolutely love is that when I turn on the stream, when I come here to go live, I know that the people who are there share similar values to me. Maybe not the same ones, and that's okay. We don't have to be the same people. We can't be. But they share similar core values to me, and they value, if they share core values for you, of course they value the same shit, good lord. But that's so important to me. And I think over the years, the banning of numpties, who vastly, I mean, it is a healthy thing to have people in your circle who disagree with you on certain points, because it allows you to expand your perception and potentially see other viewpoints that not necessarily like perpendicular to your own, but just not quite the same to your own, which can help you, expand your perspective and maybe learn something you didn't know, which shifts your perception of the universe just a touch, right? I think that's a healthy thing to have. But when you have people who are completely opposite you in your values, if you allow that, especially in a Twitch chat like this, if you allow them to stay and continue fighting you on every point that you talk about and all that kind of stuff, it can create a toxic environment. It can create an environment where people don't feel safe expressing opinions similar to your own, or even slightly different, because they feel like they might be attacked by that person, and there might be some kind of social anxiety that prevents them from doing so, or they just might feel like, well, if the streamer allows that person to be here with those viewpoints, I'm not going to be safe here, so I'm going to leave, you know? So I think through like moderating and managing a community in that way, not like a check your values at the door kind of thing, but just through general conversation, having varied viewpoints, but not harmful viewpoints being expressed is key for a healthy community, I think. And I like to think we've developed quite a healthy community here. I could be wrong, but I've had people express those kind of thoughts to me, so I feel like we've done an okay job at least. That's where Sophia shares chat instead of children. Yeah, that's not wrong. How do you not have any kids that you're not aware of? Good question. I don't know. I'm sure there's probably like, look, maybe I've had a couple surgeries. Maybe they stole my DNA and made Fia clones while I wasn't looking or something. I don't know. Any number of impossible experiences. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Look, your answer is over the blink somewhere. Work seminars! Look, yeah. Work seminars. I have feelings. I have feelings. I have a wish. Go on Discord! Yes! Food. I like food. I like food. Mother got me started in WoW 16, 17 years ago. Played it on and off. Yeah, end of December for me will be 16. Sorry. End of January for me will be 16 years. Even created a guild with her mate of raid team passed away 2 years ago from COVID. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It took me a year to turn the pain around and play WoW in her memory. Rel, holy shit. First of all, I know I don't know you, but like, can we just use the word pride here? I'm so proud of you for, like, grief is a hell of a thing. I am so proud of you for working through the grief and being able to turn something you shared together into something really beautiful. It would have also been valid if you'd never touched it again. Both outcomes are valid. There's nothing wrong with either of them. But it takes a real strength to be able to do what you've done. Like, Jesus Christ, good on you. And I'm so, my condolences for your loss. Is it putting up with or graciously accepting? A little bit of both, Lando, a little bit of both. Oh my god. Hello, Loz, good evening. Hope you're doing well today. Actually, I should probably stop there and catch up on chat. Shit, I just realized what the time was. Having people who disagree with you can help you start seeing life from different points of view. That's it. That's absolutely it. And not even, like, sometimes it is disagreeing. Oh, I can't fly yet. Shit. Sometimes it's disagreeing. Sometimes it's not even disagreeing, but just having a different view that isn't quite aligned with yours. And those different views lead you to somehow slightly conflicting endpoints, you know? Like, it's, yeah, but it's so interesting. Things that I never would have thought of, going, holy shit. That person has had a life experience that I haven't had, and it leads them to see this circumstance, like this event, through a different light. And I think that's really interesting. I think it's really interesting. It's just an hour shift to work 2 hours driving. Oh my goodness. Well, you should hopefully get some rest soon. Just sat down, had dinner, I'm tired. Bean, absolutely. Just wearing fierce clothing, especially when I feel you can get things done and rest in this economy. So much for saying, oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. Go hug your papa. Papa's the way for said boost in progress is 1400. Nice. Amazing. Fear publicity. Plans. Oh no. Oh no. I hope it was tasty. Alright, we need. Keep taking my line. I know. That's why I did it with a cheeky look at the camera. Because I knew. I have to redo my nails soon. I took photos of my nails so that I can put them on socials. Have I? I've shown you my nails, but before they disappear again. They're Durgans. Don't look at me. Look at the nail. Look at Moray, but not me. Look at him. Nosdormu inspired. Bronze dragonflight. So I'm going to take him off and do a different dragonflight. Anyway, where's this one? Look at what we're doing for the next week. We've got a Hearthstone stream tomorrow and then a week of leveling. Good. Where are we rating? Leveling. We love our leveling. We love our leveling. Did that actually do that? Okay. What is this? Actually. I think. Yeah, wait. Is that? Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Good. Is everyone looking forward to Dragonflight? I will refer again to my nails as my answer to that question. Yes. Yes, I am. But I'm also looking forward to, like, getting to my goals before it launches. I'm happy with the launch. I don't want it to launch tomorrow. Like, I am happy with the situation as it currently is. It's looking at me. Yeah, it's an eye. It's like, yeah, the other hand is the same, except, like, mirrored. So, like, the same thing on the pinkies, the same thing on the head. Yeah. Thank you. I bought a stamping plate, specifically like a dragon stamping plate to do fun. I like it. Pretty colors. Speed leveling. Whee! Hello, Millie. Welcome back. Hello, Grizzly. Welcome back, Hustonia. Long time. Hope you're well. I am, and I'm finishing up stream because I'm tired, but I'm very good, thank you. Hope you can say the same. The design must have been time intensive. A little bit. It was my first time in a long time doing reverse stamping, and I am not good at it, which is why I have put nail art brushes on my throne wish list. Because I did it with, I did stamping, but to color in the stamps, I used a dotting tool. It's too big. It's way too big. I need like a super fine, itty bitty tiny brush. So I've put some of them on my wish list. But look, no harm, like it's fine. If I can buy them when I can buy them, then that's fine, I will. But I'm just kind of broke at the moment, but I'd like to do the other dragonflights. But we'll see. More PvP. No. Well, yeah, classic Ashran, but that's it. Update the 16th leveling with evokers. Well, it will be leveling with evokers, but it is still technically leveling. 1 week to a new Pokemon. Yay! Hype for that. Amazing. Which version? Got Scarlet ordered. New Pokemon is my last week. Do mostly full stream watching Pokemon work on Monday. I just live Sundays. Do watch VODs in the evening when leveling. Oh, good, Mike. I'm super glad to hear that. Hopefully you'll be able to, maybe one day you'll be able to find a way to like lurk with audio only mode during the week, but that's okay. That's okay. Violet, nice to study. Thank you. Is Pokemon channel Discord? There is. Fierce Tyler. Yes. Switch code Discord. Thank you, Landa. You too. Okay. Let's do this. I am very tired. Let's do a raid. Twitch. Raid. Grab your copy paste if you don't have the Fiamma hype emote. Either because you. Oh my god. Stop chatting so I can copy paste. Good fucking god. Got it. Copy paste if you don't have the Fiamma hype emote. Why did you? There's no sound for that either. I think I've broken something. Oh my lord. Thank you so much for the brushes, you ridiculous human. Much appreciated. Thank you. I will unbox them on stream when they arrive. I will let you know in Discord when the package is here. Copy paste if you don't have the Fiamma hype emote, either because you're not a subscriber or because you haven't unlocked it using your channel points, both of which are totally fine. You can still copy paste the entire message, delete Fiamma hype, replace it with your favorite happy, hypey, celebratory emote, and then drop it into Hyper's chat when we get there. I think Hyper's chat will get there. Fucking, has he just ended? Do I need to cancel this? He bloody has, you bastard. Okay, that's fine. Cancel that. But things still, you copy paste it, you drop it into the chat, let them know you're amazing and awesome and that they are also amazing and awesome. We're gonna go say hi to Balor, because he's just brilliant. He did just finish. Bastard, it's fine. Let's try this instead. Balor is an awesome human. I know him IRL. He is ridiculous and lovely and wonderful. Yeah. Go say hi, drop the copy paste raid message into his chat, and I'll see you tomorrow for a short stream of Hearthstone. Shorter streams, look, they're a little bit tricky with the stats and stuff, but it's 6 p.m. my time. Check Fiamma, twitch.tv/Fiamma/schedule to see what time it's going live in your time zone. Bonus weekend stream. Hope you can swing by, because stream numbers can be a bit awkward sometimes with the shorter ones, but it is sponsored thanks to Felix Mobile, so we will see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Be nice to each other. Follow on socials if you want full-time fare. And follow here, of course. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye! Balor, I hate you. Why?
All right, let's go.